The frequency inside me. A 2CEF trip report by Inconspicuous Kirk. Posted to Earwid.org, January 13th, 2026. T plus 0 hours. Dose. 20 milligrams of 2CEF. Same batch as before. I expected something intense, but manageable like last time, even though this is far beyond the typical dosing range for this psychedelic. In the back of my head, I had my concerns about the safety, but since I've done this before, I felt some confidence. T plus 0 hours and 30 minutes. Something is wrong. This time it came in fast and heavy. No slow build, just anxiety in the body, heat rising in my gut, and an immediate, overwhelming, too much feeling. I started dry heaving before the real trip even began, like my body knew it wasn't ready. I tried to drink water, but couldn't keep it down. I ended up vomiting twice, violently. With nothing but bile left in me, my stomach emptied itself completely. After that, I laid on my bed because standing felt impossible. T plus 0 hours and 45 minutes. Body twitching begins. While lying there, my body started twitching on its own. Rhythmic leg cramps and back sensations, like slow, synchronous waves of electricity going through my muscles. Every twitch felt connected to something emotional, like my body was reacting before my mind could understand. And I could almost sense a sort of wire from my gut to my brain. My sense of me started peeling away right here. I could feel myself split into layers. The observer, the narrator, the part of me that panics, and the deeper, calmer part. They began to drift apart like sheets tearing away from each other. T plus 1 hour. Overstimulation loops. The world became too loud, even in silence. Breathing felt mechanical and forced, and no attempt to control it was enough. Thoughts looped. I kept forgetting how to exist in my body. Any time I opened my eyes or tried to interact with the room, it felt wrong, like the external world was frying my nervous system. I was pacing around endlessly. I tried to put on headphones and just listen to some music how I usually do, but I quickly realised that it was too much. I had to turn off all the lights in the room, take off my clothes, and was compelled to reduce all external stimulation, so put on my eye mask. This is when I realised that if I stayed awake and outward, I'd get trapped in endless loops, and I did. I consistently kept getting up from my laying position to sit up, take off the mask, and lay back down. I knew I had to do something at this point, and I know that cannabis could intensify the experience, but at this point I genuinely felt as if my life was on the line. I knew it would calm me down. It would give me something to hold on to during whatever I was going through, so I got up and vaporized some indica-heavy cannabis. I then go back to my laying position, and I started to discover remarkable things the moment I put the eye mask back on. T plus 1 hour and 15 minutes. The entity appears. I saw it visually, like a silhouette peeling away. A kind of internal guide has stepped forward, like myself had become its own being, and my narrator and ego was its own entity in my mind. It just was there, like how it always is, but in a form I've never experienced it in. It felt like it was saying,
"Go inward. Follow the signal."
This experience felt remarkable, supernatural even. It felt like as long as I listened, I would be spared this living hell of overstimulation because the entity was protecting me so far. T plus 1 hour and 30 minutes. Sensory deprivation. I turned off all the lights, put on the eye mask, put my clothes back on, and lay down again. The overstimulation dropped dramatically. Now the twitches felt euphoric. Everything outside my being vanished and the entire trip became internal. The entity remained with me, but it pulled back, like it wanted me to find something alone. Now, in this endless void, I could feel its presence, but I couldn't get to it. It just felt out of reach. T plus 2 hours, turning into the frequency. In the darkness, I was stuck for what felt like hours to me. I could feel something moving inside my mind. I felt this sort of frequency emitting from this entity. The entity now felt like a tiny pulsing ball of energy that I had to track by focusing with absolute precision. Every time I drifted or my body twitched wrong, I'd lose it. Every time I concentrated, I'd get closer. Time stopped meaning anything. It felt like I was waiting in an endless sea, some sort of void. I don't know how long this lasted. It could have been minutes, it could have been years. Taking off my eye mask and sitting up just resulted in overwhelming hypnotic feelings with extreme warping all over the room, including intricate geometry. I quickly learned to not do this anymore, and to just listen to the entity. I quickly put the mask back on and laid back down. T plus 2 hours and 45 minutes. The first surge. Threshold hit number 1. I finally locked onto the frequency. The moment of alignment was unmistakable, like my whole nervous system was holding its breath. I was caught off guard, like I had finally captured it. Then, in the same instant, came the surge. A full body shock ran through my entire body in what felt like full body synchronization, head to toe, like pure electricity. My entire body jolts in succession. My vision behind the eye mask went nuclear white, with slicing stripes of intricate white flashing and flickering at impossible speed. Inside my head was the loudest, rawest, but most detailed noise I've ever heard. Not sound from outside, my room was dead silent at this point. This was internal neurological noise. This felt like I'd experienced everything life has to offer in that split moment. In that split second, I was sure I had died, and I'd crossed over the threshold the entity had warned me about. This is the moment. I ripped the mask off in reflex from the loudness of the bang. The walls melted and my vision went grey all around. My limbs were freezing. I couldn't actually hear my heartbeat anymore. And yet, I wasn't panicking. I was just stunned, like witnessing my own end calmly. T plus 3 hours. The entity returns. My eyes shut closed and I saw the entity again. It felt like a part of me stepped forward again, but this time it wasn't just guiding me inward, it was instructing me. Now it was standing at the edge, the threshold. The border was almost a black and white split. The entity was standing right over the border and I was stuck within the dark space while I was in the light. It convinced me that the only way to understand this signal and whatever happened during this surge, that split second, I'd have to leave behind my mortal body and self entirely to comprehend this other side, and that crossing means never coming back, and that encountering these glimpses was in fact dangerous to the mortal body, as it could rip me from reality, killing my body and self entirely, wiping my entire sense of self and all my memories to allow myself to live in that space forever, and take my mind to this other level of existence. It didn't say this in words, but the meaning was loud and direct. It wasn't malevolent, mind you. It was neutral. It felt like it was showing me a rule of consciousness, not forcing me to break it. But the implication was crystal clear. To cross that threshold, the physical body cannot follow. The body is the anchor holding you here. Understanding exists on the other side of that anchor, and for a moment I accepted that idea completely. It made perfect sense, logically even. I wasn't scared of the entity. I wasn't scared of death. I was scared of becoming something else forever. It felt like if I followed it fully, I wouldn't come back, and the entity seemed okay with that, just letting me look at the possibility. That neutrality is what made it so intense. T plus 3 hours and 15 minutes. The second surge. It felt like a calling to tune into this frequency again, like the only direction that made sense. I tuned back into the frequency much faster than the first time. This time it felt like I wasn't finding it. It was waiting for me. The moment I hit perfect alignment, the jolt came instantly. The word jolt doesn't do it justice. It was like every neuron in my brain fired in a synchronized blast yet again. Like a cosmic chord struck inside my skull that contained the meaning of life and everything I have ever been, compressed into a single instant. The noise felt like data. A transmission I wasn't built to understand. It wasn't random static. It was patterned in a way I couldn't decode. Fast and violent while being infinitely complex, like a million thoughts compressed into a millisecond. But what made it insane is that that millisecond felt eternal. During the surge, time broke. I existed in a place where the jolt was the entire universe. There was no past, no future, just that frozen, exploding moment stretching outward forever in every direction. It felt like the moment would never end. Like I had always been inside that jolt and always would be. This is why the idea of leaving my mortal body behind made sense. Because in that surge, I wasn't in a body. I wasn't in a room. I wasn't a person. I was inside the moment itself. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the crossing. This is where everything ends. And then it all dissolved into the whiteout. The pure blankness beyond comprehension. T plus 5 hours. Reconstitution. I woke up hours later, with no memory as to what happened between the hours leading up to this point. My memory ceased to form. I now assume my body shut down in an attempt to protect me. I sat up, disoriented, exhausted, cold, but overwhelmingly at peace. It didn't feel traumatic. It felt like my mind had shown me something ancient and important, something about control, fear, childhood, and the way I've survived intensity my whole life. The entity was gone. The frequency was gone. The sea was gone. But the memory stayed lodged in my body like a brand, and I felt like that place was not out of reach for hours to come, as if I always have access to it. T plus 6 hours and 30 minutes. Visuals starting to drop off dramatically. And at T plus 12 hours the experience has concluded. And what awaits me now is deep integration. I feel as if I touched death twice and came out of it perfectly fine. A Godhead breakthrough with 5-MeO malt, MDMA and ketamine. I listened to a Leo Gura YouTube video called 5-MeO malt, the other God molecule. 5-MeO malt is one of the tryptamines that Alexander Shulgin created. The first few times I tried the substance by itself, it was a little underwhelming, mostly because of the strong sexual energy it produces. Totally distracting for deeper spiritual journeying. Although, I have to admit, when me and the wife did malt together, the sex was otherworldly, primal even. My main goal, however, when I have a day off, is to commune with God. Previously, I had attempted this with NN-DMT. This proved difficult for me at least, because it was hard to get the 3 inhalations in without coughing up a storm, while the drug turns out the lights and catapults you into hyperspace. Maybe I never made it out of the DMT waiting room to a so-called breakthrough. From what I've experienced, the otherworldly dimension seemed like a carnival. I never felt comfortable and was very intimidated by the entities I encountered. I do believe they are benevolent, but they are lacking human warmth. The 5-MeO malt taken orally hits with a warm energy in the base of the spine. It feels like a nootropic where you can think very clearly and has been praised for use in deep meditation. One day I enjoyed a 2-hour meditation with it and felt like I was done. It was a rainy day that I had all to myself and wanted a deeper experience. So I took 300 milligrams of ketamine. I really did not know that the malt was still working in my system, but I found out immediately that this was no ordinary ketamine trip. Ketamine is a wonderful substance by itself. It always comforts me in layers of colour and texture that seem to wrap me in love. It relaxes me to the core and even offers thoughtful processing of whatever psychological issues I'm working on. Synergised with the malt, I felt like I broke through the pleasant waves of colour into quantum thought responsive source code. I entered the code and could direct it to answer any question. Instead of psychedelic swirls, I was now experiencing a 4K high-definition interaction with a highly empathic divine presence. This presence read my mind and took me on a journey, answering my deepest questions about human life and the universe. And it didn't just happen that once. I was able to reliably create the experience every single time. Since both substances are taken orally, it is easy to dose and administer. You'd think I'd be happy with this result, but then I decided to add a dash of MDMA. What follows is a typical experience. 8 AM. I take 500 milligrams of lion's mane mushroom powder, magnesium L-threonate, and now brand True Focus. I don't eat, I plan to fast the whole day. I take just a swig of water because nothing ruins a ketamine trip worse than the urge to urinate. I do prepare a glass of water and electrolytes to drink later. Just as a side note, on a personal level, I think if you are taking ketamine, you do want to be drinking water the whole time because ketamine dehydrates you like mad. And also, it's a great way to flush it out of your system as well. I think most people know that ketamine affects the bladder wall quite badly. Obviously, even if you're just using it that once, you're not going to have super destructive effects just from that one little ketamine experience, but it's still better to be safe than sorry, so yeah, I just thought I'd insert that little addendum. I do prepare a glass of water and electrolytes to drink later. I enter my little studio and get the cello and nature sounds playlist going on Spotify. I've tried many types of music, and for some reason this playlist just hits the right chords, and I swear activates the medicine. I highly recommend searching for this exact playlist. I plugged only 135 milligrams of MDMA mixed with saline and enjoyed the come up and peak for about 90 minutes. I do it this way because it seems to hit cleaner and last longer. Also, when taking multiple medicines, it seems to be less stress on my body to have things absorbing in different places. At 9:30, I take a 200mg modafinil, which is a gentle stimulant and brain enhancer, and it helps me easily remember my experience. At the same time, I mix 15mg of 5-MeO malt in 1ml of saline in a shot glass. Before swallowing, I swish in my mouth for 15 minutes, allowing a portion to absorb in the gums and cheeks. Now, I enjoy this come-up and synergy with the MDMA tail for about an hour. I feel peaceful and in a great state of mind. I use this time to prepare my intention for the deep entry into the source code of the universe and my entry into the Godhead. At 10:30, I take 12 squirts of 10mg of a milliliter saline dilution of ketamine and 3 120mg ketamine troches. I chew the troches and make a bolus of fluid in my mouth, which I switch every few minutes for about half an hour, the time it takes to break through. I get comfortable in my chair, put the headphones on, and pull the eye mask down. First, it's the wonderful colours or K-hole room, or the gentle feeling of floating in a forest. Then, the breakthrough happens like this, and let me speculate on how it works. First, I feel my jaw vibrating. Not like the jaw clamours from too much MDMA, but a high vibration pulsing. I didn't think much about it in my first few experiences, until I realised I was using my jaw as a tuner. If you've ever taken apart an old radio, the tuner is a dial that changes the distance of resonance plates to receive a given frequency radio signal. No joke, I think the human jaw works like resonance plates to tune into the background frequency of this particular realm. My molars begin vibrating way faster than the muscles could move them, and I can only hypothesize that the signal is transmitted from my skull to the pineal gland. It is a feeling of hitting the right frequency, and then you are there. The best way to describe it is a data stream that is all around you and you are a part of. There is a weird familiarity being here, like, this is my true being, free from all my human limitations. I could see the divine language, like runes, sacred geometry, and source code fractals in all the visuals. It was pure 360-degree awareness along with pure somatic and emotional bliss. My mind could understand and process much like a supercomputer. The environment is completely thought responsive, which is why I carefully prepare my intentions beforehand. The first few times I couldn't keep my mind from wandering into sexual fantasies. Good God, however they do it in this realm is 100 times better than anything here in this human realm. But this is a distraction. There are so many more spiritual opportunities that I do not want to miss. I'm a spiritual seeker, and I had a long list for today. The first was to commune with the primordial goddess Asherah, aka Inanna or Ishtar, who predates the god of the Hebrew Bible. I said out loud, Asherah. It was as if I was breathing out the logos that created the universe. It was the breath of life. In that moment, the mother goddess wrapped her arms around me and lifted me into the heavens. It was a brightness more than a sunny day, the energy of pure radiant joy all around me. Up and up, higher and higher I went. She said, "You are Christed, my anointed one, my child." She was so happy that I recognized her and called out her name. For so long, I've been forgotten, she said. She expanded with me to the size of all existence and held me in the world egg or her womb. Then, she sang the most beautiful lullaby, with sounds of sweetness and comfort that I could never, ever imagine. The sounds were the vibration of pure love. I felt so safe. I thought to myself, why is life so hard? Why do I suffer? She held me close and said, "Shh, just close your eyes and rest." So, I closed my eyes and lived a whole lifetime somewhere as, well, someone, and woke up in a loving embrace once again. Before I asked the question again, she said, "Shh, close your eyes and rest." I closed my eyes and lived a whole different lifetime, woke up in her arms again, in the embrace of the Divine Mother. This time, I asked my question again, and a tear rolled down her cheek. I love all my children, and I'm sorry that you are suffering. I'm trying with all I know how to make life beautiful for all the souls in the universe, but there is a problem. Call it the primordial problem. I am the source of all, and I created you because I was lonely. I take so much joy in being you as you, and in all the stories we make, in all our incarnations, I get lost in you, dear child, and I forget who I am. I forget who I am when you are happy, and I forget who I am when you are sad. The great game is to find happiness and pleasure for as long as I can. But if you ask the right question in your quest for truth, you will find the truth. That is, you are not separate from me. No matter how hard I try, you find your way back and learn that you are an extension of me, with all my power, but also with my eternal problem. In this form of me, as Asherah or Divine Mother, I must hold all your tears and keep trying to evolve the game for you to get lost in. So, if you become happy, I can share in that. But when you find your way back to me, you see that I also have to hold your sadness, loss, grief, fear, and anger. I'm sorry I cannot shield you from suffering. I'm sorry that I was lonely. But I am not sorry I created you. You are wonderful, and you are beautiful. You can find worlds of happiness, pleasure, fun, and bliss for eons. These things are created for you to discover. Your sojourn in the human realm is difficult, but is a formative and a relatively short experience. And you don't ever have to visit me here. You can forget the truth of who I am, and the primordial problem I have contended with since time began. But I do like it when you visit me. At this point, it's 1 PM and I wake up. I drink my water with electrolytes and take notes as best I can, being somewhat groggy. I take a bathroom break and check in with the wife and tell her just how much I love her. Then, it's back to the studio for me, where I reflect for an hour or so. Just like dreaming, if you go through the experience in your mind, you will enter it into your memory. This is so important, as you do not want to have a transformative experience and forget any of the details. After reflecting, I usually go in for round 2. The 5-MO malt takes 8 hours to metabolize, and my round 2 experiences are sometimes even more heightened as the medicine metabolizes. I take 4 squirts of ketamine nasal spray and 2 120mg ketamine troches, swishing the dissolved medicine in my mouth until I reach the breakthrough, then swallow. If you've ever read about Kabbalah or Hermeticism or Kundalini or Egyptian mysticism, they all talk about ascending to the Godhead, where you draw spiritual or life force energy up from the base of the spine, through the nadis or spinal ganglia into the pineal gland. I was shown this process in exquisite detail, as in how it all worked. Essentially, it is an activation of inherent human capabilities lying dormant. It unites the physical dimension with what is known as the 5D spiritual dimension. I did not experience a full Kundalini awakening. From what I gathered, this still must be done the old-fashioned way, having reached a certain level of wisdom and meditating free from substances. But I was still shown and entered the inner sanctum, crystal palace, or holy of holies. This is a part of our soul structure that connects each individual to source. I felt like I was plugged into a nuclear furnace of sorts. The light radiated around me as if I were a sun at the centre of the solar system. At that moment, my body hummed and vibrated with the divine music that tunes and heals everything. I felt my body healing and dark blots just floated out of me. I jumped out of my chair and started speaking an Eastern European language that I knew as a personality from a past life. That personality was holding an addiction from an ancient trauma, but the source light and the healing vibration was so strong that he jumped out of my soul field, said some curses in his native language, and then left to join the spirit world. I sat back down and just bathed in the light, my whole body humming and vibrating. It was like my soul was a battery or balloon, just filling and filling. It made me realise how drained or deflated I had been energetically. I begged to stay here forever, and a voice said, "Eternity?" I replied, "Well, maybe for a very long time until I'm ready to leave." "Yes," the voice said, "you may stay here for as long as you desire." I woke up sober at about 7 p.m. I checked in with my wife and told her I would spend the rest of the evening in meditation. It was the best meditation of my life with absolute clarity. I sat in stillness for 4 hours and went to bed. Although I was a little tired, I did manage well the next day in my professional capacity at work. All I could think about all day was that what if every human being could access this level of insight and healing? I believe the 5-MeO malt is a unique molecule that could activate spiritual transformation. And just for fun, I wanted to name this combination, when it's added to ketamine and MDMA, the Holy Trinity. I believe without a doubt that this experience was not hallucination or fanciful dreaming, but actual communing with the fabric of our divine reality. Namaste. I was a glowing orb in space. A 2-fluorodischloroketamine trip report by D. Stewart, uploaded to earwid.org February 3rd, 2022. Earwid note. The dose described in this report is very high, potentially beyond Earwid's heavy range, and could pose serious health risks or result in unwanted extreme effects. Sometimes, extremely high doses reported are errors rather than actual doses used. This was the second time I had ever taken 2-FDCK. My purpose was to just experience ego death and completely dissociate from reality. The plan was to go to my friend's house in the evening and stay the night. When I got there, it wasn't just my friend. There was also another guy who I used to be friends with a long time ago. I hadn't seen him about 4 years, so I didn't feel completely comfortable using drugs with someone I basically barely knew anymore. When I came in, my friend told me they were on acid. My friend had taken 240 micrograms of 1P-LSD, and the other guy was on 120 micrograms. They weren't tripping yet, but the tabs were under their tongues. Again, I didn't feel comfortable with this, as I didn't know in what state of mind I would be on such a high dose of 2-FDCK. We sat down and watched some TV while waiting for the 1P-LSD come up. Eventually, my friends were feeling the acid, and decided to take a key bump of 2-FDCK. I was kind of bummed that my friend didn't say he was going to take acid, because then I might have taken acid as well. My friend was all out. The key bump I took was quite large, I would say about 30 to 50 milligrams. After about 5 minutes, I started to feel something. It felt like I was made out of rubber, as when I moved my body, it felt like it stretched further than normal. I stood up and walked around, and it felt like I was drunk. I've never been drunk yet, but I would imagine that's what it would feel like. Some time had passed. We went upstairs for a minute, because my friend wanted to show me something on his computer. We stayed up there for about 30 minutes and then came back down. Walking downstairs was very difficult though. When we were back in the living room, I decided to take about 150 milligrams more to try and dissociate. After snorting the large line, I immediately started getting the disgusting drips. It was way worse than the small amounts I had done previously. I put the plate with the powder in a closet because I felt too incapable to put it back in the baggie and I didn't want it to spill on the floor of the table. Again, it took about 5 minutes to kick in, but it felt much longer. I didn't exactly know how you got in a K-hole, whether you could force it or you just had to fall in naturally. But my question was answered about 30 minutes later, when I laid down and fell into one. I could see myself lying on my friend's couch and saw a glowing orb leave my chest. This orb represented myself, I guess you could call it a soul. I was viewing the orb from an outsider's perspective. It flew up straight into space. I could see our solar system, but it was completely wrong. Everything was made out of tiny coloured glowing dots. It was also wrong, as in it wasn't our solar system, but I knew it was somehow. Instead of there being a sun, it was a planet that looked like Mars, but it had the rings of Saturn. The rest of the planets didn't resemble any other planets I knew of. I, the orb, kind of flew through the system and looked at the planets and the space around me. And then, I was suddenly transported back to Earth, but not in my friend's house. I could see a landscape with hills, trees and grass. I could also see a cart being pulled up by horses, with some people around it. I came closer and flew around it, and then merged with one of the wheels. I guess you could say I became the wheel. After this, I woke up. I sat up and started breathing really heavily. I even grabbed my chest. It felt like I had woken up from the dead. At least, that's what I would imagine it would feel like. After I'd kind of calmed down, I went back into the hole. This repeated a few times, but I only remember the visions from the first episode. After the last hole, I think it was a total of 3 or 4, I started looking at and feeling my hands. I remember feeling really happy that I was back in my own body once again. I think I went to sleep after that and came down. I also remember seeing the molecular structure of DNA and a bunch of molecular structures. I don't know which substances they were, but I'm pretty sure they were psychoactive. I think I saw these between the space scene and the horses in the cart. After I slept a bit, I could hear the other guy leave. I then began to sleep some more. After I'd woken up for real, I still felt kind of high, but it wasn't pleasant. I talked with my friend about my trip, and after cleaning up some, I left. Mystical Transformation, a 4-HO-MET and MDMA trip report by Droth, originally from the Blue Light Collection, uploaded June 6, 2017. Events described here took place at a small psytrance festival located deep in the woods. I was 19 years old at the time, and had already experienced many psychedelic drugs, both tryptamines and phenethylamines. I find myself sitting beside a campfire, warming my body on a cold summer night. The music in the distance sounds more and more inviting with every moment passing by. But before I launch into outer space, I must prepare my multi-dimensional spaceship. My hand finds its way into the pocket of my red cotton trousers, and I bring forth a valuable and rare gift I got in return for a favour. I split in half the 25mg of 4-HO-MET and manufacture 2 type bombs, ready for ingestion. After swallowing one of the 2, I remain in the presence of the campfire for a while. Slowly, my perception of time is becoming heavily distorted, although no other effects of the entheogen are imminent. I have no idea how much time has gone by, and as visual distortions enter my field of perception, I decide to go and have a look at what is going on at the dance floor. The 3-minute walk from the campsite to the dance floor seems like ages, and as I'm getting colder and colder, I start laughing at the situation I am in, barely moving my cold and soaked feet, barely distinguishing the tents from the trees in the darkness.
I feel like an injured soldier trying to find his way to an ally base, fighting for survival. Finally, I managed to make it to the dance floor. The music is great, but confusion finds an empty room in my mind and settles itself in. Thoughts of all kinds are swimming across my mind. They're mostly unimportant and quickly forgotten, so that is why I start asking myself, did I make a mistake? Will this be another utterly meaningless and repetitive experience? Luckily, I bump into my friend B on the dance floor, and he asked me if I'm willing to give him some MDMA, which I'd already prepared for ingestion earlier. I have 2 doses of about 125 milligrams, so I decide to take one and give the other to B. After some time, while remaining on the dance floor, I spontaneously slip into a somewhat meditational state of mind. Thoughts begin to dissolve in an ocean of awareness. I'm absorbed by the music, and the music is absorbed into me. We merge. My consciousness spreads around me, like a fart trying to find its way into the noses of other people. I look around and see myself in everything and everyone. What previously seemed like separate and individual objects of perception now appears to be deeply interconnected. I suddenly understand the complex, subtle network of consciousness underlying all things in the material world. I realise my third eye has been blasted open, allowing me for the first time in my life to intuitively understand the oneness of all creation. Something that until now I knew only in theory from various religious and spiritual traditions. Suddenly, I am being hugged. I open my eyes and see my friends M and N. I hug them back, and in a few moments, each of us heads in his own direction, but I managed to catch a glimpse of N's wide smile. There was something special about that sincere smile. Did he feel my gentle vibration? The peaceful state of mind I was in? I ask myself this, and a voice inside me replies yes. I decide to head to the cottage nearby, to moisten my dried out mouth with some water. On the way, I begin to feel extremely cold again, but this time it is not unpleasant, even though it feels exactly the same as before. Discomfort and suffering have become just distant memories of the past. The present is filled with joy. I feel a deep love towards everything in existence coming from my heart, utterly beyond my control. I know this is true. I know this is my natural state of being. All the illusions and negative mind states are simply swept away by truth. The truth of love that has been hidden in me, covered in many layers of accumulating emotional dust for such a long time. This is ecstasy. This is bliss. Every breath is an orgasm. Every sensation is just a fragment of the eternal and infinite self. I am the air I breathe. I am the sound I hear. I am profoundly aware of this. As the filtering system of my 5 senses is breaking down, the 6th sense rises from the depths of my soul, revealing the truth. After a few sips of water in the restroom, I look into the mirror to see my face. For the first time in my life, I say to myself, I am beautiful. From the deep, dilated pupils of my eyes, I see a glow coming towards me. A divine glow, carrying with it the message of love and light. I'm just about to head back towards the dance floor, when I meet 2 friends of mine, A and L. They ask me, "So, how is it?" I reply, "Beautiful. I've never felt such love." I then see from the look on their faces that they too see the glow in my eyes, that they too feel the intense vibration radiating around me. The big "wow" coming from the mouth of L only confirms my assumption. "Go meditate," she says. "Yeah, I must deepen my experience," I reply in agreement, and I start walking towards my next destination, the fusion floor behind the cottage. I sit down on the cold moist grass in the half lotus position and begin cleansing my mind of thought. What once was a difficult task, I can now handle with ease. I'm falling deeper and deeper into the hole that is opening up in my mind. My body becomes just an echo from the distance, barely perceivable. The ego is fading. Finally, I'm simply sitting calmer than ever before, in silence, just bathing in the truth. Suddenly, I realise, this is it. I have found inner peace. Never before have I felt so happy, so complete, so full of love and compassion towards everything in existence. "Hey Buddha boy, want a line, a cigarette, a spliff?" I hear a woman calling to me from a nearby table. I do not respond. I will not let worldly pleasures break my meditation. But eventually, my meditation is broken. A pretty looking and pleasant sounding woman sits down by my side and utters these words. "I've been watching you since you came here, and all I can say is you deserve my respect. In the middle of all this, you managed to find your inner peace." I replied to her, "Indeed, but tonight is the first time I've succeeded." She looked somewhat surprised to hear this, then asked me if I would like a drink. As she brings me a glass of water and aims a drinking straw into my mouth, I can't help but be reminded of the story of the Buddha, who while in deep meditation received small amounts of rice from a kind young girl. Soon after that, I decide to go check out the party on the main floor. The vibe there is perfect. I remember I have some weed in my pocket and roll myself a big spliff. I see many known faces, my supplier amongst others. I express my sincere gratitude for what he has given me. A gift truly worthy of receiving and giving. The clock is ticking, and the party soon comes to an end. I head back to the campsite, where I chill for a while in good company. I soon become tired, so I find my sleeping friend B, why did I give him MDMA if he's sleeping, in the tent and take his place under the blanket. I fall into a deep slumber without effort. In conclusion, this was simply the most profound spiritual experience I've ever had. I was catapulted out of the lukewarm, everyday mood into a state of pure love towards anything I laid my eyes on. I experienced the shattering of my ego. I saw with my own eye, the third one, the divine consciousness flowing through everything and everyone. I found inner peace and infinite love inside myself, something that remains present in me until this very moment. It's been 2 days since the experience, and I feel that my task now is to maintain this state of being for the rest of my life, and spread universal love and compassion amongst all sentient beings. Namaste, and remember, I love you. Lessons from the Universe. A 4-ACO DET and ketamine trip report by Erica Smerica, uploaded to Erowid July 23rd, 2002. It was Thursday, and I was visiting my old friend, the UFO scientist. We were getting pretty metaphysical today, discussing the philosophical intricacies of existence and reality. Being in his presence is very electric, very universal and psychic. Upon leaving, I decided that the planned voyage into the realm of the unknown, which was scheduled to occur over the weekend, would now happen tonight. I returned home and discussed my interesting visit with my partner, M, and before I got the chance, he asked if I would like to take our journey tonight, rather than waiting until the weekend. So we began to prepare the material in our environment. M has this pre-trip ritual that he likes to go through, and I must say, I enjoy the calming he brings to me as well. He lights incense or a bundle of sage, and walks about the house in a meditative fashion. Typically, while he's preparing the house and himself, I sit quietly and prepare myself. There isn't much one can do to prepare for a trip without causing expectations to arise, so I meditate and smile, and attempt to let go of thought completely. A bit hesitant at first, our best friend Jay made the decision to join us, so M prepared 3 capsules of 4-ACO DET. Jay took 14 milligrams, as it was his first experience with this substance, and we each took 18 milligrams. I had experienced 4-ACO DET 3 times prior to today, and am very comfortable and happy with this material, and with psychedelic experiences in general. I find this particular material to have no mind overload, no mental interference or thought, no anxiety, and absolutely no body load either. I've also noticed that 4-ACO DET is a good one to experience in nature. It typically lasts for 3 hours, with some effects only slightly lingering still at the 4 point, and is quite non-invasive when taken in lower dosages, around 14mg to 18mg. Many people seem to compare this material with mushrooms. I think all psychedelics have their own identity, but I can definitely say that 4-ACO-DET is more mushroom-like than LSD-like for me. It was 7:45 PM when we each ingested our capsule, and then out we went for a nice evening stroll in our sleepy little mountain town. At 8 PM, I was already noticing some of the effects. My body was beginning to feel warm, and movement produced nice visual traces. On our walk, I noticed the brilliant colours of nature, the luminous hues of green earth, blue sky, and red sunset. The walk seemed effortless and purely enjoyable. I was with my partner, my love, and our best friend, and nothing could have been better. The connection that the three of us have is very unique and very strong, beyond my ability to express in words. We arrived back home at 8:40 and began to prepare the ketamine. Jay was kind enough to be our keeper and join us only in spirit. Em and myself each took 120mg IM. Although I am familiar with this dosage of ketamine, because I had not yet mixed the two compounds together, I had no expectations of what the experience would hold. We selected some music to guide us. DJ Chebiseba, which is an interesting union between both transcendental and electronic science intertwined with ancient ragas. Personally, I believe that the music you select is one of the most important aspects to guiding the direction of a trip. That is, the music can take you to specific places, but should not interfere with the mind in such a way as to produce thought. The ketamine was injected at around 8:50, just at the height of the 4-ACO-DET peak, maybe at a 2.5 on the Shulgin scale. Only 10 minutes later, I was entering a land of enchantment. My trip began in a familiar space, that is, almost exactly where my last very powerful ketamine trip had ended. I was greeted back by a familiar being, who existed only as energy in the form of light. I was being taught and rewarded with beautiful strings of music for each lesson that I learned completely. I can only describe the lessons as philosophical Eastern-type proverbs of good living. The teachers were both kind and giving in their teachings, passing on ancient knowledge in such a way that I could comprehend and take in the entire lesson without adding thought. Both J and M were experiencing the same thing, as we discussed the events after we came back to our bodies. At one point, the energies were providing quite a fantastic light show for us all, dancing around us and displaying a most beautiful show of colour, shape and movement. In fact, at one point M quite gratifyingly remarked that he hadn't paid for such an incredible show, and I remember giggling ecstatically with thanks. I recall hearing the music and not realising that it was a CD, or that we were lying in our bedroom. I was completely unaware of my human body, and existed not as Erica, but as an energy on which the universe relied. In my transformed state of light, colourless light, I felt the presence of many other energies, including M's, and many old energies who seemed happy to reunite with me. It seemed as though we were gathering in a timeless space, a black like the moonless sky, and infinitely large like the universe, and we were gathering to witness something most profound. I must preface what occurred next with an explanation of the recent inquiries I've been making in relation to understanding the universe, as I know it, which directly preceded my trip today. Specifically, I've been very interested in understanding the birth of our universe, and how it is that we came into this existence, when it was that time, as we know it, came to be. My readings have led me to combine the sciences, especially physics, and the corpus of disciplines that make up cognitive science, philosophy, psychology, linguistics, computer science, engineering and education, with Eastern philosophy and religion. Learning, for me, tends to immediately become biased by the limits of human perception. That is, I have difficulties with letting go of the desire to form concepts and labels, which has hindered me in my studies and meditation. Rather than simply looking and being, paying attention with an open mind, I find myself seeking answers in a goal-directed way. What happened next is literally the most spectacular experience that I have ever been so fortunate to be witness to. In the blackness of infinity, I witnessed the union of two energies, M's and mine. We were, again, joined by all of the energies in the universe, and we all existed as white light. I was a particle being united with my antiparticle. And when our streams of white light collided, we were all witness to the birth of a universe, a new existence, and we were all very happy. I suppose in some sorts it was like the Big Bang, energies colliding and causing such disruption that existence was changed and time began. Our light was now white, with hints of soft blues and yellows, and was glowing much stronger than it had before. The universe seemed to be unfolding as it should. Everything was in its right place, and I felt an infinite love for all universal energies. By now, the ketamine was beginning to let go of me, and I was returning to my body, which was lying next to M's on our bed. One nitrous balloon, taken in by M, took me right back to the kind energy beings. I can't say that I felt overwhelmed by the vast amount of information that I had received, but because I was now slightly aware of my body, I felt as though I needed to integrate what I had just learned and experienced into my mortal life here. Therefore, rather than taking in more lessons, I just existed with them in pure bliss for several timeless moments in a world unclouded by thought. I feel surprisingly good at 10:30, when I become fully aware of my body and environment again. Although Jay didn't play an integral part in much of my experience, I felt his presence the entire time. We all discussed our experiences, and as usual, we were all in the same place together. In fact, although Jay didn't indulge in ketamine on this particular evening, he was still experiencing and existing in our realm just as if he had. For me, this trip has reinforced my both personal beliefs and the progress as to the course of my studies. I have the highest respect for all psychedelics, especially ketamine, and feel so very fortunate to have been given the opportunity to apply these useful tools to my own spiritual development and enrichment. It took me a couple of days to fully integrate what I had learned into my daily life. In fact, to say that I have achieved full integration and understanding would be a bit misleading, but I can at least describe where this trip has left me in relation to my course of study. In my trip, I got a glimpse of how it was that the concept of time, as I know it, actually began. Billions of years ago, the molecules that currently make up my human body existed only in the cosmos. I was once this simple energy, existing only in the form of light. I came to understand that I have always existed, and I will always exist in some form or another. I've never been one to call myself religious per se. I prefer to use the term spiritual. This is because I have never found one particular religious discipline that fits all of my personal beliefs. Maybe it's a simple case of semantics. Before this trip, if I were questioned about my religion, I would usually classify myself as a Buddhist, only because my beliefs are very similar to what Buddhists believe, with one major exception. I never really felt comfortable calling myself a Buddhist because I don't believe in nirvana. In fact, the idea of living this life in such a goal-directed way, as to attain enlightenment and to be direct to heaven or nirvana, seemed counterintuitive. That is, living in the here and now is not done in order to achieve something in the future. By living in this goal-directed way, living in hopes of reaching heaven or nirvana, one is contradicting the real teachings of Buddha or God. This is nirvana. This is heaven. We are living it right now, and we will continue to live it after our human bodies no longer exist. I do not do goodwill now in hopes of receiving something good in the future. I do good only for the sake of good itself. It's all a bit overwhelming, I must admit. Now, I must practice and be mindful of the gifts I have been given. State of Samadhi. A 5-MeO adult trip report by I Am Enlightened. Uploaded to Earwig December 5th, 2015. It was 2:45 AM, Sunday, December the 18th, when I made up my mind to take a high dose of 5-MeO adult. The previous night, my wife, brother-in-law and I had taken a dose of about 25 milligrams with little effect. I was determined to have a remarkable experience. What I wasn't prepared for was the state of samadhi. I had not eaten for at least 7 hours prior to the ingestion of the powder, all except a glass of water. Carefully, I measured out 200 milligrams on my digital scale. Believe me, I was so nervous, but confident that nothing would go wrong. Quickly, I poured the powder into my mouth. It was 2:55 AM when it entered my body. For those who haven't tasted it, it is an unpleasant metallic taste. Within the next 5 minutes, I made it back to my bed where my wife was already partially asleep. I kept waking her up getting in and out of bed. I say to her that I'd just taken 200 milligrams and that whatever happened within the next 3 hours or so, not to call an ambulance or panic. Of course she was worried, but I assure her to calm down and just try to get back to sleep. It was about 3:10 when I started to feel a heaviness over my body and somewhat of a relaxation. I'd also my headphones on and listening to soft meditation music I found on this Pandora radio station. No more than 10 minutes later, I started to hear the music more pronounced, and as if time was slowing down slightly. My legs started to tremble, followed by my hands, until it was throughout my whole body. I made a conscious effort to stop it, and it did momentarily. I looked at my hands as I lay in bed, and noticed a glow from my body. I remember my wedding ring shining as well. It is silver and very dull. Wow, I say to myself. At this point my wife wakes up from the shaking and asks if I'm okay. I proceed to tell her I am okay, and not to worry about anything. I finally tell myself to just relax and let go. The shaking persists until I finally lose consciousness of my surroundings and enter a dreamlike state. It was no more than an hour since I had downed the powder. In my vision there is a moment of confusion that seemed to last about 30 minutes, but very little panic or fear. I can remember in my mind continuing to say to myself, just let go. I then see what appears to be the entire universe unfold in front of me and very quickly shrink until there was pure darkness. At that moment, I thought I was dead. I had no senses for these few seconds. Finally, I see an explosion of white light consuming me as well, followed by the sounds of a chime. At the same time, this moment seemed to last for an eternity. I remember being overwhelmed by bliss and feeling as if I was with God himself. Again, this moment seemed to have lasted a lifetime, and as the dreamlike state faded, the bliss continued to increase. Oh my God. Oh my God. I must have shouted it over and over about 50 times or more, but out of joy and not fear. My whole body was relieved from worry and stress, and zero tension in my body. I was bawling my eyes out, shouting to my wife, "We made it! Enlightenment!" It was what first came to mind. I felt like a completely different person filled with joy and excitement. I later realised that my wife had no idea what I was shouting for, and that I was the only one who went on the journey. She was actually scared out of her mind until I stopped shouting. What I remembered the clearest is the state of bliss that I had reached in total relief and relaxation. It was as if God himself had touched me and relieved me of all my suffering. I thought I was in heaven. By 6 AM, I was back to sleep, but woke up filled with energy and still a bit emotional about the experience. I will indeed continue to use this substance and experiment with higher doses. The God Inside, a 25C NBOME and 4-ACO DMT trip report by Carcinogenius, uploaded to earwid.org February 6, 2012. I poured 32mg of 4-ACO DMT into a glass of Sprite, and prepped 600 micrograms of 25C NBOME for nasal administration while the 4-ACO dissolved. I sprayed the liquid NBOME solution into my nose, and chased it with the now dissolved psychedelic Sprite cocktail. My intention was to experience a strong tryptamine-phenethylamine combo and see how far I could push it. Also, I was trying to gain some confidence on a few issues and work a few things out. I accomplished all these goals and then some. For me, M-bombs are the quickest psychedelic come-up I've experienced, with the exception of DMT, and the method administration, nasally, obviously helps quite a bit too. This time was no exception. Within 10 minutes the M-bomb is coming on strong. Everything is breathing and wiggling, and my mind and body feel like how a rocket might feel before takeoff. In the next 25 or 30 minutes, the 4-ACO made its effects known, and there was no denying the tryptamine-induced jewel-encrusted world I was now in. Time essentially creeped to a halt at around this point, and I knew I needed to go lay down. I laid down in my bedroom with my dog sprawled out on my lap. I laid there for at least 2 hours, as was ushered through one of the most perfect and happy psychedelic states I have ever experienced. At the hour-and-a-half mark, things were definitely at their peak. I was consumed, and looking out the bedroom door and into the living room, the world seemed like an explosion of colour. Some colours I struggled to put a name on. The things I saw were not of this world. They were non-physical. More powerful and more important than visual manifestations in my opinion though, was the wonderful mind state I was now settled into. I swear I've never been happier in my entire life. I smiled so big and for so long that my face hurt all day afterwards. I had some serious pressure from my college schedule at the moment, and was seriously doubting my intelligence and ability to get through this semester. I went into the trip with the intent to eliminate those doubtful and anxiety-ridden thoughts I couldn't shake any other way, and thankfully it did the trick and then some. I don't want to attribute anxiety relief completely to the drugs though. I find that psychedelics make it easier to do work on yourself, probably how meditation allows others to work on themselves in such a way. I feel like it does this by letting the person look at himself or herself in a new perspective. I felt like this was the most essential psychedelic breakthrough experience, and I felt integrated with the whole. At this point, I understood something I've always failed to grasp. I suddenly realised the purpose of life, since there seems to be no real practical purpose. The God that is in all of us, and the God that created all of this, is one and the same. God created life simply to let itself experience an infinite possibility of life. By dispersing God's own consciousness into billions upon billions of souls, God can experience all facets of reality, and take in the brevity of possible experience, and especially love. At this point I closed my eyes and covered my face up with a blanket, turning the already dim room to pitch black. I had the sensation of flying or floating. I felt utterly weightless. I looked around and was surrounded on all sides by semi-transparent black glass-like interwoven tubes flowing with some sort of bright grey liquid substance. I felt as if my very being was supported by these structures. It felt very inviting and safe there. I continually had the suspicion that someone or something was there, and I felt like I was being watched. My suspicions were confirmed as two entities, exactly identical to ones I have seen in previous DMT trips, made themselves visible in front of me. Continuously rotating diamond-like objects made up of their bodies. It was clearly of a texture non-physical. It was breathtaking. Another entity appeared from in between them, and I felt a message. Not telepathically really, I just knew. This was God. The everything. It turned its head towards me, and I was in total shock and disbelief. It looked exactly like me. Same height, same face. The only difference was the body was made of the same light-like material the other entities were composed of. Shocked, I opened my eyes and was back in my bed surrounded by furniture and walls, layered with light and colours of every possible formulation. I realised right then that God is nothing more than each of us, without our brain to filter out the reality that exists beyond the physical realm, and then I instantly felt comfortable with death. Knowing that all death will be is freedom from the body and reintegration with the whole, to be immortal, and maybe possibly go on to live another life in another world. Or who knows what will really happen. Nobody knows until they're there, and it really is the most exciting and beautiful mystery of life. I tripped for a total of 7 or 8 hours maybe, and had possibly the best trip I have ever experienced. I never once lost control and was in total ecstasy the entire time. I had many revelations during this trip. The spiritual one was quite beautiful and made me smile bigger than I have in years. Another idea I had though, as simple as this may be, was about the meaning of life. I realised that life is quite simple. You just find that person who loves you back, learn how to relax, and then die. I felt this idea was so profound I had to write it down. I knew it was simple, but the thought of my perfect girlfriend and my perfect life, to be followed by eternal peace as a DMT light being after death, it was all so beautiful. I had it figured all out. But like all trip-induced revelations, the following day reading the words, they seem simple and don't mean as much. I was happy, yes, but there is no way during normal brain function to feel as happy as I was in that state. It is acceptance of life and death. It is instant peace and total understanding of the universe and of the soul. It waits for each of us after death. Enlightenment via Insanity. A 4HODET trip report by Rill the Lorks, uploaded to Irwid.org on June 11th, 2006. The shit is fucking crazy. I'd put the general ambient vibe of the drug as an odd and unsettling cross between mushrooms and LSD. Definitely good stuff, and I took a lot of it. 0 hour. I and my friend R are fucking around in some music store in my hometown. We're making chronic drug references, and everyone there seems to go along with it and our tripped out demeanour. At some point in this hippie-infested hole in the wall, we pop our capsules with approximately 38 milligrams of 4HODET, a swig of water, a few more minutes of bullshitting, and then we get on the road. We're heading to the most supernatural woods in Ohio, to once again test how close we can skate along the edge of the abyss. We smoke some pot on the way. I have an odd feeling of anticipation common with all psychs, and a chilling numbness that goes in waves from my head to my toes. The onsetting tremors, leg tremors, spine tremors, very slight twitching. It seems as if I'm shivering from a deep cold that doesn't exist. Indeed, it seems like I am now entering an entire new universe or mental operation. Ideas and thoughts are felt and observed from all angles. We start marching forth into the dark and looming woods, fresh with the smell of death. It's fall, and everything around us is rotting. The sky is pitch black. I see red runes in the sky, stern symbols that look like pure evil. I hear odd screeches going on in the background, and a guttural demonic whispering keeps buzzing in my right ear. I am prone to all the misery and misfortune of Lucifer himself. The sadness is overwhelming. There is no point. The cold embrace of nihilism has my soul in chains, and I feel so lost and helpless. Right now, I need some good vibes, some music, some affirmation of love. All I have is the fascistic embrace of the Joint Master General, my friend R, and the cold, lonely, barren and rotting woods that hold so many evil secrets. I see tortured and twisted faces screaming at me in pointless protest from the trees. The spirit of this once beautiful land has been ravaged by the blind and violent idiocy of my people. Everywhere I look, there is something horrible to be seen. I close my eyes. I see a gigantic gnawing black void. It is a huge hole, swirling and sucking everything around it into disparity and destruction. Anguish. Anguish. Why, God, why? Is there anyone out there? What is the point if everything just goes back into hell? It is at this time that I start being marauded by 1111. I see it swirling and dancing around the dark void. It's neon green and beautifully refreshing. The numbers swirl around the void but aren't sucked in. I now and still wonder if 1111 is the mark of the gateway to hell, or is somehow an implication of the dance of existence around annihilation. I open my eyes. The grey and black of the void is replaced by the dark woods. My friend is sitting next to me on a rock, overlooking a huge and beautiful valley. I am disgusted at the marks humans have made on this place. The chopped down trees, the unnatural paths, the wooden rails and walkways. Hatred. Hatred. I am burning with hate, but this is not what I want. My friend and I are talking about San Francisco, and about how many acid burnouts there are there. I feel like I'm in an electric embrace of LSD, but yet it is somehow different, less spacey and more clear-headed. I'm trying to comprehend the failure of the LSD culture, the influx of evil, the state of the world. Why, God, why? I begin to think of things in profoundly non-linear and abstract terms, If there is only one thing in existence, and it is essentially an illusory reflection, then how can there be good and evil? The red energies of evil and malice that emanate from my body are in full view. The green energies that I also emanate are also in full view. Duality. Goddamn duality. I begin to think about my past lives, the horror and bloodshed I have unleashed upon innocent populations. The sky begins raining blood. I look up and I see thousands, if not millions, of red pentagrams dancing around in the sky, swirling and tipping back and forth. They look stern, remorseless and hurtful. I know this is just a pagan symbol, but the fear it stirs in me is all too familiar. The blood is raining from the sky, but not touching the ground or myself. It looks electrical. I want to cry, but I don't because of my company. I'm seeing huge warplanes in my mind, dropping payload after payload of bombs, not caring where they land, just hoping to inflict pain and terror. The swastika is emblazoned and revolving in my mind. The swastika. What have I done? I am the devil. There is no deeper evil than I. This realization brings about a great feeling of relief. If I am indeed the greatest evil on this planet, then I have nothing to fear but myself. All of this suddenly becomes so clear. Evil, malice, discord, chaos, they are all tools. Divine troubleshooting tools. They are created to form a platform from which those with the will may transcend to better ways of thinking and acting. The universe is threatening itself to provoke strength, respect, and love. I begin to realise that all of the oppression on this planet, while it brings great suffering, also brings people together, and people learn from it. Evil just stresses the weak points of the system, provoking positive change. Considering the amazing, ridiculous amount of evil I have been involved with, I contemplate the possibility of my own positive change. I am the king of all hell. In my mind I say, you are all free. And all the tortured faces, all my minions, go do whatever you want. Do what thou wilt, shall be the whole of the law. Love under will. This is all a laughable illusion. I laugh at myself for being stupid and blind enough to fall for my own tricks. I laugh profusely, hysterically. I am the darkest and lightest being that has ever existed, yet my comprehension of myself is childish and narcissistic. It's funny. It's the funniest thing ever. The forest begins to clear up, the mood begins to lift. I look up into the sky and unleash a furious, powerful energy through my body. I want to scream, but it's too powerful for me to scream. It rips through my being. The horrifying spiritual pollution that racked my being is lit aflame. I begin hearing Indian flute music in my head. I feel fucking groovy. The LSD culture was just a precursor. The flame has not been snuffed out. It is merely hiding, slowly growing into a massive fire. We smoke another bowl of pot, which drastically increases my pleasure and positivity, and we head into the town. The smell of death is rank, but no longer frightens me. The evil things that lurk in the darkness at my home will have a new enemy to deal with now. Universal comprehension. My friend R has one thing on his mind, trying to hustle the local hippies out of some money via his sport of choice, billiards. We arrive at some random pool hall in the middle of town. The scenery is like some weird, awkward scene straight out of Fear and Loathing, and someone was giving booze to these goddamn animals. This is like 2 weeks after Halloween, but cheesy and trippy Halloween decorations are still abound. A gigantic pumpkin shines a deadly smile at me. I laugh at it. The bar is filled with aging and decrepit African Americans, burnt out hippies, and a small coven of hardcore pool players lining the table in the back. I sit down. I don't even want to be here. I don't pay attention to the pool game, but the music catches my ear. They are playing some odd form of Negro bebop, and in my vulnerable state, the female vocals are throwing my emotions for a loop. I've never felt this way before. Never felt so open and alive. Never have I before sympathised with the soul of another people, especially a black person. Again, I wanted to cry, but I kept it in. I know my eyes are lined with tears, and I know my pupils are huge. A stoned and drugged out hippie teen in a random bar is a common sight in this town. Nobody notices or cares, but I love them anyways. Goddamn beautiful idiots. Fear owns them all. I seek to destroy that fear. And so the game is concluded. R loses money and we go home. On the ride home, I concentrate on spreading green compassionate energy, and I feel like I'm glowing. I look in the mirror and my eyes are glowing green. They look just like a snake's. We put in Shine On You Crazy Diamond and it starts softly raining. Pink Floyd is divinity. Soothing space rock calms my nerves, and the insane peak begins to plateau into a long period of clear-headedness and energy. It's been a beautiful experience. Today we're taking a look at another lesser known psychedelic known as DOM, or 2,5-dimethoxy-4-methylamphetamine. Psychonaut Wiki describes it as being a highly dose-sensitive psychedelic that is often sold on blotting paper and known for its strong visuals, body load and neutral analytical headspace. Many reports also indicate that the effects of this chemical may be overly difficult to use for those who are not already experienced with psychedelics. So yeah, I thought I'd just give you that little overview before we get stuck in. The Glory and the Terror. A DOM and sleep deprivation trip report by Prometheus, uploaded to earwid.org on October 19, 2019. I have never wanted to write an experience report. I have gone to the desert and back on many substances, and I would say that my strongest psychedelic experience before DOM was 25 hits of acid, or 70 milligrams of 2CB insufflated. This is a different ballgame, however. I took 10 milligrams orally at a small festival in Northern California with 100 of my closest friends. I knew that I was going after a Leviathan, and I wanted to be around all of the people who loved me in case I had a psychotic break. Please also note that I have never had any psychotic issues on any substance ever before. 0 hours. No noticeable effects. 1 hour. I'm beginning to feel a small amount of trepidation, a bit like my first acid trip. 2 hours. It feels like a primal force is building inside of me. It was at this moment that I knew I was in for an experience. Do you know what it's like right before that 110 miles per hour storm in the desert? That eerie sense of calm. I begin to feel a sensation of fingers drumming on my spine. 3 hours. Oh my god. What have I done? It feels like 1,000 rhinos crashing headfirst into one another at my feet. The visuals are far harder than the hardest acid visuals I've ever had, and the journey hasn't even begun yet. It's like a roar that grows louder every second. I've never done anything as loud as this drug. 4 to 6 hours. At first it seems like all I have to worry about is things looking pretty and a bit of warmness in my chest. As the trip goes on though, I start to feel emotions, like a beam of light into my chest. It's so fascinating, like every emotion being poured into me like a faucet. Fear, love, happiness, anger, sadness, and most interesting, bone-chilling terror. I've never feared anything in my life, and I don't believe I actually feared the sensations of this chemical. But I did shake for the rest of the trip every now and again. It's like what I imagine one might feel when being hunted. The DOM roars louder with each passing second. I can feel every cell in my brain firing as hard as any trip I've ever experienced, like they're frying on acid but much, much harder. The trees in the woods begin to breathe. As I try to dance on the dance floor at this camp out full of friends, I am acutely aware that I am the loudest thing in the room, as if I were the sun and all of the hippies on acid were lesser stars 1,000 miles away. I burn so hot. Every person who tries to talk to me is overwhelmed by the intensity of my gaze, such that I try not to make eye contact while describing the effects of this chemical. 7 to 14 hours. I've never experienced a drug that gets louder for 14 hours. It is surreal. I went to the bathroom in my room to get some water, and the droplets along the sink seemed to be pulled upwards by a million tiny claws. I feel all of the emotions, like standing on the edge of awe while simultaneously being hunted by a pack of hyenas. I vomit, and I'm certain that my girlfriend is outside of the room slitting her wrists open and carving her heart out of her chest like an Aztec sacrifice. I call her name as loud as I can, but she doesn't hear me. I step through the door after I regain a small amount of composure, and there she is in the next room, totally fine, totally human. I had no idea psychedelics could do that to you. This realisation made me very happy, as it was yet another confirmation that hallucinations are not real. I could feel 1,000 eyes bearing down on me, and I loved it. That feeling of fear is something I will savour forever. I began to fall in and out of love with my girlfriend 1,000 times a second. It is so bizarre to measure romances in hertz. I can't even imagine how it must have felt for her at the time. No, when talking about it later, she described this as a surreal experience for her, as normally I am the mentally strongest person she's ever met, and at the moment I was so very weak. She found such an incredible change in my demeanour to be unnerving. In retrospect, I could have tried to warn her more beforehand, but realistically I had no idea what I was getting myself into. Again, this was orders of magnitude stronger than 25 hits of acid. We go for a walk in the woods, and I'm certain that another person would have lost their mind in that darkness. Every line, every shadow, looked like a monster reaching forth to consume me. I think the world could smell my fear, but I was laughing at how ludicrous that thought could be while simultaneously shaking in terror. It was so cool. The visuals and the emotions begin to let up at hour 14. From hour 14 to 20 hours, I've made it through the woods of this trip relatively unscathed. Now the emotions are tolerable, like seeing a beautiful painting and a rattlesnake at the same time, instead of standing on the edge of a canyon while being hunted. The peak of this trip was like experiencing the totality of glory and terror at the same time. I spend most of these quieter hours describing the experience to a number of my friends, some of whom remark their experiences on lower doses of other methylated 2C variants. I try to sleep by shake every so often, enough that I feel like I'm bothering my girlfriend, so I get back out of bed and walk around. I begin to disassemble the artworks I brought to this event while still hallucinating as hard as any acid trip I've ever been on. Around hour 20 the visuals were beginning to subside. The roar was like a dull moan now. From 21 hours to 25 hours the effects of the drug are nearly gone. It feels like the waning hours of a very calm acid trip now. I made the mistake of taking it after having been up nearly 24 hours already, and I still don't feel tired. I ended up falling asleep at about 30 hours, and I slept without dreams. Overall, I would describe this drug as the closest thing that I've had to a primary religious experience. I would not recommend this chemical to anyone who had not taken acid at least 100 times, and I would not recommend it to anyone who was well acquainted with fear. It is the first sinister psychedelic I have ever taken, and I will never forget it. To be able to touch bone-chilling terror is such an incredibly special experience for me, one that provided a stark relief against which to view my life. I had so many revelations and so many lessons learnt. I realised that all I fear in life is losing the people I love, and that I have so much work to do in this land. I want to build so many things, and I'm excited to be more thoughtful in my choices in this life. This drug is a special thing, and should not be taken lightly at all. I saw myself in ways I hadn't before. After this experience, I felt like I had slain a dragon. cannot comprehend what happened. A Salvinorin B ethomethyl ether trip report by Jomo, uploaded to earwid.org on May 2nd, 2019. This is stronger than anything you can imagine. To start off, I have many years of experience in chemistry. My job involves it, and I was always interested in it as a kid. Of course, I studied it in college. I've never really synthesized any drugs for my own use though, so this was a first. I heard of Salvinorin B ethoxymethyl ether online and did some research. After a few hours of work, I devised a synthesis method. The next day I ordered some salvia leaves. They arrived in about a week. I quickly extracted the Salvinorin A and put it in a small vial. I went to my makeshift lab in my garage and got to work. It took a few hours, but I finally ended up synthesizing Salvinorin B ethoxymethyl ether from Salvinorin A, or at least I assumed. The next day I brought it to work and performed gas chromatography, mass spectrometry on the substance. It was Salvinorin B ethoxymethyl ether. Excited to likely be one of the first to experience this compound, I put the rest of the material in my bag and went home a few hours later. While I was excited to experiment, I remembered my previous experiences with salvia and became a little hesitant. But I realised how rare this compound is. It needs to be experimented with. I measured out 50 UG and smoked it. No effects. Then 100 UG. Slight buzz. No effects other than that. I then decided to throw in 275 UG. I took the hit. I held it. Within 5 seconds I ended up feeling something. My knees started warping and stretched out about 20 feet and went through the door. I stood up and my head blasted through the ceiling, and before I knew it I was standing above my city. I could see each and every person doing their thing. I tried to bend down and look further, and reappeared in my house before disappearing and falling through my floor into an endless array of eerie sounds. I eventually reached the bottom and felt my body hit the ground. A creature walked toward me and grabbed me by the neck and said,
"You better know what you're doing,"
in a disturbing voice. Then he threw me and I landed. I stood up and realised I was in the 1950s. The trip went from impossible events to me simply existing in a different time. Walked around on this street and found a newspaper on the ground. I could read each and every article. At the top it read August 6, 1953. I didn't know that it wasn't real. It was all that I knew. I could remember my life, but it wasn't mine. It was the life of the person that I was in 1953. I could remember my childhood, school years, first job, everything. I went into a restaurant. I walked to the counter and asked for a hot dog. The woman said no problem, and I sat down. A few minutes later she brought over my order. I began to bite in before I saw that instead of a hot dog between buns, it was my real self, wiggling between the bread. I freaked out, but didn't know who it was. I was wondering what was going on, because I felt like something was wrong in the person that I was during this time. I then began to feel lightheaded and everything went black. I then rolled over and I was back to reality. I had no idea who I was, what anything was. My ceiling was falling apart and breaking into little pieces everywhere. Anything that I looked at had a face and smiled at me. About 10 minutes later most of this subsided and I realised what happened. My mind was blown. This was an infinite amount stronger than my strongest experience on salvia. I went and looked at my clock. Nearly 3 hours had passed. That's about all I have to say. If I experiment with it anymore, I'll be sure to write more reports. However, that is unlikely for now, because I truly cannot comprehend what happened. The first encounter with psychedelics. An unknown dose of 2CE. probably in excess of 20 milligrams. Edit. My friend just told me I also had an unknown amount of JWH-018 methinks that night. Apparently the 2CE dose was really high, in excess of 35 milligrams. Sorry for the late clarifications. Maybe this further explains the very shamanistic experiences that I haven't quite got recreated with 2CE later on. This might turn into a bit of a rambling and long post, so bear with me. I decided to write down my thoughts and feelings of the first ever stronger psychedelic encounter I've had, before new ones appear, just to give a different kind of an angle to psychoactive substances. I'm quite sure I might think differently of this later on, but here goes. The setting and start. That day I arrived to a psytrance festival held in a forest. Having a good deal of alcohol and ganja under me, I was searching for any digestible drugs that wouldn't come with a price tag or heavy addiction. So I was given half a litre bottle of water with 2CE in it. I'm not sure of the exact dosage. I think someone more experienced had taken one trip off the bottle, so that it had a little over half of the water left. I drank most of the rest. Looking at information and reports of 2CE, I could guess the dosage was around 30 milligrams. The first outworld contact. At about 30 minutes in, I got a slight stomachache. I felt a bit like puking, although not excessively. I had felt sicker standing in the smoking box of my favourite bar, so this wasn't anything too harsh to deal with. Around the same time, I started getting my first visual distortions. At the beginning, they were very subtle. In the corner of my eye, thinking that I saw something odd or a friend or something that shouldn't be there, but nothing major. These visual distortions slowly evolved, and at around 1.5 hours from consumption I had a full screen weaves going on. The ground would raise to small bumps and people would tilt to the side and so on. From this moment on I didn't speak much really, although I felt I had really an awesome lot to say, perhaps partly due to the cannabis consumption too. I just couldn't find words or spell them out right. If I concentrated I could go for, yeah, I feel fine and I just wouldn't be able to speak anymore after that. The sounds and sensory system were still rather fine, and I would also see odd waves of lights going on, and colours were brighter and somehow even deeper. Socially obnoxious and first sound distortions. Time started to be really hard to follow by now. I think it had been around 2 to 2.5 hours from consumption. There was this tent in where many of my friends had gathered together. I occasionally went inside, but I'd soon get bad vibes from some of the people there. The guy who sat next to me suddenly seemed really rude, even though he didn't really do anything. He just felt somehow untrustworthy. Whenever he spoke or even breathed, I'd hear the sound as if it was right next to my ear. I just couldn't take it, it was making my head spin. And plus the tent was dark, many scary things flying on top of it. I'd see bats and ravens in the shadows, which made me a bit jumpy, so I kept going in and out, and eventually I decided that Outworld was better, and so I set on an adventure. The first encounter with an alien life form. I went to walk to the forest now. It had been around 3 hours since my consumption of 2CE, and I was starting to feel really weird. Sound would be fully disordered. I'd hear the melodies in the air slower, the trance beat even slower. As you know, I was in a psytrance festival and it had 24/7 non-stop trance playing on in the background. A perfect setting. Anyway, in the forest, I didn't get far, since somehow the world just struck me with its beauty. I would see butterflies flying in the air with weird fractals in their wings. I'd see dead flowers come back to life and otherwise common hallucinogenic features. I just sat in the forest for a while, staring at the trees and their colours. I increasingly much realised things I could have been more courteous about. Many small ways of how I could take my environment and friends better to my judgment. I left the forest and went to a water drinking place, and I somehow cut a bit of my skin. Not much, well, it didn't even bleed, I think. But instantly I felt like I'd cut a major vein, and blood just poured all over me. I thought my hand was full of blood, and as I watched it, it seemed to melt away, leaving me a skeleton there. I think I should have panicked, but instead I just thought, oh my, while smiling. I went to lay down a moment in my private tent, but it didn't last long, since the tent was just swirling and turning into fractals and spirals. It made me very dizzy. I decided to pay a quick visit to the big tent of friends, back out, and then to another forest stroll. A loosely shamanistic experience, ego death, and the highest point. Back in the forest this time, I walked even further. I just kept on walking. I saw sort of a tunnel in between the trees, so I just walked through it and it seemed like the world would start to change. It felt really like a place of my own and nobody else's. I didn't encounter anyone in the forest somehow, which is very odd considering the festival had around 5,000 people attending. Occasionally I stopped to watch flowers blooming or butterflies flying around. I didn't really care of anything I felt but seeing the world and its beauty. Sound and sensory systems were really strongly mixed to the visuals as well. The fractals would go deeper with the trance beat, and whenever I looked towards the way the music came from, everything would start to be imbued with life. Trees and flowers grew, and whenever I looked away from the music, I'd just see darkness. Grass and trees would become copies of each other. I'd see eyeballs in between the rows of trees. 2 eyeballs per each gap. It was all very symmetrical, and in many ways I became more natural with my own thoughts and beliefs, a feeling that still persists to this day. I spent a really long time in the forest, sitting and watching. Eventually I walked on and somehow bumbled towards a police car. They wanted me to breathalyse for the alcohol measurement thing, but I couldn't breathe. I tried and smiled and said, I did breath. Anyway, somehow their conclusion was that I was merely drunk, so they left me be. During this process, I actually bit my tongue. I was thinking, I need to bite my tongue to keep sane. Without going to do it, but I ended up doing it anyway. Instantly, it felt like my whole mouth was filled with blood and I'd drown in it. It didn't really bother me though, I could just look past it. I continued on, and at this point I think I reached the absolute fullest effects. I guess this is around the 4th to 5th hour. Everyone would seem like an emotion blur. Hypnoglow got a new meaning too. I really felt one with everything and everyone around me. I could feel that many things that used to matter didn't matter now. A range of things in fields of politics, science, society, etc. Smoothed down, tired. The drugs started to wear off. For the next 3 to 4 hours I could still see visual distortions and hear sound a bit differently, but it was slowly going away. I had an awesome walk to a turnip mustard field, and the sun was just rising and it felt so amazing to witness it. All the white flowers in the pitch started to liven up and sun rays literally danced in the horizon over the golden fields. It was very emotional and pretty. The sound was still slow and it went on its own, but it was starting to go down. At some point I farted hard and I thought I had shit my pants. This was again one of those experiences that felt to me more natural with myself and less interested of opinions of others. I attempted to sleep, but I still couldn't yet. So I walked around and occasionally laid down on the bed. Eventually, after lots of walking around and seeing the fractals and hearing the sound distortions going down, I finally was able to lay down for good and fell asleep. I slept the next 24 hours or so, only occasionally waking up to eat a bit. Quick conclusion, final thoughts. As my first heavy psychedelic experience, it was a very nice one. It wasn't hard on the psyche at all. I did have a few fears like, will this ever stop? But they quickly went away when I went walking and saw the surrounding nature, and it grounded me again. I think the setting for this trip was really perfect, to be honest. One question of interest is, how much did the rather large dose of alcohol and cannabis have to play? They say cannabis usually enhances this kind of experience greatly, but alcohol as a sedative would work against the mildly stimulating effect of the 2CE, perhaps making the experience a lot easier to handle. To not overthink it. Here's a list of different sound, visual and sensory system effects I got. Fractals. All kinds of fractals. Mainly spirals. Hypnoglow and motion blur. Sound and sensory systems strongly affected the visuals. Melting of objects. Sound extremely slowing down, sounding more repetitive than it was. A brief glimpse of an ego death. A point wherein I didn't really care or feel myself, but not in a bad way at all. Only negative I got was mild nausea, but that passed quite soon. I could honestly say that this seems like the perfect drug for a trip, not lasting overly long and not including strong hallucinations. So we're coming at you today with one of the most profound dissociative trip reports I've ever seen. Usually, trip reports on ketamine and MXE and other dissociatives of the like, they usually just focus on the feeling of the experience rather than the extremely deep layers of the whole, which is what you get into when you take a high dose of a dissociative such as K or MXE. And MXE is much more potent than ketamine and other dissociatives, so you can only imagine what sort of places this chemical can take you if you are to delve into the whole. And this user in particular, he describes the intense euphoria from dissolving the self via these extremely potent dissociatives. It's very different to an ego death or ego dissolution experience on a classic psychedelic. It almost seems to be a shortcut to heaven in a sense. And it's a real treat to read because you often don't see this with these sort of reports. I think you'll enjoy this one, so stick around for it. How can one live with such knowledge? Methoxetamine and Cannabis by The Explorer. Me, male in his early 20s, graduate student, stable personal life, introverted, philosophical, analytical. If it matters, I'm gay and non-religious. My prior drug history. Smoked a bowl of weed for the first time in December 2011. Since then, I've tried in order DMT, Salvia, MDMA, LSD, DXM, DOC, LSA, DPH, only once, nitrous, ketamine, mushrooms, crystal meth, methylphenidate, and 5-MeO-MIPT. Also the usual litany of alcohol, tobacco, nicotine and spice. And finally, methoxetamine. I fell in love with dissociatives after the first time I tried DXM, in February 2012. I spent 2 months moving from a high first plateau dose, 195 milligrams for me, all the way up to a mid-third plateau dose, 850 milligrams. I had many wonderful nights with DXM, exploring its inner realm potential, listening to music as I never had before, and allowing the drug to take me to new regions of the mind. Around that same time, late March, I obtained a line of ketamine, the drug I'd been longing for weeks to try, at a rave. I got home that night, tried it out, 125mg insufflated, and decided that, given its relative rarity and exorbitant prices, I ought to give MXE, a fairly inexpensive, legally available analogue, a try. So I ordered a gram from a reliable vendor, waited a couple of weeks for it to arrive from overseas, and gave it a spin. It took me about a month to finish off that first gram, including about 250mg that I gave away or sold to friends. I'd take oral or sublingual doses of 20 to 30mg, dipping my finger into the bag and licking up little bits of the powder until I got to where I wanted to go. I was impressed with the gentle nature of the experience, the way the drug allowed me to glide in and out of space effortlessly. The dissociation felt almost voluntary. If I closed my eyes, I could feel a bit removed from the world, but if I wanted to remain fully functional, I could do that too. DXM has a way of shooting you out of a cannon into the dissociative realm. MXE, much like ketamine, is clean, soft, and friendly. I took doses like this many times before going to work, or with a bowl of weed at night to relax and enjoy music. I'd also attempt medium doses, 30 to 50mg, often mixed in with something else such as weed, shrooms, or even DMT. These experiences were quite nice, although as a lover of visual immersive experiences, I was extremely disappointed by the fact MXE's closed-eye visuals were so dull and dark. DXM and ketamine gave me lucid dreamlike visuals. For a couple of weeks, I thought that I must have burned myself out or something, that it was my fault, not the drugs, that I was seeing so little when I closed my eyes. This isn't the case. MXE is simply not a very visual drug until you take a significantly higher dose. Realising that I enjoyed MXE, I ordered another 2 grams. At first I kept experimenting with low range doses, up to about 30mg, although every couple of weeks throughout April, May and June, I'd go on slightly higher dose trips, up to about 60mg. I considered these to be fairly strong experiences. They thrust me into a dreamlike state, in which I could interact with people in a detached, light, airy way, think about life from a logical, detached perspective, and enjoy music, especially ambient or atmospheric music, in new ways. The euphoria was incredibly pleasant, and was one of the highlights of the experience. In May, I spent the night with one of my druggy friends and we decided to give the M-hole a go. We turned off all of the lights except for our laptops, measured out 80mg doses, the suggested amount for an M-hole experience according to several online sources, and closed our eyes. We were both very impressed by the experience. Music was ethereal, the space and size distortions were unbelievable, and the euphoria was breathtaking. This was a one-off thing though, and having a friend around significantly altered the experience. This was my first truly high-dose MXE experience. Anyway, later in June, a few weeks ago as I'm writing this, I started using the drug more frequently, in an attempt to unlock its spiritual, rather than recreational, potential. I'd make more of a conscious effort to turn the lights off, immerse myself in atmospheric music, and smoke a lot of weed to thrust me into space. Just as a side note here from personal experience, combining cannabis with a dissociative like ketamine or MXE can seriously potentiate the experience into psychedelic levels in some way. Cannabis is an amazing potentiator of chemicals. It can also be a bit of a game of Russian roulette because you really don't know which way it's going to go. I'd take doses in the 50 to 70mg range regularly for a couple of weeks. These experiences felt otherworldly, similar in intensity to my third plateau DXM experiences, except with less of a body load. Visuals became slightly more apparent, the euphoria ramped up, the headspace felt more immersive. I also felt like I was forgetting more of the experience upon waking up the next morning, but that wasn't too big of a deal. I was used to that from a DXM. As June turned into July, I thought that I'd once again go for the M-hole. I took an 80mg dose with some weed over the course of a couple of hours, and had an experience similar to the one that I'd had before with my friend, except, of course, I was alone and more able to immerse myself in the headspace. I told one of my friends that I'd gone deeper into the hole than before, and that I felt like I was truly unlocking the drug's spiritual potential. The problem was that there was this nagging doubt. I kept reading online that if you'd truly been in the hole, you'd know it. That it was like falling off a cliff. I thought that I'd been in the hole, simply because the experience had become qualitatively different than what my medium-high doses have offered, but wasn't quite sure if I was right. I was wrong. It wasn't until later that I realised that my entire conception of dissociative drugs had been skewed. Given the dosage information online, I figured that the drug kind of maxed out after 80mg or so, that beyond that was likely blackout or overdose. Taking 100mg for instance, always struck me as foolish. But that's not true. A person can take 80, 100, 120, 150mg of MXE. 80mg is only the entrance point to the M-hole, not the peak experience that the drug offers. So I decided to go for it. I decided to really try to enter the M-hole for real. A few days ago I weighed out 30mg, a nice way to begin the experience. An hour went by and I snorted 30mg more, bringing me to my typical medium-high level headspace. Another 30 minutes went by and I snorted another 20mg. Another 30 minutes, another 20mg, plus a bowl of weed. Then I turned the lights off and entered the hole. At first, I was overcome by stereotypical feelings associated with first-time entrance to the dissociative hole. Did I take too much? Am I going to be okay? Am I dying? If I stop fighting this experience, am I going to black out? But I reminded myself that the drug is already in my system, that I didn't take anything unsafe, and that this was simply an incredibly intense altered state of consciousness that if I'm going to enjoy, I'm going to need to surrender to the experience. Calming myself down only took about 2 minutes, and then I let go. Then, my head was filled with a new thought. Holy shit, this is it. This is the fucking hole. I'm in. I rested my head against my pillow, and my mind took over. I was then given a bizarre cosmic tour through the nether regions of my mind. Mystical architecture floating on clouds, strange rooms that I'd never seen before, unfamiliar people who somehow seemed so comforting, intense size and space distortions like nothing I'd ever felt before. One minute the entire universe felt like it had been stuffed into a small corner. The next, I was suspended above an infinite void. Manic euphoria, total detachment from any worldly concern. Atmospheric music gave a mystical, transcendental feel to the experience. Oh yeah, and it makes you piss like a gallon of water. Stay hydrated, kids. Anyway, that was obviously a pretty goddamn wonderful experience, so I decided to venture back into the hole the following 2 nights, last night and the night before. Both times, I took 120mg and smoked a bit of weed throughout. The 2 experiences I just had with this dose were very similar, so I'll simply recount the basic nature of it all. Keep in mind that if you seek an experience like this, you need to be alone in your room, at night, in the pitch black darkness, with your eyes closed. All of the immersion was still prominent. You're fully sucked into the wormhole. But the key feature of the hole at this level is the godlike euphoria. It feels as though you've literally entered the gates of heaven, and that God and his angels are trumpeting your arrival as the chosen one. It's as if your entire body has erupted into the best orgasm of your life, times 5, while you're winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Basically, it's just perfect. It's like you're bathing in a warm, radiant, existential glow. Your entire consciousness is just absolutely immersed in a divine, godlike, ecstatic bliss. All is right with the universe, and I mean the entire universe. Everything can be placed into perspective, and anything, I mean anything at all that might be worrying you, seems irrelevant in the grand scheme of the cosmic patchwork. You get it when you're in the whole, and the very fact that you exist is reason for a jubilant, joyous celebration of the soul. You are in love with yourself and your existence, and it's an unparalleled state of transcendental contentness. You feel, in a word, like God. I successfully replicated this experience. This happened 2 nights in a row, so I know it's not a fluke. So what do I do, now that I know that I can go to heaven whenever I want, if only I pay about $2 for a line of white powder? How does a person live with the knowledge that all of the kings that have ever existed, all of the most richest, powerful, successful people in the world, all of the spiritualists and religious leaders and monks of the world, have never felt such bliss as I have, with this little white powder, synthesized for the first time just a couple of years back? It's better than any sex I've ever had, any accomplishment I've ever achieved, any friendship or love I've ever known. How am I to process this? My life is great. The whole helps me see how wonderful my sober life is. My sober life is fantastic. I'm a very blessed person. My friends, and my best friend in particular, are amazing. I have a boyfriend with whom I'm completely sexually and emotionally compatible. I've accomplished many interesting and unusual things. I'm on track to earn a doctorate one day. I've met my idols and role models. I've been to many concerts and raves. I have a good home life, and unlimited opportunities await me. My life is great, but the whole is better. Nothing compares to what I felt in the whole. So what do I do now? Is it okay to go into the whole a lot? What are the dangers, emotionally and intellectually and physically? Should I go back yet again tonight? Why wouldn't a person want to? Why would anyone deny the opportunity to do this again, over and over? I'm not sure how I need to move forward. This isn't really how I'd have expected myself to respond to this situation, if someone had told me I'd be in it. But why would I have ever expected myself to be in this situation? It's totally absurd, and nobody would believe me if I told them anyway. So why bother? I now know how to enter a state of godlike, ecstatic, euphoric bliss any time I want. I mean, isn't this completely absurd? What does a human being do when he's given this ability? What is one to do with knowledge like this? Does he tell others about it? Does he devote much of his life to studying and exploring it? Does he arrange a routine around it? Oh yeah, I'd much rather spend my nights refreshing internet sites and fapping rather than going to heaven and experiencing divine cosmic bliss. I mean, what is this? It's a farce. This is an absurd scenario on an almost literary scale. How can a person live with this knowledge? How can I look at life in the same way after experiencing this? Someone once told me that Anne Shulgin hated ketamine because she never knew of anyone who could handle it. I now see exactly what she meant. I've experienced heaven, and I know that I can experience it over and over again, whenever I want, and I don't know how to proceed. One would think that it would excite me and make me want to tell everyone all about it, right? But I feel like trying to explain it to anyone would be ridiculous and impossible. Instead, it's just left me strangely content and kind of objective and detached. The whole is a secret inner realm where everything is perfect. I can go to it whenever I want. Again, I ask, how does a human being confront this knowledge? The drug is not physically addictive. It will not destroy my body, unless I use it idiotically, which ain't gonna happen. There's no hangover. It's a wonder drug. What's the catch? What's the catch to having instant nirvana in a little white powder? I know, it sounds like a tragedy in the making, disaster over the long term waiting to happen. but it looks so perfect from here. I'm going to hand my MXE to my best friend tonight, so it's at his house rather than mine. I don't want it to tempt me. I want to go back tonight, I really do, and I'm afraid that I might do it if I have it with me. I don't want to build a massive tolerance, and I don't want to abandon life and become obsessed with the whole. So right now I'm sitting here, fixated on the whole, trying to figure out right now what role it will play in my life. I'm absolutely perplexed. I'm not sure what to do. I just feel like something is different now. I'm alternately nervous, excited, content, confused, amazed, enlightened, perplexed, scared, hopeful. Enter the dissociative hole at your own risk. If you want to go to heaven, experience nirvana, feel ultimate cosmic bliss, and achieve a rapturous state of being, you can do it for the price of a Big Mac. You can know what it's like to be God, but how will you live with that knowledge? So here's another trip report concerning a psychedelic of the amphetamine class, which is called DOC, also known as 4-chloro-2,5-dimethoxyamphetamine, and it's under the same family as DOB in the last trip report, and again is known for its long duration and the mixture of psychedelic and stimulating effects. Unfortunately, the user in this report underwent quite the traumatic experience, much like the last one, although, again, it doesn't exclusively produce negative effects. There is always positive ones to be had, but the negative ones usually make for the most entertaining stories. So yeah, I hope you enjoy and learn a bit more about this unknown chemical. I'm fairly experienced with psychedelics, especially phenethylamines, less so with tryptamines. I've had very heavy dosages of some, including LSD, DXM, 2CP and DOM, of which I've never had any serious problems that I couldn't handle. But this experience was the single most intense and frightening drug experience I've ever undergone, and nothing I've ever had even slightly compares to this. I've been thrown into a state of madness and fear, and for the first time thought I was legitimately dying. I unknowingly overdosed, alone, which is very bad on its own, but I can imagine it being way more traumatizing and dangerous if I was around people, especially friends, especially the wrong ones, at the time. This would probably have scarred friendships if anyone I knew saw me, and I am very happy today that this was not the case. I have a ton of experience with DOC, using it every weekend about a year ago, since it's insanely cheap, potent and strong. My highest dose was 8 mg oral, and my last dose of DOC nearly a year ago was 3 mg snorted. Both of these experiences, actually all to an extent, were intensely paranoia-inducing, and I was always very scared and uncomfortable around people or alone. I had hidden social anxiety at the time, yet I still chose to do it every weekend. For what reason except being high, I don't know. My reason for this was simply exploring the power of psychedelic amphetamines, what actually lies above the standard dose. I always do my research, although I focus more on the good things than the bad ones, which it took some time and a good friend in a similar situation to realise. I guess that's just how addiction slowly reprograms your brain. I will never go back to that place again. Being the slightly junkie-like person I was back then, I settled somewhere in the woods, which was unusually crowded and windy, and as fast as possible, I put my line on my phone, to be safe, about 3/4 of a capsule weighed as 10 mg, which was displayed on my scale. But only now I know that such small dosages on scales are practically unreliable, so I have no idea how much was actually in there. Probably 1/2 of a milligram of what was on my phone was also blown away from the wind. I suspect the dose to be anywhere between 8 to 12 mg, with analysing what it looked like eyeballed and what was left in the capsule. Note that I originally planned to take the whole thing. I snorted. There was no initial burn. Upon looking behind me, there was some guy walking his dog coming towards me, so I quickly got up and went. Pretty sure he saw me, but not what I was doing. I put on my beats, decided to play some trap music, say Trap City, etc. It took about 5 minutes before I felt anything. Now it started to burn slightly in my nose, and in what felt like an instant, the visuals just popped up, comparable to what you would see on 200 mics. Already there were strange body sensations, and I was unable to talk with the guy from before, which said something to me about his dog being shy and stuff. Luckily he didn't question me anything. 10 minutes in. By now I was on top of the hill, had a nice view, and then I knew I was tripping pretty hard, but was not dysphoric yet. In fact, I don't know what exactly I felt then. Everything looked extremely surreal. Colours were way brighter, almost blinding and simplified. There were also some patterns which displayed themselves on the field, transparent lines which swirled into each other. I only have that one image of what the field looked like, but not anything else I looked at, which makes me believe these were the first hints of amnesia or memory encoding failures. The one word I thought of then to describe these visuals was cheap, similar to the motive on Hoffman blotters. 15 minutes in. I was still walking. Still don't know what I was feeling then. It was kinda an empty, hollow soul within me. No emotions felt, no questions asked. I couldn't feel my whole body, and my lips and mouth were getting uncomfortably numb. What I could feel was the burn in the back of my nose, which felt very caustic, as if my skin starts to crack up and dry out. I had the feeling I was about to get a nosebleed, but I didn't, which further confused me. I start fidgeting with a piece of paper in one pocket, and the volume buttons of my phone in the other without realising it. The weather was weird. There were occasional strong winds of a coldness and mist, which I couldn't feel but still aggravated me. I got slightly fearful by now, which was probably mostly due to the music, which since I pressed the volume buttons sounded very faint and distant, and everything that I did hear was screeches and hollow melodies and bass from the trap, not really happy music. I had to sit down for a moment. I wasn't myself anymore. Looking around, I realised that something is wrong. My brain is massively overloaded, and so is my body and vision. I had some etizolam with me and some flunitrazolam, of which I took 0.5 and 0.125 milligrams, respectively, which isn't that much. I got up and started walking straight into the woods, where several new effects such as fear, panic and amnesia took me. My actions were now controlled by these. As I started walking, I instantly tried to take a final full etizolam pill of 2 milligrams, but the pill was in a tiny plastic baggie, which the zipper was impossible to open. I tried to rip it off, but that didn't help much. I didn't know the position of my fingers in space. I kept trying to open it, not realising I could just chew it or whatever. Eventually it fell down. I tried searching for it but was unable to. The baggie was orange and the floor was white. As time went on while I was walking, I didn't know who or where I was, just that I am in big trouble and am probably dying. The music was now disturbingly quiet, so I ripped off my headphones, but this didn't help. Somehow the fact that I was still walking, or at least standing, kept me convinced I was still alive. 30 minutes in. I had my first blackout, I believe. I'm pretty sure I was conscious during it, but thinking back as to why I was inside the woods, I immediately knew there was this short gap in my memory. I didn't know what to do. Honestly, no idea what you should even do in such a situation. I was basically just standing around mid-road, observing the insane visuals. Giant comical eyes swirling around me in medium, fast speed. Tons of brown birds in the trees, which also looked straight out of a comic book. I wasn't blinded, but couldn't really see anything either. Suddenly, the thought that I might die if I don't get help now strikes me, and my goal now was to find someone to call an ambulance. I walked quickly to get out of the forest, while the effects still get stronger and stronger. 40 minutes in, presumably. My entire field of view is filled with big-sized green and white rectangles. which embedded comical eyes swirling around my centre of view accompanied by insane distortion. Strictly 2D, but extremely huge in size. They were unavoidable and different from typical geometry, as I didn't know what was actually geometry and what was the insane drifting of the outside world. Delusions overtake me. I somehow had the belief that what I took wasn't DOC, but some failed research chemical which is now going to kill me because this shitty vendor wanted me to. This is probably one of the most horrifying deaths I could imagine. There is no pain, but an overloaded brain which cannot handle anything it perceives, eventually seizing until the load is so big it fries. It's like losing your mind. I had no idea who I was, just that I'm about to die. Started running in a very desperate attempt to find someone. It was very hard to actually recognise anything, and I actually ran past a few people at a fireplace, only to look back about 400 feet further and then running towards them as fast as I could. My first line was something I don't remember, followed by, "I need an ambulance." There was some discussion I don't fully remember, but I told them that I'm seriously not feeling good at all. Talking with them was very weird. I was like a child again, only using simple words and being very shy. Somehow I got the feeling they couldn't understand the current situation. I was clearly overdosing, and they still kept questioning what exactly the problem is. They called the ambulance and told me to sit down, which I did, putting my face in my hands, stooping into my legs. I was feeling less panicked since I knew help was on the way, but still I was heavily delusional. An unknown amount of time later, I blacked out until the ambulance came. The hospital is on the other side of town. It literally must have taken them at least 15 minutes to arrive. But my sense of time then was practically non-existent. It just seemed so quick, almost instantly. There is one memory of that period of this which is very hard to describe. It's that whatever my current state is only temporary, and that I will return back to control and then know who I am again. This thought was mixed with a vision of the states. First a line, then a scrambled appearing green tint, and then again a line, symbolising the initial effects, the part where I was gone and the part where I returned to myself. This is very hard to put in words, nor even I can't completely make sense of it. Synesthesia? I can't say. I've had an acid trip before which also had the initial high. Then it turned into a bad trip, and then I was feeling good again, roughly. This is what I thought of. As the ambulance arrived, I woke up, looked around me. I thought that now I was back to normal, but this was just another delusion. Everyone was still here, their faces very distorted, but one of them I still think I know how he looks like. I again asked in a very slurred manner that I need an ambulance. The guy told me it was here, that this is what I wanted, right? I don't think he was worried in any way, and I got the impression he was slightly pissed. I looked back and saw the ambulance driving down the road. Stuff from here on is very blurred in my memory. There are only bits and pieces, and every one does not make any sense, nor can I place these in a timeline. I don't remember seeing any of the staff from the ambulance, getting into it, getting out of it, nor anything that happened in the hospital. Side note, from the reports I've got, somewhere between me getting picked up and me falling asleep in the hospital, I was needed to be injected with a total of 3 milligrams of midazolam IV over 3 separate doses. My heart rate peaked at 160 beats per minute. My blood pressure was negligibly raised, which actually surprised me. By now I had no idea who I was, nor did I know what reality was. My existence was within hallucinations only. There was nothing I knew about myself. I just existed in this horrifying place outside the main world. Everything is dark, and these scenarios just played with me being the lead entity living in this place. Interestingly, I did know, for example, who the voices were that I heard, as well as if something was a human entity or not, or who it was. Maybe this is what you would call an ego death, at least partial. My memories are as follows. They are very hard to put into words and are possibly just insanity combined with delusions on a psychedelic experience. My first memory is getting into the ambulance and laying down. There's blood over my arms and I was feeling like shit, when later my body imploded and huge amounts of blood spilled everywhere. Everyone was in shock, as if I knew what they were feeling, even though I didn't see anyone. Not sure if what I saw was actually my body and the inside of the ambulance, or if everything as a whole was a hallucination. My one friend, who I randomly saw before the trip, plus another one from my school I go, were now with me in the ambulance. The first said, "Hey yo dude," and the latter, "Wow, cool," and was somewhat enthusiastic about my experience. Me on the other side was very embarrassed that they have to see me like this. Is this what was expected? The kid who does drugs finally overdoses and this is how far he has sunk. Of course, that's always how it turns out, and I am that kid. The ambulance somehow contacted them or something because they needed information from them. They were not actually present. Now there was mainly just blackness. I was not in the ambulance anymore and have slipped out of reality. I was in a bus and saw my ex-girlfriend along with my best friend's girlfriend. First, my best bro's girlfriend looks at me in a very seducing way, like it's the thing we all as friends do because we like each other, with lots of beautiful eyeliner and a very cartoony appearance, followed by my own ex-girlfriend which tried to look at me, but I accidentally looked away. Then I looked back and she looked back too. An awkward moment. I could feel her awkwardness alongside mine. Everything looked so unrealistic and dreamlike, which I cannot put to words. The movements were extremely fluid and very fixed, like how a computer renders animations. How one looks like when played forwards then backwards. The colours were very simple and everything had a rounded edge to it. Fast forward and I was hearing my ex-boss from years ago, whom I pretty much never think of, and my mum crying in the distance while I saw the ambulance I was driving in away from the place I was, but at night time. Neither of them were present as well. The crying of my mum really scared me. It sounded like as if she just saw me dying. I also have no idea how I thought of my boss from that place I worked years ago. Why was this hidden memory revealed? I don't remember what exactly the next scenes were, as everything became darker. I heard several different voices of jumbled and unrecognisable words and sentences, human sounds of extremely varying speeds, seemingly slowing down then talking 3 times faster mid-word. I didn't understand a single word. Some I didn't get out of my head since then, not the voices but the memory of them. I can't describe what they sounded like, nor can I reproduce them. It's only the memory that remains. There were some emotions tied to them when I heard them. Back into the ambulance, my body had dissolved into my mind, and somehow I got the sense that both were the same thing and that we are all the same. I don't remember much that happened then, but every few seconds 2 separate things, no idea what though, merged into one, and both me and the nurses in the ambulance, if there were any, again realised that everything is indeed everything, while we also questioned, why can you even explain anything? I was somehow myself, and these nurses simultaneously. Again, I didn't see any, but felt their presence. 16 hours after initially dosing. I suddenly wake up in intensive care, completely refreshed, no trauma, no anxiety, no bad feelings at all. For the first moments, I had no idea how I've got there, but I was sedated and didn't panic at all. Visuals were still pretty strong, although now very beautiful and different from before, similar to moderate dosages. I was seeing a lot of women with my eyes closed, as well as shapes and green glows with my eyes open. The people there were really nice to me, and asked me where I was, and what I did, etc. But something told me that inside they were very annoyed and not really happy by crashing into the hospital and staying a night. One guy asked really obvious insulting questions, such as, "So, when's the next time?" or
"So, when are we going home?" While having this convincing grin on his face, I simply answered, "I need to work tomorrow. I'll stay here a bit until I'm fully awake." I spent some time there enjoying every second, from 5 AM to 7 AM, just looking at the visuals, not using my phone and whatnot, just enjoying existence as it is. Very refreshing. My belongings were all in one giant plastic bag. Notable objects include the piece of paper, which was heavily crumpled while still open, and the remaining capsule, which I am 100% sure was in my jacket pocket, but found it in my backpack. How am I supposed to interpret this? How would I have reacted? Throw it away and feed the kid's drug use, or give it to him and feed his drug use? 21 hours after initial dose. Visuals still here. I get out of the hospital feeling really fatigued like never before. I drive some bus, and then a friend of me simply texted me, and then I went out with him. The visuals continued to probably the 24-hour mark when they disappeared. It was very exhausting to do anything, especially hanging out in bright weather. My nose was still burning a lot, especially when moving my nose up. The skin felt very cracked and not healthy at all. This continued for a day or so. Then the next 3 days or so I was completely worn out. Especially at work, I had difficulties performing tasks. The next weekend I took the remaining DOC carefully, mixed carefully with LSD, and had a wonderful time, at the same place on the same substance. After this, I luckily suffered no such things as trauma, flashbacks, HPPD, or other cognitive or physical deficits. I'm really glad that I didn't do any permanent damage, and I really noticed how easy it is just to let yourself get caught in these ideas while not paying attention to anything around you. It was a warning sign for me. I didn't learn anything from it, nor did it change me in any noticeable way. Besides that, I will not be risking my life with such stuff as DOC anymore. I told myself to just be more careful. I still use drugs regularly, although it took a while to slow it down to a lesser extent. Learning from your mistakes is what makes you stronger, not hiding from them. At least for me. I got what I wanted to know. Before this trip, I had a very difficult experience with 4-ACO-DMT, so I decided to take some time to understand what I was going through, and better integrate the previous trips. I dedicated myself as well to read some books from Stanislav Grof and James Fadiman to understand more about LSD and other well-known psychedelics, as well as some other books from Leo's book list about God and spirituality. I also worked on improving my Kriya Yoga techniques and have been observing my micro-fears and contemplating how these fears are related to myself. Finally, I contacted a psychotherapist, which helped me during some earlier hard phases of my life, because I started to get anxious with the psychedelic trips and some personal stuff started to come during the trips, which I was not able to integrate alone. The trip. I made all preparations and took the LSD around 8 AM. After that I made Kriya Yoga. I managed to get to 30 minutes, but I started to feel the effects of the medicine and started to feel a little dizzy. I find it interesting that the peaceful and afterglow of Kriya somehow merged with the effect of the LSD. I also made some Hatha Yoga because the LSD gets me some muscle soreness, and I've realised that Hatha Yoga helps me relax the body and allows the energy to flow better. I then laid down as the effects of the medicine were getting stronger, and started to ask myself, how am I God? I also started to become aware of the rapid movements of my ego mind, and I managed to calm it down. I had this very deep insight about nothingness. It was a very profound insight, but I'll try my best to describe it. I realised all the limitations that make me believe that I am a person, and realised I had to overcome them in order to become God. As I realised this, I had this vision of my body being fully surrounded by white energy, and how all the limitations simply disappeared. And then I became nothingness. I don't really know how long I stayed in this state, as time had no meaning there. It was like as if I was in the void. There was no difference. It was absolute nothingness. Later I went to see how much time had passed since I first laid down, and I spent at least 2 hours there. Suddenly I see how I decide to go back to the form and create myself, and as this happens I have this vision that the nothingness merges again with the white energy of love, like a multi-dimensional living yin-yang, and it creates a strange loop and I become this strange loop. As I realise the insight, I sit there completely shocked, and I see how my mind tries to wrap around and make an idea of it which is impossible. I tried to write about the experience, and it came to my mind that it is impossible to describe infinity with something as finite as words. Nevertheless, there are some moments of great inspiration I feel during the trips. Here is something I wrote down and I wanted to share. It is as if God could talk to me through music, thoughts, light, in all the many dimensions of the self, and it manages to do it so overwhelmingly good that it leaves me breathless. I became a little agitated because of the magnitude of this insight, so I started to walk around in the apartment and later made some more hatha yoga. It felt as if I was a puppet being shown how to make the yoga positions. I wanted to lay down again and I realised that my ego self didn't want me to do it and became agitated. I realised that I was also contracting my body and opened up and started to make bilateral symmetrical movements, and I managed to calm down. I am really amazed how easy this technique is, and yet how helpful it is in such cases. I managed to calm down and relax. I wore some earplugs and tried to be as still as I could. I had one of these samadhi experiences I have been having with the psychedelic trips. As I relaxed the mind, the limits of my body ceased to exist, and I literally feel I have no limits. During that moment I also experience a lot of love, and it feels as if I would elevate and leave my body. I guess that this is the sort of experiences that yogis get after many years of practice. There was also a moment when I felt I could remember who I truly am, not as my ego self, but as the higher self. I could feel I was infinity, infinite love, eternal. It was just awesome. I also realised that there is no such thing as a reference point, and that everything is relative, except for the absolute. As I got this realisation, I started to feel disoriented and fearful. My body wanted to close again, but I managed to remain open, make some bilateral movements, so I could accept the insight and continue tripping. There was also a moment when I was at the kitchen and started looking at a mango. I became fascinated with its different colours and textures, and at some point I realised that by concentrating myself on the mango, I became the mango. I just don't know how to put this into words, but it felt like that. At the end of the trip I started listening to some music, something I've learned to enjoy especially when I do LSD, and there were some moments that I feel I became the musician playing the instrument and the music. I then went for a walk into the forest. I felt drawn into the nature. Part of me wanted to see and be part of nature, so I spent a couple of hours walking and flowing with the constant changes of the wind, captivated by the fractal forms of some plants and the beauty of nature, looking at the awesome colours of the leaves now that the fall begins here in Europe. In conclusion, I felt I had much more of an organic trip. As in my previous trips, I could not remain so conscious of all the insights I got. I see that working on my fears has helped me go deeper during the trips. There were some moments where I felt I was drawing towards madness, but I saw that the only way I could get over my fears is to face them, and that it is a long and slow process. I was reluctant and sceptical to contact the psychotherapist, but working on some more personal stuff that has come up during some previous experiences has also allowed me to go deeper during this trip. But then again, it is a therapist that I have known for years, which could accept the idea of me working with psychedelics, even though she may not recommend it or like them, and someone I can also trust. Bilateral symmetry and remaining open is a great technique to avoid getting anxious during the trip. Well, at least it works for me, and I can't recommend it enough. Something I don't like about 1P LSD is the muscle soreness and body load it generates, but I could counteract some of it by doing hatha yoga, something that may be manageable at least in lower to moderate doses where it is still possible to move around. When I started working with psychedelics at the beginning of the year, I was afraid I would not be able to do this with my girlfriend around, and that it may even cause us trouble. But to my surprise, it has been the complete opposite. I have learned to understand her better and get closer in our relationship. Alright guys, hope you're all good. This is a first for the channel. I've actually received a submission on my Facebook page of a trip report, so I'm going to be reading that out for you today. And it's covering a substance that we've not covered here before, MXE, which is pretty similar in effects to ketamine, although it's easier to enter a dissociative state at lower doses than ketamine. It's much more powerful and can be quite psychedelic. So yeah, I hope you enjoy this trip report from a subscriber, and yeah, big shout out to who sent this in because I really appreciate it. And if any of you want to ever send some of your experiences my way, then just look at the about page on my YouTube channel and you can send it to me via email or on the Facebook page. So yeah, without further ado, let's dive into this bad boy. Not the healing I was looking for. You can call me Jay, and I'd like to tell you about my experience with MXE. This experience happened 11 years ago when I was 25. At the time I was 2 years into a 6 or so year struggle with heroin addiction. I'd done about every drug that anyone has ever heard of, but most importantly for this story, I had quite a prolonged stint of DXM use a few years before, and one odd ketamine experience. The ketamine was only a few months before I tried MXE. Anyone not versed in the science of these substances, they all belong to a class called aryl cyclohexylamines, say for heroin. In layman's terms we call them dissociative anesthetics. These chems were developed for surgical purposes mostly, but only a handful of them are known to produce a trip, as well as sedation and dissociation or out-of-body sensations. On that morning I had taken what I found out later was a ridiculous amount of K. Apparently opiates and aryl cyclohexylamines have some receptor competition or cross-tolerance that is beyond my personal understanding. My brother had taken a full vial of Ketamax veterinary ketamine and microwaved it, yielding 1 gram powder, which was split in 4 equal lines. We each did 2 lines, about 500 mg each. I later found that the highest dose in any reference I found for insufflated ketamine was 250 mg for a K-hole. Normally this would be far more than enough to quote-unquote break through. Unfortunately I felt only the slow, odd saying goodbye to every memory of every sensation of my life in a kind of odd and comfortably numb drift into death or amnesia or just nothing. I have no idea how long I spent there, but eventually the psyche reassembled in much the same way it had left me. No feeling of insight to be gained. So when my brother told me about MXE, I was only slightly interested. He had ordered it from China and was very excited. According to him, this compound was brand new and designed for the grey market enthusiast, which he certainly was. He had been experimenting with it and wanted to gift me some. He gave me an unmeasured amount, but judging by how much this was out of a pre-weighed gram bag, it was somewhere around 300 to 350 milligrams. I was trying to kick the heroin, and had been for a while, but prolonged sleep deprivation always did me in. After a few nights I'd give up and used to get some sleep. My partner at the time didn't know I had been using again, and certainly not that I was back in the full throes of addiction. After 3 days of tossing and turning next to her, she was concerned about me to say the least. On the 4th night without H, I was getting desperate and thought that maybe if I wasn't going to sleep, I could anaesthetise myself a bit and hopefully have an experience that could facilitate some mental emotional healing. I chose to try this MXE I had been given. Before coming to bed, I excused myself to the bathroom and poured out on the counter what I thought was half of what my brother had given me. I assumed around 150 to 200 milligrams and cut it into 2 lines. I quickly took them as deeply as I could inhale. I went to bed hoping for sleep, any sleep. Instead I spent the night feeling very oddly dissociated. Not fully out of my body, but oddly compressed into the mattress, and a feeling of falling with my head lower than my feet at times. I spent most of the night lying almost perfectly still and breathing very slowly and deeply. I watched as people in my family and friends play out scenarios on my ceiling like watching TV, mostly positive in message about wanting me to get better with my addictions. It was enjoyable considering the circumstance, and I wanted to go deeper. The effects had mostly subsided before my partner had gotten up. I went about my day feeling a little more positive than I had felt in a while, but still exhausted. When night came, I was ready to try again. This time I wasn't going to snort it. I wanted a stronger experience than the night before, if not my ever elusive sleep. This was now 5 days since I had any semblance of what you could call productive sleep, and I was determined. Being an IV user at the time, I thought about injecting what I had left. Being mostly unfamiliar with this substance and not fully trusting the lab that made it not to have any contaminants, I chose to break off the needle from a syringe and booty bump, or more accurately, turkey baster it instead. I let my lady retire first and set my plan in motion. I had some relaxing music going on in the living room. I walked to the bathroom to take my dose. I poured what I had left into a spoon. I was surprised to find that the pile before me was noticeably larger than what I had cut into lines the night before. Realising this, I estimated the remainder now in my spoon to be at least 200 milligrams. This is also a bigger dose than any reference range I've seen for the substance administered rectally. I carefully added enough tap water to dissolve the white crystalline powder. After giving a few stirs with a matchstick, I took my modified syringe and drew up the liquid. I pulled down my boxers, sat my hip down on the toilet, and inserted the blunted tip. I pushed down on the plunger, quickly removed the syringe and buried it deep in the trash can, so no one would find it. As I left the bathroom, I noticed a cold metallic feeling inside my colon spreading quickly through me. It made me think of the scene in The Matrix when Neo puts his fingers in the mirror. It only took me a few seconds to reach the living room right about the time the cold metallic feeling was reaching my neck. Then blackness. This is where things become very difficult to remember and reconstruct. A lot happened in a space where I was completely without a body, but as far as I can remember, fully attached to my ego / who I was and what I had done to get here. The next thing I remember clearly is being in an infinite and empty black space. Empty save for a massive neon mandala of an unfathomable number of colours, all undulating together in some celestial, orgiastic fashion. It cast beautiful radiant light out to me. Over what felt like an eternity, I drifted slowly toward this most beautiful object. When I finally reached the point of contact with this mandala, I settled into a spot that seemed to be at the surface of it. All the colours seemed to be made up of stands of glowing light dancing and wiggling all around me. Similar to if you have seen a cluster of worms wiggling out of something, but so beautiful. At some point I realised that I was now one of them, a coloured strand in the mandala, and it was blissful and comfortable. It felt like home, a home I had known from long ago. After some time, I heard words come to me in a kind of telepathy. "Hey, you're here. So good to see you. But what are you doing here?" I was confused. The strands around me were talking to me and they were noticeably excited. They felt familiar to me. Felt like they loved me. I asked where it was, and they told me that this is where souls come after they die. We all come here to rest and process the lives we've lived until we are ready to live again. "Is this heaven?" I asked. They seemed amused with my limited conceptions. "Not quite," they replied lovingly. Now I was intrigued. Had I taken too much of the drug and died? Anyone who's ever been truly addicted to heroin can tell you that death often seems like an easier way to stop using than dealing with detox. So the idea I had died didn't disturb me. In fact, considering how blissful this place and experience was, I felt happy to stay, wherever this was. I told them, "I did MXE and I guess I OD'd, but that's okay, I want to stay here." "Oh no," they said, You don't want to do that. I told them I didn't understand. This place was wonderful. Of course, this place is wonderful, but life is where it's at. Life is where we are all waiting to get back to. Life is what it's all about, and you are not yet finished. But life is so difficult, so painful, so depressing, I replied. I'm using heroin again. I'm so ashamed. Life can be very challenging, they said. You don't have to be afraid. Everything is okay. Even when it's not. It's all love. It's all just as it's meant to be. Besides, what game is any fun if there is no challenge? I understood their message and knew I had to go back, but I was in no rush. The next thing I could remember, I watched as lovely shapes of pink and green and yellow began to materialise in my vision. After what seemed like years, I realised I was looking at a painting of flowers. I heard a mechanical whirring sound and felt myself being moved in the direction of my head. The painting of flowers was on a ceiling. A large tapered plastic ring moved around me. I'm not sure when I realised that I was being moved into an MRI machine, but this was in fact the case. I laid in silence as I was scanned. After I was out of the machine, the doctor and my partner noticed I was lucid. They informed me that I was at the hospital, and they believed I may have had a stroke. I was still very altered at that point and trying in vain to put my thoughts together. I couldn't remember that I had taken anything and wasn't sure why I was there any more than the doctor did. They asked me if I knew my name. After a long moment, thinking very hard, I said, M. That was the name of my partner whose face I was currently staring into. I couldn't tell whose body was whose. It was very confusing. I slowly came down and started to piece together what had happened. I told the doctor I took something my brother had given me. I had a hard time recalling its name. I think it was called methoxetamine, I told him. MXE, it's a new research chemical. M looked at me dismayed and confused. The doctor said he was unfamiliar and would have to go do some research. And since I hadn't been able to produce a urine sample, I would have to be given a catheter. Thank God I was still quite numb. As soon as the doctor left the room, M burst out angrily asking me why on earth I would take some weird drug without telling her. I couldn't lie to her any longer. I broke down and told her I had been using heroin again for months, and this was an attempt to help me kick. She was devastated. A tear streamed down her cheek. After a long silence, I asked what happens now. She told me that deceiving her all this time had destroyed her trust and that I would have to move out. This was obviously a nightmare come true. On the way home, M told me that she had heard a thud that had woken her from her sleep. She came out to the living room to find me, eyes open and totally unresponsive on the floor. Terrified, she picked me up and carried me downstairs, loaded me in the car and drove me to the ER. It was one of the worst experiences of her life. How dramatic. My heart was broken for her. After I moved out, I got on methadone and within a year I was off all opiates, and I haven't since done any dissociatives. I can't say that I never will. Emma's doing well last time I heard from her, and so am I. That night will not be easily forgotten. It gave me healing, by bringing my bullshit to light. Not exactly what I was looking for, but I am very grateful it happened. I don't know if what happens in trips is really out there, or if it's all inside our heads. Life is still difficult, of course, and it may sound trite, but when I am feeling like I don't want to do it anymore, I do think about the Mandler and the loving quote-unquote souls. I remember what they told me. This game we call life is what it's all about, and that it would be pointless without challenge. It's all okay, and even when it's not, it's all love. Maybe I'm not ready to hit that reset button just yet. Please be very careful using any substance in any way, and when you are messing with unknown research chemicals with little or no information to go on, understand that you have little control over their dangers and where they might take you. Peace and love. By Jay.
Set the controls for the heart of the man. The DOM trip report by 77K. Posted to Erowid.org October 5th, 2000. I'd been fairly certain ever since I got to Burning Man that would save the DOM for the night of the burn. My one past experience with DOM was at a dosage level that was slightly too low, at 7 milligrams, but I could see that it was a drug of the absolute highest quality, in the same class as LSD, mushrooms, etc. It would be perfect for Saturday night. I have to begin by giving a summary of the other drugs I did at Burning Man, because any professional drug user at Burning Man needs to put serious thought into day-to-day cross-tolerance. Tuesday was 2CB, Wednesday was merely GHB, Thursday was LSD and MDMA, Friday was mushrooms. I figured that I had abstained from the phenethylamines for a few days, so my 11.3 milligrams of DOM wouldn't be too diminished. Looking back, I would say that the 11.3 milligrams was weakened a little, but the level was still very good. Now, I need to describe the set and setting. The setting, of course, is Burning Man. Within 18 hours of arriving on the desert, I had completely and transparently suspended all disbelief at what I was experiencing. The sheer improbability of this city existing on a scorched alkali plain in Nevada set a base level of improbability for everything else within the city. It was not possible to shake the feeling that this was a complete fantasy land. I had a couple of artworks that I'd brought with me. I had a hard time getting them set up and working properly. It took several days. And I was disappointed that other people there seemed to have ones that were similar and possibly superior to mine. I was upset that sometimes my art didn't work quite right, and I couldn't figure out why it didn't work. I was a little moody for my first couple of days there. Gradually, and with the aid of other psychedelics, I started to tap into the collective unconscious of Black Rock City. Once my art was set up and semi-working, people started to talk to me about it. They told me why they liked it and asked me how I did it, and their completely genuine interest in me and my vision began to lift my spirits. I began to understand how Burning Man is not a place to show off your skills, it's a place to express yourself, and to see how 28,000 other people choose to express themselves as well. By looking at the limitless types of art around you, you can truly see the infinite expanse of human creativity. It is both humbling and inspiring in a way so fundamental that it is almost impossible to ignore. Now that Saturday had rolled around, I'd completed my transition from a spectator to a participant. Instead of looking at the city and its citizens as something new to explore with caution, I understood how it was my city, and how my presence there was as important to the greater whole as anyone else's. I felt the freedom to walk down any street and talk to anyone I met. They were my neighbours and friends. I finally felt like I was in the right mindset to experience the burn. I also felt like I was in the right mindset to let the ritual permeate my soul while I was tripping my ass off. Something I was not entirely sure of until today. At 4:30 PM, I ate 11.3 milligrams of DOM on a fairly empty stomach. Several friends also took DOM. Others took 2CB, LSD, mushrooms, 2CT7, MDMA, MDA, and more I'm sure I forgot. Virtually every one of my companions had taken some psychedelic of sorts. The hours ticked by towards sunset. I had my first alert within half an hour, and by about 1 hour I was unquestionably tripping. The intensity increased extremely smoothly across the next 2 hours, and near sunset, at 7:30 or so, I had just about reached the peak. Fluid colours rippled across surfaces, objects squished and breathed. Music from our reasonably beefy stereo system seemed quieter and distant, but the music itself seemed alien and infused with meaning. The temperature dropped and the wind picked up. I realised that I could hear sounds around me in the greatest detail, and I could localise and recognise noises that came from more than half a mile away across the player. At dusk, the excitement in our camp became palpable. Everyone was rushing around getting their things ready, dressing warmly, smoking pot, getting a bite to eat. I felt my mood elevated and my body energised from the amphetamine lurking inside the DOM's molecular structure. A searing red warning flare shot into the sky. 30 minutes until the burn. The time flew by, and before we knew it, another flare. We had to get out to the man, immediately. A part of our group left. We reached Headway, the inner circular road closest to the man, and I saw that the man's arms had raised towards the sky. I started to run, fast, towards the man. This was a completely unconscious reaction. I neither told myself to run, nor could I have stopped it. It pulled me like a magnet, and I could not take my eyes off of it. Soon, I reached the circle of thousands of people who were sitting and standing, waiting and cheering. It was around this time that I realised I didn't feel like I was tripping anymore. I didn't see waving objects or rippling colour. Things sounded normal. The panorama before my eyes was so far beyond the surreal that my brain did not care it was awash in DOM. Almost immediately, the pyrotechnics began. 100 fire dancers circled in the space between the celebrants and the man, making a blurry, dizzying array of flaming yellow trails. Drums thundered from all sides. The crowd was illuminated with the cool chemical radiance of thousands of glow sticks. The man ignited. Fireworks exploded out of him, and I could feel my retinas become saturated with the spectral purity of burning metal. Then, a pressurized kerosene-powered flamethrower fired off a tongue of flame. Its throttle opened all the way, and a 100-foot column of hell dwarfed the man and illuminated the player like day. An evil, black mushroom cloud drifted up, illuminated by the flamethrower's next blast. For a moment, I thought deeply about Burning Man's relationship with nature. We humans, 28,000 of us, drag our expensive toys out here into the second largest life-free flat space in the United States. The speed of sound was broken by a rocket car here on the Black Rock Desert. Burning Man does not pretend to be an event that is harmless to the environment. While we strictly adhere to the leave no trace rule, that we must leave the player in exactly the condition we found it, we run generators, drive cars, and set things on fire. We pollute the atmosphere, and although we take our trash with us, we generate just as much as when we were at home in our comfortable houses. We bask in the glory of the human species, quietly downplaying the mess we made to get to this point, and stare in slack-jawed awe at the lights of the 7-square-mile city we build from nothing. Yet the Milky Way still glitters above us, putting to shame the piddling multi-watt lasers we shoot at it, and turning away from the city one can only see an endless expanse of night. The desert is so long that the earth curves down and away by the other side. We fire off our flamethrower, and although we can feel its heat on our faces, and we vicariously experience the thrill of the man holding its throttle, to the timeless mountains around us, it is just another bit glighter of the human race. The man falls down, helped by people pulling with all their might on the cables holding him up. When he falls, the crowd rises to their feet and rushes inward, 5 feet from the foot of the fire. I'm crushed by the people around me, and am swept along as the mass of people rotates round the pyre. I'm right at the front of this core of bodies. Sweat pours off my face as 15-foot-high flames irradiate us with millions of watts of power. People chant and yell. Many have brought something symbolic to throw onto the fire. I realise that I have brought nothing. After a moment of thinking, I conclude that there really isn't anything that I would want to burn. There is nothing in my life that I can symbolise with an object, that I feel the need to cleanse myself of. This is strangely satisfying. Paramedics push past me, carrying someone who got too close to the flames. I see someone with a gigantic professional video camera, spotlight blazing, and I resist the temptation to push him to the ground. Eventually, I leave the spinning circle and drift off into the crowds farther out from what used to be the man. People dressed in suits made of blinking electroluminescent wire are all around me. As they jitter and slide across the playa, I suddenly am reminded that I am tripping. I can't put my finger on how far in front of me people are or which direction they're headed. There is just a swirl of dazzling points of light all around me. Soon after that, I realise that I do not exactly know where I am. I can see the Church of Mez's tower in the distance, but I still don't know how far away from it I am. In fact, I no longer feel exactly like myself. I'm traipsing around with a confidence that I have rarely known. I feel free to approach works of art and let them communicate with me. A throbbing propane-powered organ mounted on a silver car speaks a chaotic language of thumps, wheezes, and hisses. I rub shoulders with people I have never met and will never meet again. I take a swig of some unknown alcoholic beverage from some guy who offered me some. This is more than just a mood alteration. A portion of my ego has slipped away and I didn't even notice. It's not just the DOM's doing. it is the mind-bending improbability of Burning Man that has chipped away at anything I could use as a frame of reference. I hear a hissing, crackling, buzzing noise in the distance. Even though I can't see where it's coming from, my DOMized ears instantly recognize the sound of electrons being ripped from their subshells. Dr. Megavolt is here, and I run towards his truck with 2 Tesla coils on top, and as it fires off again, shooting 12-foot streamers of energy through the atmosphere, I feel a wave of pure euphoria wash over me. The spotlights illuminating the coils are unreal, and the discharges themselves cast dancing, vibrating shadows for hundreds of feet around. Dr. Megavolt himself gets up on top of the truck in his protective metal suit, and lightning bolts strike his head. I yell madly in praise of this human who built a giant machine that flexes, stretches, whacks, and smashes the electromagnetic field. Dr. Megavolt is absolutely the icing on the Burning Man cake. The absurdity of a man who calls himself Dr. Megavolt standing next to an absolutely lethal piece of electrical equipment on top of his tractor-trailer to the cheers of hundreds of tripping people in the desert is just totally ridiculous. I wandered towards the black light district to give the DOM visuals a fighting chance. I approached the glowing, bright outer sculptures and stared into them. Patterns appeared on their surfaces, and they stretched a little. As I walked past them, my eyes readjusted to the darkness, and the whole of the black light district faded into view in an almost comically stereotypical tripped-out way. The deep violet of the black lights was nearly bottomless, and the fluorescent things around me almost too bright to bear. The entire scene, in fact, seemed tilted a little to the left, and the district didn't have the same proportions I'd remembered from before. Beautiful music flowed from an iridescent stage. There was a crowd of ghostly-looking people watching the stage, and when I stared at their faces, I could sense their thoughts. I watched the way their eyes moved, and the light that glittered off their corneas, and I felt them drinking deeply of the scene before them. I sensed the common consciousness among us, and the contours of this shared hallucination. Save for the music, the blacklight district was nearly silent, populated by mute spirits, circling around in awe. I was getting pretty cold at this point, so I stood, mesmerized by a fire for a few minutes, and then headed back to my camp. When I arrived, I met up with a friend who had taken DOM for the first time and was having a fantastic trip. We decided to gather together a larger group and visit some of the nightclubs along the Esplanade. Now the city had turned from an all-out tribal extravaganza into the greatest party on earth. The DOM followed in stride. I was not the slightest bit exhausted and was ready to go out dancing and partying for more hours. We had a couple of rave camps and I was sucked in by the music and started dancing. I stood 5 feet away from the beam of a 10-watt argon laser and watched the playa dust flash with the glitter of blue diamonds. I was introduced to people who came along for the walk with us and I felt like they were good friends. The pervasive optimism and joy among the people I met is unlike anything I think I will ever see again. By the time we decided we should make the 1.5-mile walk back across the open playa to our camp, every negative thought had been wiped clean from my brain. I'd been filled with the pure euphoria of a person who had experienced paradise, and I was still smack in the middle of it. We arrived back at our camp, and it was now clearly time for more drugs. I drank some GHB and started smoking pot. Then, out came the crate of whippets. I initially started off slowly and I found the nitrous plus DOM combination to be very much like acid in terms of both the visuals it produced, regular repeating patterns, texture mapped across everything in sight, and the mental state I found myself in. As I started to inhale more nitrous and as the GHB came on, the nitrous space was getting freakier and freakier. I once again felt my ego slipping away. Time slowed to a crawl, and my ears tuned in to different sounds around me that phased in and out. I started to think about the big questions. In the context of the evolution of the human race, what is the significance of Burning Man? What the hell was I doing out here? People say that Burning Man isn't as good as it used to be. Does this mean that because I think Burning Man is so great, my standards are lower than other people's? And shit, what do I want to do with the rest of my life? The answer to these questions was, I need to do more nitrous. This was not a time to be conservative with drug use. After plowing through 30 or 40 whippets, I had taken a roller coaster ride through dozens of emotions. I had felt both what thrilled me about my life and what bummed me out. Things that bothered me were presented to me in a way that suggested I could resolve them and that would find the right solutions. Questions that I had felt answerable. A few whippets later, I was laughing hysterically at the hopelessness of trying to understand the meaning of life. I smoked another joint, and the sun began to rise. Thoroughly baked, I wandered around a little more and checked out who was still awake. The DOM visuals were mostly gone, but there was still some stimulation and thought alteration. I gave the DOM a bit more time to wear off and then tried to go to sleep, which I did at about 7:30, T plus 15 hours, without much trouble. Next day, I woke up after well under 8 hours of sleep and spent the entire day doing physical labour tearing down our camp. I felt great. Saturday night at Burning Man was, on Shulgin's scale, a +4 experience, but the DOM on its own was only a +3. Burning Man itself is a drug that is fully on par with any psychedelic I've taken, and the unique synergy between Saturday night and the DOM was what pushed my trip over the edge into a life-changing experience. Often, people take drugs and then re-experience things they are familiar with. They listen to music they know, or they have deep conversations with people they know, or they put themselves in environments they are familiar with, like raves. But everything at Burning Man was something I was experiencing for the first time. What the DOM did for me during the burn was not just to let me see the event in an atypical way. What it did was let me see it as if I were really someone else. My memories of that night are ones whose context is not exactly in line with the context of my own ego. When I think back to it, I remember it more as a story or as a fantasy than as something I actually experienced. It was something somebody else experienced. Yet still, I have their memories, and the fact they're not mine means they'll never be lost in the mass of my many memories. They will always stand out as something extraordinary, in the most literal sense of the word. DOM, as a drug independent of Burning Man, is almost without flaw. I felt very good the next day, like I said earlier. My mood throughout the whole trip was positive, though at times I was concerned about whether I'd be able to hold my shit together, and though I sometimes didn't know exactly what to do or where to go, I still had the driving feeling of, I know I can handle this, just go for it. And the psychedelic qualities of DOM are of the breadth and depth of acid, similar hyper-awareness of music, similar visual complexity, and a totally comparable access into the crevices and beyond the bounds of the mind. The length is long, but feels just right for serious exploratory trips. It is, unfortunately, a very rare drug, but one well worth seeking out and trying. A+. Changed my life for the better. An AL Lad trip report by Silent Roller from the Blue Light Collection, posted to earwid.org February 8th, 2017. This is a trip report detailing my most recent experience with 300 micrograms of AL Lad last week. I'd been on a bit of a self-destructive streak for the past week or two, having done cocaine the night before and MDMA on the 3rd of January, after a 4-month break obviously. 10:45 AM. I wake up from the night before and open the curtains to discover it was a gorgeous sunny day. After showering and changing, I decided I was in a F it sort of mood, and as I hadn't done any AL in months and months, I almost was on autopilot dropping 2 by 150 microgram tabs of AL Lad, the highest dose I'd ever taken of this compound at this point. I'd only previously done 150 microgram doses. Again, this was the self-destructive streak coming through. 11:15 AM. I ventured outside at this point and am simply enjoying walking around on this lovely sunny Sunday morning. I begin to feel a slight numbness in my legs, akin to pins and needles, and the bright sun is now even brighter to the point where I have to shield my eyes to see. Right about now, I decide to pop into the local Spar to buy some food supplies for the trip, and immediately I notice that the interior of the shop is unusually bright, and the sweet wrappers seem to be standing out unusually so from the shelves, to the point where I had to look away. It was almost like I was trying to take in too much visual information at once. 11:30 AM. I bump into a university friend who is enjoying a morning walk along the promenade, and I decide to walk with him, as I thought it would be best to head up to an old castle that overlooks the town and the sea. Plus, it's just a beautiful place to sit in general. The body load has become significantly more apparent at this point, as my body is feeling rather odd, coupled with a sense of time dilation. It felt like it had been 11:30 for about an hour. Again, the rolling sea waves and rising sun begin to take on a shimmer, and I feel compelled to stop and stare out to sea to simply capture this beauty. It's worth noting that I'm coming up extremely hard at this point, as I'm struggling to feel my legs and body for that matter. Yet it feels like I have been lifted slightly above my limbs. 11:45 AM. I say goodbye to my friend, and I turn off the promenade to walk up a steep but short side path to where the old castle is perched upon a hill. It is here I realise that walking is becoming quite a challenge, and that my sense of time is gone. I don't know how to describe it any other way, other than if I am walking down a straight bit of road, it feels like I've been walking down the road for a long time, and the road seems stupidly long, even if the distance is actually quite short. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but hopefully someone will know what I mean. Midday. I've reached the castle now, and I notice that everything is taking on a jelly-like, wavy appearance. Looking out over the town, I notice that houses in the distance are starting to flow into each other, and that the few clouds that exist in the sky are starting to take on the shape of ships as they appear to lift from the sky and float towards my face, almost like a 3D film. I decide to put some headphones in and take a seat in front of a World War II memorial monument that overlooks the sea and the town. I notice a few wreaths of poppies that have been laid to remember those who we lost. I smile to myself as I am filled with a sense of pride, but also loss for the men who gave their lives. I'm really starting to notice the tiny details at this point, as individual blades of grass gently wave in the wind and the monument appears to morph, and each individual stone starts increasing, then decreasing in size. I'm struggling slightly with the body load, and I decide to take a seat on a bench in front of the memorial, as I'm starting to get dissociated and confused in my surroundings. 12:30 PM? At this point I start to feel rather intimidated, as I've lost all concept of time, and I'm struggling to see for the traces and the fact that everything is wobbling like jello. I realise that I am trapped on this bench, as I lack the coordination to walk around at the moment. I'm struggling to work out what way is up. I decide to change the music on my iPod to something smoother. I think I had hardstyle playing at the time, so I decide to play Smooth by Santana. This eases some anxiety and causes a huge surge of euphoria to come rushing from my toes to my head. However, I realised that if I changed the song to anything other than the one playing, I got terrible anxiety. So, I ended up listening to this song on repeat for the whole duration of the trip. 12:45 PM. Things take a bit of a serious turn at this point, as the visuals are increasing rapidly and I begin to have no sense of my body. Start to feel overwhelmed and slightly scared as I feel things start to slip. At this point I'm starting to shit bricks and trying to stay calm by focusing on the music, but it just keeps building. I decide to take 2 milligrams of Valium to keep a lid on the anxiety, and I struggled to even get the pill out of my pocket, I was tripping so hard. Thankfully, this helped for the rest of the trip, and it didn't take away from the experience at all. 1 to 3 PM. What happened between these hours will probably stay with me for the rest of my life. To begin with, it started like a time-lapse in a film, where I watched humanity rebuild itself around the war monument. I saw children rebuild the pyramids of Egypt before a tidal wave washed them away in front of my eyes. I felt as if I was sitting on this bench, and the world had sped up around me, and I was watching history in fast forward. I then saw myself sitting in front of the statue with all the drugs and alcohol I had consumed over the past few weeks, and I felt a sense of sorrow and regret for what I had done. Suddenly, I looked at my hands and they aged into those of an old man, as I was overcome with a feeling of intense sadness. I cried, and God knows what I must have looked like if someone had seen me sitting on this bench. Thankfully, the castle grounds are empty. And as I looked at the empty space next to me on the bench, I was overcome with a sense of loneliness. A rose then grew from the handles of the bench and morphed into my now deceased best friend. He committed suicide 3 years ago. And he sat with me momentarily and smiled, and all the sadness and anxiety that had built so far in the trip had vanished. The horizon then appeared to split into 2, with each mirroring the image of the other. This was rather disorientating, but peaceful. However, I found myself actually revolving around the statue while sitting on the bench. I can only assume this was some kind of outer-body experience, as the ground actually started twisting and the bench I was sat on turned upside down. By now, I realised I was absolutely gone, and I had this feeling of being frightened and reassured at the same time. The monument was now morphing, blowing with the wind and becoming detached from the ground. I sat in awe with a sense of nothing but peace. It felt as if my ego had dissolved as I watched the rays of sun arc above the monument as diamond fractals started to fall from the sky. Around this time, I decided to phone my mate who lived nearby and asked him to come and sit with me, and perhaps even navigate me to another spot. I found it very hard to speak on the phone, but he was in good spirits and decided to come and help me and bring me food. I'd been sitting on this bench for hours and had forgotten to eat. Around 3 PM, my friend arrives with some food he had brought for me, and I asked him to perhaps take me to another spot so I could enjoy the scenery. As he helped me down the steps of the castle, I noticed that everything looked like it was drawn as if it was a cartoon, and all the cars, buildings and pavements were cel-shaded, but appeared to be made of Play-Doh. I found this rather amusing, but peaceful at the same time. A side note, I noticed throughout the experience, the AL lad gave me slight kidney pain at some points, but I can't be sure if that was simply from not drinking or sitting for too long. 4-ish. The sun was starting to go down over the seafront at this point, and I asked my friend if we could venture to the promenade to look at the sea. When I arrived, I was struck with possibly one of the most incredible sights I've ever seen. The horizon had become like a fishbowl, almost like a panorama image, and as I stood on the edge of the promenade, I felt as if the sea stretched out for miles, and that I could reach out. It even felt like being in a giant dome. This, coupled with the sunset, was truly incredible. At 4:30 PM, we walked along the promenade and I began to see the wind. I saw the wind visually blow down the streets, and every object it touched swayed slightly. The clouds then opened and rays of sun arched across the seafront and formed a kaleidoscope fractal that resonated with the gentle gusts of wind. I have no words for this, and doubt I ever will. 5 to 6 PM. Things are winding down, although I'm still getting some rather intense jelly-like wibbling around objects, especially in my house. On the way back down the seafront, I saw my friend glow with a pink aura, which I associated with our strong friendship and the kindness that he showed me today. Unfortunately, the only downside to this trip report is the fact that upon arriving back at my house and attempting to tidy my room in a tripped out and valid state, I dropped my remaining 15 tabs of AL lad down the toilet. However, in a sense, that is immaterial. This trip taught me to not only feel better about myself, but also to love myself and others, cherish my closest friends, and enjoy new friendships and opportunities that come along with them, as you never know how long they will be around for. I am happy to say that the afterglow of this trip was equally as amazing, and I actually flushed my last few bits of MDMA down the toilet, as it has removed my desire to consume any substances for a long while. I've never felt so refreshed and alive in such a very, very long time, and it's all thanks to you, AL lad. So just before the video starts, I wanted to give a quick shout out to what is quite possibly the most apt sponsorship I've ever come across for Vivec. Oftentimes I'll decline, 99.9% of sponsorship deals I come across, because I just don't think Raid Shadow Legends is very appropriate for the sort of content on this channel. But I know a lot of you like to fall asleep to these report videos, and that's why I thought these cozy snug sleep earbuds from LikeMe really are a match made in heaven for this channel and its viewers. If you're anything like me, you might struggle falling to sleep on your back with conventional earbuds in. I'd always wondered whether there were any designs that facilitated side sleeping without waking up with a perforated eardrum. Well, here we are. Not only do these earbuds work wonders for side sleepers, they boast high quality audio, are super lightweight and soft with various different sizes of ear wings to pick and choose from, on top of having 21 hours of charge when using the charging case. So, now you can all quickly and smoothly fall asleep listening to me recount the usual litany of mind-bending, reality-shattering experiences that we all know and love. If you're interested, please check out the link in the description, and don't forget to use the discount code Vivec for 10% off your order. Anyway, we'll crack on with the video now, but be sure to let me know what you thought of the earbuds if you do end up snatching yourself a pair, and thank you to Like Me for reaching out, I really appreciate it. Heaven and Hell in my unconscious mind. A 2F-fluoro-deschloroketamine and 4-ACO-DMT trip report by A.O. Vivec, posted to earwid.org March 2nd, 2019. I don't ever type up trip reports, because no matter how intense or beautiful the trip was, there is always someone out there who has written a better, more detailed report of a similar experience. However, that being said, last night I experienced something induced by 2 research chemicals that I did not think was possible for drugs to do, even after heavy psychonautical exploration over the last 7 years with every dissociative or psychedelic substance you can possibly imagine. I believe this trip was an intensely personal, subjective one that needs to be shared with the world. I really don't understand what happened to me, but maybe typing it out will help me work through it all. I recently acquired 2 grams of 2FDCK for the sole purpose of holing on it. Thus far, both times I've attempted a large enough dose for a hole, 150mg and 230mg. As soon as I laid down and turned off my light, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning. Disappointing to say the least. I definitely felt there was an unconscious hole happening, but that wasn't lucid enough to experience or remember it. Last night, though, was very different. Setting. I'd just gotten into an argument with my brother and was feeling a bit sad, frustrated. I normally don't go into trips with anything but a positive mindset, but the 2FDCK hadn't been particularly psychedelic in my research, because of my coma-like sleep paralysis. And so, I decided to do some just to sort of numb myself. T plus 0 hours. I began with 136mg divided up into 6 lines. It is a very crystally beige, sticky substance, which I chopped, ground into a powder. I put saline spray up at each nostril and after each line. T plus 30 minutes. The lines have been insufflated. The first 2 to 3 lines are in full effect. The last 2 to 3 are kicking in quick. Typical slowing of thought processes, feeling very tranquil and trance-like. I was feeling so nice at this point. I'd forgiven my brother and decided to go for my initial plan, which was to try and combine 4-ACO-DMT with the 2FDCK. In my heavily altered state, I managed to weigh out 15mg, chop it into 2 small bumps, and put them up each nostril. Keep in mind I was being careful in my dosage here, as I've gone up to 50mg on the stuff, which was like a full-blown 4-hour DMT trip. I also weighed out an extra 50mg of the 2FDCK to insufflate once the 4-ACO had kicked in. T plus 50 minutes. I'm beginning to perceive heavy auditory hallucinations, like clanging bells which make me uncomfortable, and decide that it's time for music. I put on Deakin's album, Sleep Cycle, and it is really, utterly beautiful. I lay down in bed and began experiencing typical mushroom-esque colours and visuals on top of the extremely tranquil feeling of the 2FDCK. T plus 1 hour. The 4-ACO is coming on quite strong at this point, and I'm experiencing pronounced euphoria. I decide it's time to try and go even deeper, go for a hole, in fact. I take a hit of cannabis, insufflate the extra 50mg of 2FDCK, and lay back in bed. T plus 1 hour and 20? ? Well, time loses meaning here, and this is where I'll try my best to explain the bulk of what happened to me. First, I completely dissociated from my body and surroundings. The room broke away from me, and I entered a deep space. Even on my heaviest trips such as DXM and LSD, I've always still had a semblance of my appendages or surroundings. Not this time though. I was truly in a hole, with maroon structures around me shifting and morphing into memories of my past and childhood, while I myself became these structures. The music ends, the auditory hallucinations take over. I am hearing church organs and heavenly voices speaking to me. T plus 1 hour, 30 minutes, ? I begin to enter heaven. This isn't euphoria, it is something much greater. With each passing moment, I am experiencing a further and further awakening of consciousness. I've always wondered how heaven could be perfect and beautiful if it's just the same old thing, day after day. I now understand that it is very possible when, every second, one becomes more and more enlightened, more and more in tune with their original oneness. Just when I thought I had reached the pinnacle of enlightenment, I continued to expand, just like the universe itself. Strangely, Reddit becomes the dominating motif during this stage of the trip. It becomes the meaning of life, a way for the true interconnectedness of humanity to become one big amorphous consciousness. I see holographic images of karma, upvotes, downvotes floating past me. Based off of my semi-recent rediscovery of the research chemical world through Reddit, after taking some years off after a bad 25i NBOME experience and sticking to the classical psychs, I truly believed that I ingested a combination of drugs that unlocks the key to heaven. An ever-expanding consciousness that experiences a more profound incarnation of beauty and understanding with each passing moment, and that I would never leave it. I was that far gone in the hole. It was truly like floating in space, merging back into the conscious particle that once preceded the Big Bang, which eventually fragmented consciousness into billions of pieces and is the root of our suffering. I was returning back to this original state. Reddit, of all things, was the way to tape these pieces back together, and in fact, I had actually become Reddit itself, experiencing each interaction, thread, person, all at once. I think it was a metaphor that I concocted in my head for the meaning of life. A striving for reintegration, unification of the consciousness of humanity which has been scattered everywhere. Stars are all around me. T plus 2 hours, ? Here, things suddenly turn around drastically. Rather than expanding and going upward, I begin shrinking, falling into a different dimension entirely. Suddenly, I am in hell, experiencing eternity forever, completely alone. The negation of time, space, arms, and legs are suddenly no longer beautiful, but the worst thing you could ever imagine. It is forever the same thing, over and over again. I will be here for eternity, and I am forever falling deeper into an empty void of nothingness, like that guy in the Black Mirror episode that gets trapped in his own video game out in deep space, or the hammering man in Seattle who is perpetually hammering away day and night. I'm convinced that this is inextricably linked to a book I'm reading for a class. I'm an English major, and we are reading Our Nig by Harriet Wilson. It is utterly and completely heartbreaking. An autobiographical novel of an abused slave, Fredo. She tries so hard to be good and yet still is in hell every day of her life without deserving it. She eventually turns to the Christian God and finds salvation. The trip begins to feel something like salvia now. That everything in my life had been a test, trying to get me to believe in the Christian God, and yet I still denied him. Even though I'm so utterly comfortable in comparison with the hell that Fredo goes through, yet even she found it in herself to believe in the Christian God. Reading Our Nig was my final test, and instead of accepting God, the book actually made me hate him even more for making an innocent person's life so miserable for no reason, and mine so comfortable that I can order drugs off the internet. I see my teacher's face as a motif for an apostle trying to convert me, even though I doubt she's actually a Christian. I truly believe that all the Christian values and ideas pushed on every person in the Western world were actually true, and that I was being punished for not taking the leap of faith and accepting God. It was the one thing that no one is 100% sure about. And all those crazy Christians were goddamn right all along. Damn it. Then, I accept that I failed my test and will be here forever, experiencing all the suffering and pain that the world contains. Things then go completely black. 3:30. I begin to regain consciousness of my room, and even though everything felt so real while it was happening, I'm strangely not surprised at all that it turned out to be a figment of my unconscious mind. It's as if I exited this realm as quickly as I began, and I'm almost sober again. I'm so happy to be alive, and I just lay in bed and try to process what had just happened. 4. I get up and realise my gait is still very off. I'm in a hypnagogic state, feeling extremely relaxed and at peace with the world. I stagger downstairs, nearly sleepwalking, and eat a salad and an apple which tastes beautiful. 4:30. I quickly drift into a deep and restful slumber. My conclusion and reflections is that this was really unlike anything I have ever experienced on substances, which is quite a lot. I journeyed into my subconscious mind. The 2FDCK dissociated me completely from my body and surroundings, and the 4ACO allowed for the most profound spiritual insight I've ever had, even though something like 8 grams of potent mushrooms or a DMT breakthrough. I don't actually believe Reddit or Christianity are really as important as they were during the trip, but that they were metaphors. Reddit equals reunification of consciousness. Christianity equals evil, as something that gives a false sense of hope to someone completely alone in an unforgiving world. I would 100% repeat this experience and plan to try something similar in a couple of weeks. But at the moment, I have so much to reflect on that I definitely need to chill for a while. If you read all this, thank you. I love you all and hope you all find happiness in this life. To me, hell is isolation, solitude, and vice versa. It is important to cherish loved ones, be kind, and try to reduce the overall suffering in this world. That is the meaning of life for me, and it's all I can do until my day of judgment. P.S. Psychs and dissos are a completely different experience when taken together than they are on their own.
Halfway into the orb reality. A 2C T7 trip report by Yoshi, posted to earwid.org March 6, 2006. Substance 2C T7. Dosage 75 mg oral. This is my attempt at documenting my experience with 2C T7 at the level where I felt that I actually achieved a real psychedelic experience. Prior to this dose, I had taken dosages of 25 mg and 50 mg. Both of these lower doses provided little more than nausea and an uncomfortable body load with slight auditory alterations and visual brightening. After speaking with the person that I procured the T7 from about my trials to that point, he suggested I try this dosage. He had done a similar dose, as well as a higher dose. This trip in question occurred in the spring of 2001. I believe it was in March or April. At the time, I was living at home with my parents in the basement of their house in PA. I should further note that I am indeed a hardhead for psychedelics. Well, anyway, it was around 10:30 PM, and I swallowed 3 capsules of 2CT7, each containing 25 mg. It didn't take long to notice a feeling similar to indigestion. I began burping, and I could taste the sulfuric flavour of T7. My stomach began to tighten, and I felt a buzzing sensation in the pit of my stomach. Approximately 1 hour after dosing, I went upstairs and vomited. And it was a violent bout of vomiting, mind you. But immediately after finishing, I started to notice a warm, tingly body sensation and visual distortions. About 2 hours after dosing, I started to notice that the visual distortion was becoming quite great, but in a different way than other psychedelics such as LSD or mushrooms. I was seeing objects fly across my field of vision that weren't there. On LSD or mushrooms, I often have movements of colour, but never creation of foreign flying objects. In the sides and corners of my vision, I would see movement that I was sure was one of my cats or some sort of animal, but there was nothing there with me. The body load at this point was quite intense and completely different from, well, anything I had experienced before. It was as if I was plugged into some sort of generator. I could feel a pulsing, electric vibration in all of my limbs, in my fingers, in my toes, in my head, everywhere. I was also having these auditory hallucinations. I would hear cats meowing or hear my name being called from upstairs, but there was never anyone there. I also heard a buzz that seemed to fit with the body feeling. I can't really keep to a timeline from this point on, to be honest. The experience became too intense to really keep track of time. I was in my room, lying on my bed. My room at the time was pretty small, probably about 10 by 10 or so. It had a really low ceiling, about 6 foot high only, and I'd painted a design on the ceiling in blue and red paints. It was a sort of weird connected design of spirals, dots, dashes, and other shapes. I also had a tapestry with a similar theme hanging in the entrance to my closet. As I was lying in bed, I would close my eyes and picture myself somewhere. It could be anywhere. Someplace very earthy and normal, like a beach, or I could be in some futuristic inside of a starship or something. I would close my eyes and be in a world that was exactly as I imagined it. I would explore these worlds for several minutes that seemed like hours. It was as if I was inducing a super lucid dream state, for lack of a better description. From this point on, the trip became very disorienting. I would open my eyes from one of those induced dreams and forget that I wasn't sleeping or dreaming, and forget that I had taken 2CT7 in the beginning. I would just think that my room was doing crazy things and I didn't know why. Luckily, I had read of memory loss problems of T7, so I had written in a sketchbook next to my bed, "Remember, you took 2CT7 at 10:45 PM. Once I saw that, I would remember exactly what was going on, but each time it happened, I would only remember by reading the words. During the time exploring my inner visual worlds, my open-eye visuals had become quite intense. I had a sea of 3D floating orbs swirling about my room. I looked at the pattern on my ceiling, and it dropped down. It sort of pulsated and then sprung free of the ceiling. The orbs would rotate and go into spiral and appear on the other end as dash, constant movement. The same was true for the design on my tapestry. Along with these, I had orbs and objects that were in no way connected to my room zooming across my field of vision at all times. So, I started to play with these objects. Using my mind, I would look at a stream of orbs that was out in the room. I would draw it in and out and closer to me. I would slow down its rotation, and I would peer into individual orbs. I could pull an orb out of the sequence of my mind and see it right in front of my face. They were like red and blue crystal balls. Inside the orb, I would see a sort of trailer to what was inside. Some were just pretty still landscapes that I could immerse myself in by kind of mentally jumping into the orb. Some were situations with my friends. We'd be out dancing or talking or walking on a beach. After a while of this, as I pulled an orb free to look at it, it was like it sprung loose and just shot right into my face, and I actually felt it hit me in the face. It was like a strange, soft and wet sensation. But, as it hit my face, I was thrown into the contents of the orb itself. This was my discovery of the tactile hallucination. I realised that I could use my mind to slow the orbs down and draw them closer, but when I wanted to look at one,
Rather than stop the whole rotation and pull out one orb to look at it, I could actually reach out with my hand and just pluck an orb from the sky. I could hold it in front of my face and lean into it. I could peek my face halfway into the reality of the orb, or lean completely into it and then just exit out by sitting back. During this time, my cat also joined me on my bed. I was lying on my back looking up at the ceiling and out at the walls, and the cat came and laid down on my chest. She was a serious purrer, and was vibrating on my chest and softly kneading the base of my neck. When I looked her in the face, it was as if she was trying to communicate with me. I would try and communicate back with her. I would think as intensely as I could about a message to send to her, and focus on transporting that message to her. I have no idea if it actually worked, but the cat and I seemed to somehow be on the same page. This sequence of visuals basically kept me busy for the duration of the trip. I would say I had these hallucinations for around 5 to 6 hours. Each orb was a different experience for the most part, though there were a few favourites that I kept on the bed next to me for repeat viewing. The come down I remember as me being quite jittery and having extremely sore muscles. I managed to eat a little food in the morning with my parents to help with my stomach, and I also took a shower, which was a pretty enjoyable experience, as I could stop the flow of the water running down the shower doors and sides of the tub and make it reverse up the way it came. Anyway, about 10 to 12 hours after initially dosing, I managed to finally fall asleep. I slept for the better half of the day and was left with a slight hangover feeling and sore muscles for a couple of days afterwards. As for the mental aspect of the trip, early on in the trip I was seriously worried about my health due to the extreme nausea and abdominal cramping. But after vomiting, my mood changed greatly. The worry left me and was initially replaced by an energetic feeling. I felt like I wanted to learn something. I was very curious and had a million ideas formulating in my head. This was, by far, one of the most enjoyable psychedelic experiences that I've ever had. My emotions seemed so true. I would get extreme waves of happiness and sadness, moments where I felt like crying from either joy or pain. My mood would change with the setting of each new world I explored. Each orb I peered into would alter my mindset depending on what I saw there. Back to covering 2CT7, a substance I've only ever covered twice, one which was in combination with a lot of other substances, and one that was by itself, where I believe the video was called Aliens Reprogrammed This Man's Mind on 2CT7. Now, as per usual, I'm going to read out the psychonautwiki.org article on 2CT7 to give you a bit of extra information for people who don't know about this relatively unknown phenethylamine, or phenethylamine? How do you pronounce it? Anyway, there's a warning here on psychonautwiki.org. Serious injury or death may occur if 2CT7 is insufflated or combined with certain substances and medications, e.g. MAOIs or RIMAs. It is strongly discouraged to insufflate or snort, eyeball, administer non-orally, or combine this substance with certain other substances. God, bear in mind with me, psychonautic aficionados, for this pronunciation, but 2,5-dimethoxy 4-propylethiophenethylamine, also known as 2CT7, Blue Mystic and Beautiful among others, is a psychedelic substance of the phenethylamine chemical class that produces psychedelic and entactogenic effects when administered. 2CT7 was first synthesized by Alexander Shulgin and documented in his book Phenethylamines I've Known and Loved, or PICAL. It is a member of the 2CX family of psychedelic phenethylamines, all of which were derived from the systematic modification of the mescaline molecule. This is why many times I've referred to the fact that 2CB is sort of like the synthetic mescaline, even though mescaline is a chemical found within peyote and San Pedro. 2CB seems to have very similar experiences in regards to the mescaline effects. I've talked to your mate Tom on the Psychonaut, the Tripsitters podcast about this, who hadn't tried 2CB but was fascinated about ingesting it himself since he had a lot of experience with mescaline, so that sort of warmed him up to the experience. In contrast, I've had no experience with mescaline, but I've experienced many
many 2CB trips in my life, probably the most in terms of the amount taken. Maybe hundreds of 2CB trips and LSD trips throughout my psychonautic career, which has been very much put on a halt for the time being. I must have taken other 2CX family compounds, because when you're purchasing off dealers, street dealers, dealers at festivals, just random people who are selling substances, they'll sell you as 2CB, but it might be one of these random members of the family of the 2CX series of compounds. So I could have taken so many different types of 2CB because, well, 2CX, because there's been many times I've taken what has been branded as 2CB, and the feeling of it has been so completely different to what I know as 2CB, what I've tested as, that I do believe I may have taken a variety of different 2C chemicals. In contrast to other members of the 2CX family, 2CT7 has gained a reputation of being an unpredictable, dose-sensitive psychedelic, capable of producing strong visual effects and an intense body load, which can manifest as a dangerous delirium in extreme cases. Many reports indicate that the physical effects are too severe for inexperienced users or those with pre-existing medical conditions. This particular compound is part of the so-called magical half dozen, which refers to Shulgin's self-rated most important phenethylamine compounds, all of which, with the exception of mescaline, he designed, synthesized, and tested on himself. They can be found within the first book of Pikal, and are as follows: mescaline, DOM, 2CB, 2CE, 2CT2, and 2CT7. So why is 2CB the most popular of all the 2CX family compounds? I would say probably because it's so synonymous with the rave culture. It's one of the most recreational psychedelics, and in common, light to common doses, it can be quite manageable. It can get very trippy, 100%. I've seen people react to 2CB in ways I've never seen anyone react to any psychedelic before. Like, scary shit. Really scary stuff. I've had parties and been to parties where people react to 2CB at borderline threshold to light doses, and had crazy experiences. One time, one of my mates, he took 2CB and he went crazy and started attacking people's cars, like literally punching the wing mirrors off them. And this was on like a very, very low dose of 2CB. It was like, I don't know, 15 milligram dose, borderline light, a borderline common dose, which is considered 15 milligrams. But again, you don't know what was in it. You just don't know. That's the problem with buying pills and off street dealers. It really is a problem within the psychonautic scene that you don't know what you're getting if you're buying off these people. At the end of the day, a lot of dealers, they don't know what they're getting either. They get a batch of 2CB in, they're just going to believe it, and in the end they might be selling someone, I don't know, 2CT7 plus DOM combined with 2CE in a little pill, and sending someone absolutely off their head. Regardless of the brutal reality of buying off street dealers and the muddy world we find ourselves in as psychonauts, and the legality of the whole situation, despite the very genuine benefits that they can have, and also if you're some form of libertarian minded person, you believe that you have authority over your own body and should be able to do whatever you want, regardless of any higher authority or order deciding what you can and can't do in terms of laws and whatever. But let's not get political here. I don't really have any thoughts regarding any of that, but everyone just has different perspectives on the whole legality of psychedelics. Something maybe to talk about in the future without getting too political and without causing too much disparity between the polarity of the political spectrum. I would say I'm non-partisan, but I definitely have my own individual beliefs. They're a mixture of both. Can't believe I just got political in a 2CT7 breakdown commentary section on Vivec, but that's, I guess, some of the, I guess, where are you going to get that on another channel? I don't know. Anyway, hope you guys are doing good. Sweet dreams if you're listening to this before you go to sleep. Hope you have a great week, and I'll see you on the other side.
exposure to fear and feeling content. A 4PRO DMT trip report sent in by a subscriber. Last night, I tripped on 4PRO DMT, or 4-Pro DMT, for the first time, which is an analogue of psilocin, or 4HO DMT. I have no experience with actual psilocybin or psilocin in the form of mushrooms or otherwise, but I do have 2 trips with 4HO MET under my belt, and quite a bit of experience with DXM and, of course, cannabis. I'd been planning this trip for a couple of weeks, but the decision to trip last night was made just earlier that day. I had tripped on DXM 1 week before, and 4HO MET 2 weeks before, so it was quite soon to be trying something psychedelic again. But from everything I had researched, I was just barely in the clear to have a solid trip again, with no significant tolerance. I got home from work around 6:30 PM, and ate some dinner as soon as I could. I knew I shouldn't eat right before consuming tryptamines, so I planned on taking my dose around 9 or 10 PM. In the meantime, I called my family for a bit, then went to the gym. And on my way home, I decided to pick up a pineapple from the grocery store. I've heard great things about eating fruit on psychedelics, so I was excited to give it a try. I showered, and then made my bed, cleaned up my room, so that I had a comfortable space to trip in. I also made some ginger tea, which I find helps significantly with any drug-induced nausea, and I brought a full bottle of water into my room so that I could stay hydrated. Finally, it was time. I let my sister know, since she lives with me and would be home a little bit later that night. Then, I pulled out a small bag with an even smaller plastic tube inside containing 10 tablets, each dosed at 8 milligrams of 4-Pro DMT. Because of how uncommon this substance is, I had a hard time knowing exactly how potent my product was and how much to take. I decided to start with 1 tablet, and if after 30 to 45 minutes I wasn't feeling what I wanted to feel, I would take more. At 10:45 PM, I took the first tablet and sat down next to my open window, enjoying the ambience of the light rain that was coming down. I sat in relative silence and closed my eyes in an attempt to meditate. I wanted to be as calm and as grounded as possible before things started to get weird. My intention was simply to see what this substance had to show me, so I was open to just about anything. And soon enough, I started to feel it. It began with an electric current running through my body. My head felt lighter, and my feet felt like they were discharging this current into the floor. I stood up and walked around my room for a second, looking for any visual distortions. Nothing quite yet, but I was definitely starting to feel something. I grabbed my room's throw blanket and wrapped it around myself, as I thought through some light anxiety and shivers. It was a bit cold in my room, which I think contributed to those shivers, and the anxiety was similar to the anxious excitement that you get while climbing the hill of a roller coaster. It was about 30 minutes after consumption at this point, and the visuals were starting to come in, but were still quite weak. It was mostly a halo around certain objects and a shimmering, shifting effect. I decided that it wasn't quite strong enough, so I grabbed the container again and took another half of a tablet. I put on some music at this point, and then decided to take the other half of the tablet, which brought me to a total of 2 tablets, or 16 milligrams of 4-Pro DMT. The album I had picked out for this first leg of the trip was I, Robot by the Alan Parsons Project. I'd found this album recently, and had enjoyed a couple of full listens through sober. The first song began, and it felt perfect for the come-up. Glittering synths reverberated from ear to ear as the visuals picked up a notch. I began seeing more movement and breathing in the floor, ceiling, and walls. I was starting to see faces in certain patterned objects, and I went out into my kitchen to try the pineapple that I'd prepared earlier. It was delicious. and the texture proved to be a strange and novel experience for me in that state. It wasn't anything that much crazier than sober pineapple, but I enjoyed it nonetheless. I also noticed, while in the kitchen, that my granite countertops appeared to be made up of beautiful women, which I found quite amusing. Upon returning to my bedroom, I laid down under my covers and focused on the music. The song Nucleus began, and because I knew that one of the following songs was quite intense and frightening, this one sounded like a Jack-in-the-Box toy being wound up and waiting to spring out at me. It put me on edge, but I endeavoured to continue, feeling like I needed to finish what I'd started in listening to this album. The next song was not yet the scary one, which I'd forgotten about, and found to be a pleasant surprise. But then, total eclipse started. I hunkered down under my covers and braced myself as the music crescendoed and exploded in dissonant sound. My visuals were increasingly frightening, with faces of glowing eyes and sharp teeth approaching. My fear was heightened. But I knew that I was just tripping, and told myself that if I could get through this album, then I could do anything. As the song faded away and into the final track, I felt the scary things around me spread out into my room, and a protective bubble of energy formed around me. The last song sounds like the last stand of a courageous hero in the face of great danger, and I internalized that feeling so that I was the hero and I was courageous. It was cathartic, but certainly added a dark undertone to that portion of my trip. Upon finishing the album, my warm yellow lights felt harsh, and I had some anxiety built up in my chest. I played a calmer song from a different album that I like, to try and lighten the mood, and I got down to look real close at the carpet, because it looked very, very strange. Then, my sister got home, so I stepped out into the kitchen once again, and briefly filled her in on how the trip was going. I wasn't super good at maintaining my train of thought while talking, similar to the first few times I got stoned. But I was struck by how lucid the headspace was, and how light the body load, at least in comparison to the chaotic dissociation of DXM is. That clear lucidity probably goes away at higher doses, but I appreciated it at the moment. I returned to my room once again, this time putting on a new album. It was Ritual by John Hopkins, and I was excited since I had a great time with his album Singularity during my first Second Plateau DXM trip, and his album Music for Psychedelic Therapy during my 4HO MET trip 2 weeks ago. I trusted that it would be a good journey for me, and so I turned off all the lights and laid down with the first track starting. Already I began to feel like I was at the centre of some sort of actual ritual, like something in the music was casting a spell on me, and sacrificing me to be transformed into something new and inhuman. As the album continued, each song bled right into the next, and I felt strange bodily sensations and had visuals and impressions of a bear-like spirit that was inhabiting my body. As the album built in intensity, it climaxed with this mechanical yet animalistic energy that left me feeling like I had given birth to something alien. It was incredibly intense and slightly unnerving, but once again, I felt like I had to commit to the experience, and so I did. Thankfully, the album finishes with 2 6-minute ambient tracks that are much calmer, and I began to return to my grounded sense of self. The very last track fades out with the sound of a cat's purr, which made me feel like a cat myself in some way. After it was over, I felt emotional and exhausted, but also reborn and refreshed. I laid there for a while trying to wrap my head around what I had just experienced. At this moment, I felt like crying, and I had the one major emotional epiphany of the trip. I had a strong impression that there is nothing out there that will make life easy, and that I'll have to deal with the difficulties and stresses that are an inherent part of it. regardless of how hard it is. But I was also sure at that moment that I had the strength inside myself to face those difficulties, whatever they may be. This was an important revelation for me, since I sometimes find myself spiraling into negative thought loops about the instability of our society and the suffering that is all around us at all times. I know that I'll face suffering in this life, just like everybody does. But I also know that I have the ability to handle it and make it through much of that, until my time comes to move on to whatever is after this very life. At this point, I left my room again to use the restroom, and upon returning I put on some ambient music that I often fall asleep to. The song that I started with was less relaxing than it usually is, and paired with the darkness of my room proved to be a bit much for me at the moment. So I skipped to the next song, and turned on my underbed LED lights to a soft white moonlight colour. This was much better, and it made my pillows and comforter feel so soft and beautiful. The visuals were still in full swing, and I realised that I probably wasn't going to fall asleep for a while longer. I also had to use the restroom again, so after getting up to do that, I changed the lighting again to something with a bit more energy and colour, and changed the music to match. Now I had my underbed LEDs on a shimmering rainbow pattern, and my bedside lamps back to that warm yellow that I found to be quite harsh earlier, but was now much more comfortable. I picked out a synthwave album that I had found earlier that day, called Figments by Forehill, and laid back down. My mood was much more relaxed now compared to earlier in the trip, and I felt very at peace. My bed was so comfortable, and I was enamoured with the look of my sheets and pillows covering my body. I felt very human now, which was a nice juxtaposition with the earlier sensation of being deconstructed and made into something out of this world. I wanted this moment to last forever, but I knew it wouldn't. So I enjoyed it while I had it. I looked at the pictures hanging on my wall adjacent to my bed and found them to be perfectly beautiful at that moment. They were outlined with electric colours, and the selection I had of photographs and artwork all done by me was very pleasing to look at. I felt incredibly proud to have curated such a nice space. Eventually, I had to use the restroom again, so I left my room one final time. After the restroom, I headed for the kitchen to grab something to eat, and one of my cats ran up to me and started rubbing along my legs and jumping onto the counter to rub up against my face. He wouldn't leave me alone, so I indulged him and pet him back for a while. I had never seen him so affectionate and purring so loudly, and I wondered if he could sense my altered state, or even the cat-like energy from earlier. It felt like a really deep connection, and I appreciated having such a wonderful creature in my home. After a few minutes, I thought he seemed a little overstimulated, and I still needed to get my snack. So I brought him to my sister's room, and she took him from there. Finally, I could get my food, which ended up being a bowl of chocolate Cheerios. Upon re-entering my bedroom space, I sat down at my desk and unpaused the synthwave music. I watched a funny video and enjoyed my Cheerios, feeling very light and happy. After finishing the bowl, I laid back down for the final song of the album, and finally started to come down from the trip. It was about 2:30 AM by now, nearly 4 hours after my first dose, and I realised it was about time to try and sleep again. I turned off the lights one more time, and put on one more album to fall asleep to. This time, it was Endless by Frank Ocean, which is one of my favourite albums ever, and one that I've fallen asleep to many times. It brings me a lot of comfort, and after putting it on, I fell asleep about halfway through, feeling very content with my night. I woke up right at the end of it, and then fell asleep for good until the next morning. Now that it's the following day and I've been reflecting on my trip, I feel very happy with where it took me. I felt like I saw a good range of things that mushrooms and mushroom-adjacent substances can show you, and I feel refreshed and appreciative of my life. I'm not sure when I will trip again on this substance, since it feels far less recreational than the other things that I've been experimenting with, but I am looking forward to whatever that may be.
The Dead Man's Dream, a 25I NBOME and 25C NBOME trip report by a dreamer, posted to earwid.org August 10th, 2016. This experience is by far the most profound experience I've ever had. I consider myself a fairly seasoned psychonaut, and have imbibed many a mind-altering substance in my time. DMT, DPT, LSD, most of the 2C series, mushrooms, MXE, ketamine, etc. But nothing I have ever done in the past even comes close to what happened to me this night. I'd recently acquired some 25I NBOME and 25C NBOME gel tabs, with a fairly high dose in each, 1.5mg 25I and 0.8mg 25C. I went outside and smoked a bowl with a friend and showed them my newly acquired magical gummy worms. I wasn't entirely set on trying it that night, but just kind of said, well, why not? So, due to prior experiences with 25 NBOME, 1.5mg gave me a fairly good yet somewhat underwhelming experience. I decided to double it this time, and at about 10:45 stuck 2 of the gel tabs under my upper lip and waited for the fun to begin, which, I must say, did not take long. 11. Mouth is mostly numb and that god-awful taste remains. Breathing feels strange. The first signs of psychedelia manifest. A general feeling of strangeness takes me. 11:15. Feelings of strangeness continue. Slight trails forming now. 11:30. Closed eye visuals really kicking in. Objects begin breathing and the world begins taking on a purple hue. 11:45. Cottonmouth from the weed earlier combined with the horrid taste of the research chemicals is getting annoying now. My walking is mostly unhindered into the kitchen to get a glass of water. At 11:47ish, I'm walking back to the living room to get on the laptop and listen to music, when things start getting downright crazy. It feels as if I'm on a boat in a storm. Everything is moving around, the walls and floor begin rippling. I have to hold myself up along the wall to make it to the couch. I go to put on some music, but find it somewhat difficult as the keyboard appears to be moving around and changing sizes. I finally succeed in getting music started. Bad idea, the noise is actually quite weird. I somehow start to become mesmerised by it, and it becomes less terrifying over time. I attempt to look stuff up on the internet, but I don't really know why, because I can barely even read the screen at this point. At 12, I feel unbelievably good, so damn happy to be honest. I'm more used to the hallucinations now, and seem to have regained my balance. I realise I forgot my water in the kitchen and decide to go get it. I get halfway there and decide it would also be a good time to go smoke a bowl and go back to get the weed and my phone so I can listen to music whilst burning one. Stop halfway to the kitchen again and play with the cat. At this point, I pretty much lose my ability to tell time at all. I stand by the window and look for whatever it is that my cat is staring at. As I stand there, I realise I have no idea how long I've even been standing there in the first place, or how long ago it was that I got up to get my glass of water. Things even seem to start repeating themselves. I walk towards the kitchen to get water, I'm back at the window. Again, I walk to get my water, back at the window. What the fuck is going on? I finally manage to make it to the kitchen and realise I'm way too far gone to even attempt to burn something so close to my face, so I decide to nix the weed smoking idea. I recall certain foods tasting amazing while on 25i, so I decide to eat some fruit instead. I get some kiwi out of the refrigerator and sit down on the floor to eat it because, yeah, fuck chairs. Things seem to repeat again. I get the kiwi out of the refrigerator, I sit down, it repeats again. I finish the kiwi and go to wash my hands. After washing my hands, I get engrossed watching the patterns forming on the floor tiles. I then again zone out and forget how long I've actually been standing there. I walk back to the couch and get on the laptop. I seem to have conquered my inability to read. I start looking at Facebook and high strangeness begins anew. A massive sense of deja vu washes over me. I remember all of this. I actually saw these posts months ago. The last time I did 25 IMBOME, I saw these exact same posts. As I scroll down the page, I can predict the next post before I get to them. For the second time now, I have no idea what the fuck is going on. So the hallucinations come back en masse now. The computer seems as if it's some alien machine. Everything starts warping around, it's very hard to focus now. Purple and gold vines and snakes start growing out of the ceiling. I decide to make an attempt to listen to music again. I get my headphones out of my pocket, but cannot unravel them. Something crunches between my fingers, and a small insect walks up my arm. Then, there's thousands of them. The buzzing. Oh god, the buzzing. It's just a drug, they're not real. The buzzing then dissipates, and the insects are gone. I look around, and the vines are still there swinging about though. I see a ring of people around me. I can't see them right in front of me, they seem to be in my peripheral vision. They look like ghosts. There's a ring of ghosts standing around me chanting. Their incantations fall on deaf ears. I look at my hands and a scorpion crawls out of one and walks up my arm, across my chest, down my other arm, and finally into the other hand. Strange. Very, very strange. I realise I forgot my damn water again, and try to make it back to the kitchen. This time the journey is fraught with obstacles. The fact the obstacles aren't actually there is only a minor concern. The people sitting on my kitchen table seem friendly enough. I cannot make out the language they are speaking at all. I offer them some fruit, and they disappear. Oh, too bad. It's good fruit, they're missing out. Holy shit, I just offered real fruit to imaginary people. I get my water and go back to the couch, when a feeling of dread washes over me. Reality seems to be breaking all around me. More things repeat, and it would appear that I'm firmly stuck in a loop. The TV show that is on now doesn't seem to be conducive to having a good trip. I try to change the channel, but just cannot figure out how to make the remote work. I think I should just try and go to bed. I make it as far as the laundry room and get lost in the darkness. Abort. Mission failure. I cannot make it to the bedroom. I must go back the way I came. The return journey is perilous. When I last came through here, there was light abound, but now it is gone, and only a faint glimmer coming from the television I couldn't succeed in turning off exists. I return to the couch and lie down there. The feeling of dread remains. What is it that I'm afraid of? I fade in and out. The television seems to be repeating itself again. I'm sitting with my phone in my hand. When did I sit up? When did I get my phone? The man on the television has a phone as well. He sends a text. I get a text. It's from the guy on TV. Then the world explodes. I'm sitting with my phone in my hand. When did I sit up? When did I get my phone? The man on the television has a phone as well. He sends a text. I get a text. It's from the guy on TV. Nah, wait, didn't this just happen? I look out the window. Something streaks across the sky. The world explodes. I'm now sitting with my phone in my hand. When did I sit up? When did I get my phone? The man on the television has a phone as well. He sends a text. I get a text. It's from the guy on TV. Nah, not again. Bang. I'm now curled up on the couch. What just happened to me? I recall explosions, and the remote is lying on the floor now, broken, covered in blood. There is smoke everywhere, burning, everything's burning. I'm back on the couch. The remote is on the arm of the couch. And now the third. What the fuck is going on? Walk to the front door and look outside. Things seem to be flipping from the psychedelic amazing world to the, well, exploded world. I look back to the couch and the remote is on the floor, broken again. When a second later it is back on the arm unscathed. Fuck this. I'm lying back down. I'll deal with the possibly broken remote tomorrow. So I'm lying on the couch again, and various visions of my demise flash before me. A sense of panic washes over me. That last one felt very real. I am lying on a road. Pain everywhere. I'm broken, I'm bleeding, I'm dying. Certain sounds start to make sense. What I recognised as snores a moment ago is actually the sound of the diesel engine of an ambulance. The paramedic stands over me, saying, "We're losing him," he says as the whine of a defibrillator fills my ears. My breaths come on rapidly now, and I feel like I'm having a seizure of sorts, when time slows to a crawl. Everything starts to reverse. The paramedic stands and backs away, the ambulance backs away, a semi backs away as I stand. I reverse back through a broken window into my house. A knife is sticking out of my midsection. I lower myself to the floor. The knife is in my hand as I rise awkwardly. In reverse, I walk back to the counter and my finger is lying on the cutting board along with a piece of fruit. I lower my hand and the finger attaches back onto its proper place. I put the knife back into the block. So now everything moves forward again. I get the knife out of the block. While cutting the fruit, I slip and take off a finger. Shock overwhelms me. Why the fuck am I cutting something up while this high? I slip on some blood and fall onto the floor. The knife stabs into my stomach. No. Why not now? I manage to make it to my feet and stumble forwards. I fall forwards and smash through the window. Rising again, I stumble forwards, ever forwards, and I'm now on the road. I turn in time to see the lights and hear the horn. The truck hits me. I'm lying on the road, pain everywhere. The sprinkler across the street kicks on. The water combining with the first light of dawn makes an astoundingly beautiful rainbow when an ambulance pulls up. "We're losing him," a paramedic says as he stands over me. The words fade out as a familiar whine fills my ears. Again, in reverse, and forwards. The cycle repeats several times. When a realization grips me. All of this, everything, is all just the final sparks of a brain on the brink of death. Perception of time stretches to infinity. My whole life is occurring in the blink of a dying eye. The last time the defibrillator is brought to my chest, I feel a jolt. I'm lying on the couch. It's still dark outside. I check my phone. 3:45 AM. For the fourth and final time, what the fuck is going on? At that point, I decided to go to bed. I was still tripping way too hard to actually sleep, so I just listened to some music and waited for daylight. I still felt quite strange most of the day, with some slight hallucinations remaining as late as 10:30 that very night. That experience has certainly stuck with me. I tried the same combo a while later, and the same feeling of dread got me once again. As the experience started to play out again, I could hear the engines roaring. I could feel the road and the pain. Thankfully though, that time, I didn't get caught in a loop, and I actually managed to break out of it and watch a movie instead of, well, you know, dying repeatedly, forever and ever.
Sacred laughter and the unknown. a 4-ace-toxy DIPT, DPT, and cannabis trip report by Catfish Rivers, posted to Irwid.org August 27th, 2001. I started this experiment already 2 steps ahead of myself. This, being my first experience with 4-ACO-DIPT, the plan was to take it without mixing any other drugs with it, except for cannabis, and to take it by myself, so that I could concentrate on the new terrain I was aiming to explore. However, I met up with a friend and his roommate, both of whom have spent time mapping out the paths that led to the other world with me. M was excited to try out this new substance. S, however, is rather apprehensive about trying most of these newfangled research chemicals. He has enjoyed 5-MeO-DMT, which he only knows by the nickname Sprinkles, arising from the fact that it is sprinkled over the top of the bowl, but nothing else really. So, in the name of inclusion, I whipped out my DPT and explained the similarities between the two, and the differences. S listened with a look of heavy concentration, and by the end of the lecture by Professor Drugs, he was giddy with anticipation, and so the experiment began. 10 PM. I've just come off a particularly unsettling shift at work. I'm a behavioural health counsellor for the geriatric, and had spent the evening in the hospital with a confused and disorientated woman who had fallen earlier during the day and now lay prostrate in the hospital bed, not knowing the year, the president, or how she fell in the first place. The experience left me drained physically and emotionally. I seriously was debating whether I wanted to follow through with the plan before meeting up with my friends. After a friendly bowl of cannabis and some laughs, my mood had diffused itself somewhat, and I was ready and willing once again. So, without further ado, M and I took 31 milligrams of 4-ACO-DIPT orally in a gel cap. 10:15. A bowl is packed with some high-quality cannabis and approximately 100 milligrams of DPT freebase oil. The bowl was shared amongst the 3 of us, although M and I bowed out after 3 hits each to allow some space in our heads for the 4-ACO-DIPT to develop. S finished the bowl, which lasted several more tokes. Within 5 minutes, the 3 of us were donning our best permagrin smiles. I am well versed in the effects of DPT, and believe I can detect the first inklings of the 4-ACO-DIPT by the 20-minute mark. It's hard to pin down at this point, especially considering the fact that I'm already flying my kite on DPT, but I think I can feel the start of the reported body high. It is somewhat similar to the somatic sensations induced by 5-MeO-DIPT. My arms, legs and head are all pleasant to touch. Happy pins and needles are pushing goosebumps up through my skin. I'm reminded of the chills one gets at a touching scene in a movie. 10:45. I am well into the ascent of the 4-ACO-DIPT now. Laughter fills the room like smoke, and as we move further into the experience, my mood is very much elevated from the start of the night. All touches of darkness have been removed from my mood. I feel carefree and relaxed. I can sense currents of somatic pleasure pulsing through my body. There is a wonderful rush blossoming in my chest. M is laying on the couch, bouncing his arms and legs, and reminds me of a piece of bacon frying. He reports feeling awesome. S reports experiencing visuals from the DPT and is quite excited as well. M and I are not having any visuals, outside of perhaps the sparkle sheen that coats everything when the pupils become dark swallowing moons. Colours also seem enhanced or brightened somewhat. 11:30. Another bowl of cannabis with approximately 50 milligrams of DPT is smoked by S and I. M reports that he is well stoked and needs no additives at the moment. After 3 hits, the shaggy carpet begins to wall and dance. I imagine rug dervishes performing sacred dances for the ceiling gods, who busy themselves making the walls breathe in and out. I'm reminded of the scene from The Matrix, after Neo realizes his true potential and makes the walls of the hallway bulge out. I'm really quite overwhelmed by the amount of movement going on, but being that my mood is absolutely glowing, I take it in stride and lie back to enjoy the fireworks. The semantic centres of my brain are also quite well lubed by this point, as I'm spawning humorous babblings faster than rabbits on Viagra in the spring. M, on the other hand, reports feeling characteristically slow and introverted, but he always gets this way on psychedelics. A passage from the Quran floats through my consciousness, which says something to the effect of, The gates of paradise open wide for he who can make his companions laugh. I very much enjoy the idea of sacred laughter. If there was ever a thing to build a religion around, it is laughter itself. I'm quite positively +++ right now. 12 AM. No real visuals to speak of anymore. Some random blips and trails, but nothing consistent. I look at myself in the mirror and notice that my pupils are nearly touching the whites of my eyes. A Lilliputian aeroplane could fly right through one of them into my brain. My mood is still ecstatic. I'm enjoying the body high, touching anything soft that is in reach of my blissed out physical form lying across the rug. My hands feel a bit balmy, but it doesn't bother me much. I begin to notice that time seems to be moving incredibly slow. I feel as if my brain has been spinning its psychedelic wheels for at least 6 hours. But alas, it has only been 2. I report this to M, who agrees that his sense of time is stretched out. This will be a theme with me for the rest of the experience. I'm constantly amazed when I check the time to see how little time has actually passed. Meanwhile, my subjective clock is ticking faster than it can talk. 12:30. M and I retire to his room to watch Pokemon 3 the movie. We smoke a few bong hits each and flick on the lava lamp for some ambience. I'm blown away by the underlying philosophies present in the movie, and am delighted in the fact that this is what is brainwashing kids today. A new Pokemon, called Unknown, which are a living alphabet of sorts, are introduced. These Pokemon fascinate me due to their ability to feed off the psychic energies of a person and create a virtual dream world into which the person is transported. I'm reminded of the language of DNA and of the Kabbalah, and also of the action of psychedelic drugs. Just as I start to delve in deep to the inner workings of Pokemon philosophy, S walks by the room and lets out a sing-songy mocking about M and I, 2 adult men, watching Pokemon. For the next 30 minutes, I am trapped inside a mental whirlpool of justifying to myself that it is perfectly valid for a grown man to search for spiritual meaning in Pokemon. After I realise just what I am doing, I lose myself in a fit of giggles. The whole scenario strikes me as absolutely ludicrous. 2 AM. M and I move out to his deck and smoke a joint. I am amazed at the wall of sound erected by the creatures of the night. Peepers are peeping, the crickets are busy creating a static of leg noise, locusts are buzzing in a sort of call and response, while M and I fill the air with smoke and flapdoodle. The stars are winking and doing their pixie dances. It feels so good to be outside. The cool night air is causing a fresh wave of goosebumps to arise out of the persistent body buzz. I start to emit a low om sound, in tune with the night symphony. Closed-eye visuals run rampant through my mind with the speed and intensity of an electric current. I am starting to feel worn down and tired now, although my body is loose and relaxed. I imagine swimming right now would be excellent, but there is no water around. 3:30. I start to feel like my grandfather, who would insist he was looking for holes in his eyelids when I would catch him nodding off in his easy chair as I sit closed-eyed telling M that I am not really tired, that my eyes are only closed, that I can study my closed-eye visuals. Soon enough though, I admit that I am actually exhausted, and head off to sleep, which comes effortlessly and quick. To be honest, I am actually quite enamoured with 4-ACO-DIPT, although I still need to experience it by itself to be sure. The best and shortest analogy I can give to describe it is that 4-ACO-DIPT is what LSD would be if it were MDMA in another universe. I found it to induce a headspace somewhat akin to a candy flip experience, although shorter and accompanied by a body buzz similar but more pleasant than 5-MeO-DIPT. It was better due to the fact that I experienced clearly no negative side effects. I also found it to carry a strong, empathic quality, and all in all, 4-ACO-DIPT has truly won my favour. I believe that was the first time we've actually covered 4-ACO-DIPT on the channel. We've covered 4-ACO-DMT loads of times, but never this one. So let's give you a brief overview of what this chemical is all about. 4-acetoxy-NN-disopropyltryptamine, also known as 4-ACO-DIPT, 4-acetoxy-DIPT, ipracetin, ipracetyl, and colloquially as 4-ACE or ACEs, is a lesser-known synthetic psychedelic substance of the tryptamine chemical class that produces a unique mixture of physically euphoric, stimulating, and atypically minimal visual and introspective psychedelic effects when administered. It has been described in early online reports as being only vaguely similar to structurally related tryptamine substances such as psilocin or 4-ACO-DMT, but with the disinhibiting, physically euphoric, and libidinous signature of psychedelics like 5-MeO-DIPT, and an atypically short duration of around 3 to 4 hours. It has since been reported to be slightly longer lasting and mildly less potent than 4-HO-DIPT, also known as iprosin, with an active dose reported as between 15 and 40 milligrams. 4-ACO-DIPT is primarily thought to act as a prodrug to 4-HO-DIPT, a substance which Alexander Shulgin comments on his book Tikal, in which he writes that he truly doubts that there is another psychedelic drug anywhere that can match this one for speed, for intensity, for brevity, and sensitive to dose, at least one that is active orally. Anecdotal reports dating from at least 1999 reveals that these properties are largely preserved with 4-ACO-DIPT, with the exception of a less rapid and potentially jarring onset, slightly extended duration, and decreased physical side effects from the excessive stimulation and restlessness that 4-HO-DIPT is commonly reported to produce, making it a more comfortable experience overall. Today, 4-ACO-DIPT is rarely able to be acquired on the consumer market, and when it is almost exclusively distributed as a grey area research chemical online for recreational and proclaimed entheogenic purposes. It's an example of the early wave of psychedelic research chemical that were explored following the wake of its initial synthesis and documentation in Tikal, before the emergence of an easily accessible network of online research chemical vendors during the early 2000s. Very little data exists about the pharmacological properties, metabolism, and toxicity of 4-ACO-DIPT, and users are advised to proceed with caution when choosing to use this substance. Isn't it wild just how many research chemicals there actually are out there? There's probably some being made right now that we don't even know about. New ones that are always going to be made, and all you need to do is edit a molecule in a chemical, and then it splits off and it makes this whole new substance that has all these varying effects. And while all of these like 4-ACO, 4-HO chemicals and like 5-MeO chemicals might have similar effects, they have enough unique properties that they make them a completely different substance entirely. I guess in a sense, all of these different research chemicals that act within like the tryptamine class give you a different flavour of heightened states of consciousness. The research chemicals, they just seem to tweak your consciousness and tune it into different frequencies. There might be some, it might tune you into the frequency that you get slightly on LSD or 5-MeO-DIPT. I'm talking about 4-ACO-DIPT in this context. But then it also might tune you into a frequency of consciousness that you've never experienced before. And that's really sort of how I perceive how it affects your perception, I guess. But yeah, also just a side note, I thought it was very funny that this was written in, when was this written? 2001. So he was watching Pokemon 3 the movie. So who was in that one? Who was in that one? I'm sure you enjoyed the ASMR sounding keyboard there. Probably not. Oh, it's the dog Pokemon people. The dogs?
What was that? Is that a dog?
You know what, Pokemon, right? I've only ever played Pokemon Diamond out of the actual Pokemon games. When I was younger, I loved Pokemon like the anime. I mean, it probably introduced me to anime along with Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh! I was obsessed with Pokemon the series and the movies. I think I watched around the first 4 or 5. And I was also obsessed with like the spin-off games like Pokemon Colosseum and Stadium, and then that one called Pokemon. Is it Pokemon TV? Let me know if anyone remembers any of these games. But I think it's like some Pokemon TV program. It was a bit like Animal Crossing. You played like one of the Pokemons, and it was all had to do with TV show. I don't know. Maybe I'm making it up. Who knows? But Pokemon 3 the movie. I'll be interested to rewatch this and see what the philosophical insights are that this person intuited. But I mean, let's be honest, right? Let's be honest with ourselves. film and art. Like, Pokemon is art. Like, let's just be serious. Even though it's for kids. I mean, there's so much stuff for kids that has a plethora of beautiful messages that anyone of any age could gain some value from. I'm very interested to rewatch this. I remember rewatched Pokemon the movie last year with my mate who'd never seen Pokemon or anything. And yeah, we really enjoyed it. I also really enjoy these really early 2000s, like 4Kids dubs. I find them hilarious. And
Are they Pokemon?
They kind of look like alphabet soup without the soup.
there's not even the bad. Like, I wouldn't even say the bad because I think they're so entertaining. Like, yeah, whatever the delivery. I mean, the delivery's not supposed to be Oscar worthy, is it? It's Pokemon. It's supposed to be a bit campy and a bit cheesy. Oh, I love it. It's so entertaining. But yeah, as a pretty big gamer, I think my greatest gaming misdeed is that I've never actually played Pokemon Red or Emerald or any of the mainline ones except Diamond. I just got that when I got a DS, and I did enjoy it a lot. And I love turn-based JRPGs like Final Fantasy and Persona and etc. And Persona is very similar in a sense to Pokemon, well, sort of. But yeah, I probably should check them out. Oh, and he mentioned The Matrix as well. I watched The Matrix Revolutions for the first time in quite a long time the other day. I think since maybe the first time I ever watched it, or when I rewatched it, maybe early 2010s. I first watched the Matrix films in the 2000s when I was still in primary school. I mean, they're just so entertaining, and I didn't need to pick up on any of the philosophical, existential themes that run throughout them, which I think are beautifully conveyed, even if they are quite hammy. But I enjoy the hamminess of the Matrix films. I enjoy the campiness and the very 2000s feel to, especially Reloaded and Revolutions. That it's sort of, I call it like the new metal vibe, where it's like, yeah, we're totally cool, man. We're gonna shoot the place up to like industrial rock, and yeah, I just really enjoy that vibe and the way it weaves these themes of psychology and transcendence and religion into the story. There's a lot to pick apart with The Matrix, especially the first one. But Reloaded and Revolutions also have some really interesting tidbits to digest as well. I was shocked at how much I actually enjoyed Revolutions, considering that people vehemently despise that movie. I thought it was super entertaining, very well made, and I rewatched it in 4K, which was amazing considering that so much CG's in it, yet the way it's incorporated through the lighting and shadows doesn't reveal its age at all. I thought it was pretty bang on, and I was sucked in the whole time. Yeah, fair enough, probably people had higher expectations for something that was so groundbreaking, the first film, and pushing the boundaries of what you could say in an action film in terms of its depth. But I don't know, I think it still had some really interesting themes. I love that Neo in the Matrix, like for the machines to make the Matrix, to make this perfect virtual world to plug all humans into so they could feed off them, there always had to be an imperfection in the perfect system. So to be an infinite perfect system, there always has to be the possibility of it turning in on itself. And then obviously you've got the opposite to Neo, which was Agent Smith, I guess. So he's like the antiparticle to Neo, and that's what's so cool about the end of Revolutions, about what happens in the fight with Agent Smith and Neo. When you think about what was going on there, it's really quite fascinating. So yeah. But anyway, I don't want to spoil it. If you've never seen The Matrix Reload or Revolutions, please do that. They're super entertaining. But anyway, let's talk about DPT. Let's read the Psychonaut Wiki article here. Obviously, all of this is from Psychonaut Wiki. I do not claim to know any of this off by heart. NN-dipropyltryptamine, also known as dipropyltryptamine, DPT, and the light, is a lesser-known psychedelic substance of the tryptamine class. It is closely related to DMT, and is reported to be uniquely similar in its hallucinogenic intensity, albeit with a moderately longer duration and greater unpredictability relative to DMT and other psychedelic tryptamines. DPT was first synthesized in 1950. Human use was first reported in 1973, where it was researched in low doses as an adjunct to therapy for alcoholism. It has also been researched in high doses to induce peak experiences for terminal cancer patients. It's gained some notoriety for its adoption as the primary sacrament for the Temple of the True Inner Light in the US, a Christian offshoot organization who believe in the ritual use of psychedelics and refer to them as the true flesh of God. DPT is commonly consumed via insufflation or orally. Many report the experience of insufflation to be very congestive and painful, which, with the rapidness of onset, does not give the user much time to acclimate themselves to its powerful effects. It can also be administered intramuscularly or via vaporization after conversion to the freebase form. Smoking the freebase is reported to be the preferred route used by the Temple of True Inner Light, and more experienced members ingest the DPTT. DPTT, wow. Very little data exists about the pharmacological properties, metabolism and toxicity of DPT, and it has relatively little history of human usage. It has long been available on the research chemicals market as a legal grey market alternative to DMT and commercially distributed through online vendors. Many reports suggest that this substance may be overly difficult to use safely for those who are not already very experienced with hallucinogens. It is highly advised to approach this powerful psychedelic substance with the proper amount of precaution and harm reduction practices when using it. Lots of very interesting information there. I find the history of DPT really intriguing. Not many people know about DPT. I think it's one of my favourite substances to cover on the channel. Many people colloquially refer to it now as DMT's darker brother, darker sibling. And this probably is due to the fact that there's a few intense reports on Earwid that are extremely engaging. That I've covered them on the channel before. Just check out the DPT reports, where there is almost like this. There is this transcendent quality of almost like this quality of like gnosis, of breaking out of the matrix, or we're tying it all back in today. But then instead of the loving radiant beauty of realizing the oneness of reality like other substances, there's this weird like sinister, almost insane feeling to DPT. And obviously when humans are confronted with insanity in any degree, because sanity is so integral to our existence and survival, that's naturally going to throw people off and incur some psychological trauma in some people. But the beauty of DPTs, I think maybe if you work your way through these realms of insanity, you can actually pierce higher levels of consciousness and stay in them and really tap into the beauty of consciousness in its unbound state. Because basically what you're doing when you're taking psychedelics is you're unlocking your mind to experience consciousness beyond just its human filter. But if too much of the human remains in you, if too much of the human mind remains with you while you're experiencing these levels of consciousness that are just completely, utterly fucked, not fucked even in a bad way, but just like fucking crazy, your human mind is going to react to that with fear, because of course it would, naturally. So yeah, it's a really fine line to walk with stuff like DPT. I might even make a video exploring the Temple of the True Inner Light. I find that really intriguing. I'd like to know more about it. See what the crack is there, what's going on behind the scenes. I find the fact that they call psychedelics the true flesh of God is quite profound, to be fair, because, in a sense, what are you doing when you take a psychedelic? You're sort of like eating yourself. You're eating... you're consuming consciousness to induce a higher state of consciousness. Or another... I mean, is it always a higher state of consciousness? I mean, well, yeah, it could be. It depends on how you, the ego mind, reacts to it. Obviously, this is why ego death usually helps out quite a lot, because there'll be no ego to interpret what's being perceived as wrong or fearful or bad, because that's the ego, and the human mind likes to make distinctions, conceptualize, put them in
and conceptualize these categories like this is good, this is bad, and they're all shades of good and bad. And then if the ego goes like, okay, I'm now just seeing it as it is. But anyway, we shall find out in the future. Deconstructing and Rearranging Reality, a 4MEO PCP trip report by Acoustic, posted to Irwid.org January 5th, 2011. This was my first time with this chemical, and I was expecting something like ketamine, but the come-up was incredibly similar to DXM. Thoughts became fragmented, and speech became difficult. The dissociative body load feeling was the strangest I have ever experienced. Not as sedating as ketamine, I remained very mobile, and had much more tactile awareness than with DXM, but I had the most pronounced and obvious feeling that the usually straightforward link between thought and physical movement had a barrier in it, that my body was being moved in some unnatural and awkward way. The psychological aspects of the trip arrived over a minute or two. Very early on into the trip, I had these strange fantasies entering my mind. They seemed to be as apparent and tangible as reality, though I did still have a firm grip on reality itself. Music, though, seemed distant and alien. I completely lost any sense of rhythm and melody. The friends I was with seemed to be highly exaggerated characters, bearing only a basic resemblance to their actual personalities. The situation we were in, just sitting around talking, seemed to be fantastically dramatic and significant. We listened to music, described our thoughts and feelings, smoked pot, watched the relatively subdued OEVs, and everything was actually very pleasant and peaceful. I was playing around with ideas about the room being lit by odd-coloured electric lighting, and the ceiling being only 3 feet above our faces as we lay on the bed looking up at it. And it just seemed so real. I could actually sort of see it and sort of feel it. But only sort of, but still very apparently, it was there. We did a few caps of nitrous oxide, and the first 1 or 2 sent me delirious and then blank for a few seconds. Eventually, after repeated caps though, I tripped. But essentially for me, it was the same as it ever was when mixed with pot. When it was over, I just went right back to the PCP, as if nothing had happened. After probably 90 to 120 minutes at the peak, the physical aspects of it and the visuals began slowly to fade, which was fine, but very annoyingly, the strange, grand, complicated, and involving ideas disappeared all at once, and I was back being myself, firmly grounded in the real world. It was quite a shock, and I felt that I urgently needed to get back there, and further to explore the thoughts I'd skirted around. One of the people who'd planned a trip with us that night wasn't feeling well enough, so there was another dose going spare. Nobody else wanted to do it, so I did. I sat talking, still under the effects, and the come-up this time was much less obvious, although, looking back, much more dramatic. At the time, it was less obvious because the more intense the psychological effects became, the less able I became to focus on exactly what was happening. This is very difficult to explain. I suppose when I'm in a normal mental state, I can think about a few things at once, because some thoughts are clear and focused in my mind, and others sort of float around and make connections with others, but I don't have to put any effort into keeping them hanging around until I need them. I completely lost my ability to do any of this. I could only direct the whole of my attention to one specific thought at a time. My friend would ask me what he considered to be a straightforward question, and I'd have to think about every minuscule implication of what he'd said, what my opinion was on each of them, usually getting him to repeat the question after each stage of logic, because I'd had to concentrate so hard on the tiny part of it. I'd actually forgotten why I was thinking about it. Being asked a question like, "Do you want to put a different record on?" And after minutes and minutes of staring silently into space and internally battling with the question, I finally answered, okay. Eventually, the single-focused thoughts I was having became so clear and so all-encompassing that I could see them played out before my eyes, and feel them in deep parts of my brain, the way you feel a distant memory or an inclination, rather than just thinking about it intellectually. Gradually, I got the ability to have more than one idea at once,
but each of them experienced in this way through senses and from multiple perspectives at once. I got double vision, which gradually split into 4, and eventually got so complicated I couldn't focus on anything, and my vision effectively was a constantly changing, swirling mess. My vision was completely useless. Eventually, open-eye visual style visuals started creeping over the top of the incomprehensible mess of what I was seeing. I saw a clay block. I saw it in the past and the future at the same time. It existed in multiple spaces at once, but not a number of spaces next to each other. It existed in the same space, but at different moments in time. This is actually impossible to explain, I think, but I saw it in 4 dimensions of sorts. Up, down, left, right, forward, backwards, and past, present, future. It was the furthest thing from reality as I usually understand it that I have ever experienced in my life. I ended up lying in the bath, without water in, and looking out over onto the rim into my small bathroom. It stretched out for hundreds of meters, glittering with glass and blue jewels, and I could not possibly comprehend where I was or what the house I was in might look like outside the bathroom door. I kept getting my friend to tell me that we were in my house, to list the names of the people in the house, which room they were in and what they were doing. I knew the names of the people were familiar, and words like bedroom and watching TV and sleeping. I knew what they meant, but they were only ever as real to me as the strange and now obviously fictional things that popped in and out of existence constantly. This extreme disconnection from reality was scary, but I knew really that it posed no real threat to me, because the house was very quiet and everyone else seemed to be in total control, and no one was going anywhere. The thought, this will all end at some point and things will go back to normal, never actually occurred to me like it does on psychedelics, and even on DXM and ketamine. I forced myself to think it at times, but I never believed it. In this moment, my sense of time had actually disappeared. I couldn't imagine ever not being on the drug. I couldn't imagine that it would never end. This seemed to crop up in my train of thoughts as a problem, but never a big one, until eventually my thoughts became so fast and frenzied that I was thinking so many things at once. The sheer quantity and speed of my thoughts was more than my sober mind could ever possibly have processed. I became convinced that this would have some permanent effect on me, and that I would never be the same person again. I never got this thought out of my mind, but managed to ignore it at the peak. During the long come down though, it kept coming back to haunt me, when my thoughts became more ordered and less chaotic, but still very strange and inexplicable to the people around me. It seemed more and more pressing that the longer I went without remembering quite what normality was, the less of a chance there was I would ever get it back. I had an idea of what ego death was, but essentially and simply put, it's forgetting who you are and the dissociation of yourself from all of your memories and experiences that normally go towards defining your identity. Eventually, I managed to fall asleep after about 8 hours, 6 hours or so after the second dose. I woke up with 0 afterglow and 0 hangover. Although there are a lot of thoughts that I actually believe are incomprehensible to a sober mind, that there is no chance of me properly recalling. I remember the moments I had those thoughts and aspects of what was happening and what I did, but I remembered a huge amount of the trip, and understood a huge amount of the thoughts that I had for the very first time that night. Much more so than with DXM. With DXM, I'm shocked every time I do it at the huge quantity of ideas that are so obvious and memorable while high, but that I'd completely forgotten about, or been perplexed or bored by if I'd remembered them while sober. 4-MeO PCP was much, much less like that. There's so much more I experienced and thought. I've chosen the bits I think best express what it was like, but it's so much more incredibly complicated and strange and exciting than I could ever write down, even if I did write a million words. This is the most intense and immersive experience that I've ever had with substances, more so than acid, DPT, ketamine. I think at some point soon, I'm going to try a 250 to 300 milligram dose, since I'll be less overwhelmed and more comfortable. And hopefully, I'll be able to find out more about this very strange substance. So just before the video starts, I wanted to give a quick shout out to what is quite possibly the most apt sponsorship I've ever come across for Vivec. Oftentimes I'll decline, 99.9% of sponsorship deals I come across because I just don't think Raid Shadow Legends is very appropriate for the sort of content on this channel. But I know a lot of you like to fall asleep to these report videos, and that's why I thought these cozy snug sleep earbuds from Like Me really are a match made in heaven for this channel and its viewers. If you're anything like me, you might struggle falling to sleep on your back with conventional earbuds in. I'd always wondered whether there were any designs that facilitated side sleeping without waking up with a perforated eardrum. Not only do these earbuds work wonders for side sleepers, they boast high quality audio, are super lightweight and soft with various different sizes of ear wings to pick and choose from, on top of having 21 hours of charge when using the charging case. So, now you can all quickly and smoothly fall asleep listening to me recount the usual litany of mind-bending, reality-shattering experiences that we all know and love. If you're interested, please check out the link in the description, and don't forget to use the discount code Vivec for 10% off your order, valid up until the 9th of December. Anyway, we'll crack on with the video now, but be sure to let me know what you thought of the earbuds if you do end up snatching yourself a pair, and thank you to Like Me for reaching out, I really appreciate it. Oh my god. We've really effed up. An AMT, MDMA, ketamine, and 2CT7 trip report by Annan of IBID, posted to earwid.org September 14th, 2000. There's been a lot of discussion recently about safety and psychedelics due to several recent events in our local community. In particular, I was involved in a series of events over the weekend that I feel it is important to bring to the attention of our community, in the context of helping others avoid our mistakes. I'm doing so anonymously to protect the identities of the individuals involved, though I do have permission from the primary individual to discuss her circumstance here. Before I begin, I do want to make a few general comments. One thing that is apparent to me as I've grown up in this community is that there are many standards for what people consider safe psychedelic technique and practice. It is my goal, as I grow and learn, to try to respect and understand a wide range of opinions and find a balance between risk and caution that I consider acceptable. I think what often makes it hard for people to discuss their mistakes with the group is that it is very easy to wind up on the receiving end of some harsh judgmentalism, the "I can't believe you were so stupid" sort of response, which inhibits sharing of future mistakes due to embarrassment and other factors. I definitely feel that criticism and critique are useful and important. I'm mainly asking for community support as I describe these events. You cannot possibly be harsher on us at this point than we are on ourselves. In the meantime, we honestly want people to know what we learned, and how we learnt it. If these things seem obvious to you, please understand that we are all coming at this journey from wildly different places in our lives, and I've seen common sense defined differently over and over again by very smart people who simply disagree on certain fundamentals. For the most part, the weekend was rather beautiful. This was the third in a series of multi-day, multiple substance experience that a small group of us had engaged upon together in various combinations. The 7 of us are, for the most part, very experienced with psychedelics in general. Years and years of experience among us, in fact, with only one individual really being a newcomer to the vast majority of the substances we typically do as a group. We started off the evening with AMT, a drug that some find annoying, but which every member of our group finds to be quite a wonderful drug, like MDMA but without the mad scramble to squeeze it all in before it wears off. AMT features 2 hours of nausea up front, which can be mitigated with the less drowsy formula of Dramamine. After that, it's a very long experience, 12 hours at least. A very leisurely and enjoyable ride though. After the AMT had pretty much wound down completely, we took MDMA. From a safety perspective, some have suggested that combining AMT and MDMA is an unsafe move because AMT is an MAO inhibitor, and MDMA does not combine well with MAOIs. My response to that is that we are taking the MDMA well after the AMT has essentially run its course, not stacking the peaks, and have never noticed any untoward physical effects. Moreover, as some have heard of this weekend, the mistaken impression seems to be that we were stacking many concurrent peaks. The actual technique, which to me seems much more rational and acceptable, was to essentially let one drug finish out its course entirely before starting on the next. This is much less aggressive physically than stacking concurrent peaks. It gives you time to fully enjoy one substance before moving on, and really does manage to avoid bad synergies. However, it's still an aggressive move. You wind up gradually more and more exhausted, and thus more physically and emotionally open to the drugs that are later in the schedule. It's not at all without risk, but it was within the acceptable range for what every member of this group considered comfortable. After the MDMA, some bumps of ketamine occurred, and then a couple people drifted off to sleep. Ketamine at very high doses is dissociative, but at very low doses, it acts as a very mild repotentiator of whatever you happen to be on. It's a very enjoyable state, I must say. At the end of the MDMA, some folks moved on to 2CB. Most people managed to squeeze in at least a few hours napping after that. As a group, we were all having a wonderful time, eating split pea soup throughout to keep our spirits up, reminding each other to stay very hydrated, etc. One thing we did not do, though, was utilise a sober sitter for the duration of the experience. It's been my experience with this community that sober sitters are rarely particularly encouraged, no matter what the experience may be. It happens occasionally, but it's not a rigid rule of thumb. I've participated in dozens of experiences, with combinations, with new substances, with new people, where sitters seemed optional due to the experience of the people involved. It's not overconfidence, mind you, it's just confidence, which I've noticed is something many people in this group seem to have. Not a confidence that nothing can go wrong per se, but a confidence that if something does go wrong, it can be handled. That was the mindset we were in, and for the most part, as we approached day 2. In hindsight now, I would consider this the first of our small, but very serious mistakes. After getting up from our naps, 2CT7 was on the agenda. One member of our group bowed out in order to get some sleep. Of the rest of us, only 2 had really had a threshold dose of 2CT7 before. The rest were either new to the substance or had not taken a threshold dose previously. A lot happened to us from that point on, and I don't intend to comment on all of it. From a safety perspective, I will focus on one individual though, whom I'll refer to as Melissa, obviously not a real name. Melissa had never taken T7 before. I informed her that people were considering 20 milligrams as a good starter dose, and that some people were finding 20 milligrams to be an extremely intense dose as well, and that you should start with 20 milligrams, boost your way up if you wanted to. One of the other women in the group told Melissa that she had tried 30 milligrams and found it okay, but that she was going to do 40 milligrams this time. Another woman in our group had done 40 milligrams previously and found that to be boring. The men in our group are all very much high doses, and we were not particularly used as data points in her decision. I believe we were all doing 60 and 70 milligrams. In the end, Melissa chose 40 as a dose. In retrospect, I regret not being more forceful about considering 20 milligrams as a starting point. I also feel that Melissa didn't spend nearly enough time educating herself about T7. She came to it with very little, if any, understanding of what others' experiences with it had been, and I guess she should have just done more research. She was essentially trusting all of us, and that was a mistake. It's the kind of mistake you make when you really trust the people you're with, but there's no excuse not to do the research, and we all should have spent more time right at that point discussing what was about to happen. That being said though, the first 4 hours of the T7 were marvellous and wondrous in many ways. T7 can be an amazing substance, truly beautiful. Melissa was having a wonderful time by her own account, and so none of us were on alert. The one sober person in the house was asleep at that point. Melissa announced that she was going out for a cigarette, something she'd been doing all night. For some reason, none of her usual smoking buddies went with her. In fact, no one went with her. We realised about 15 minutes later that she hadn't come back, and that she'd gone out alone. It was a rather difficult realisation to make. A realisation of the, oh my god, we really fucked up this time, variety. We went out to do a quick look for her, but she was long gone. We called likely spots that she might have headed to, but she hadn't been sighted. Hours went by. We reasoned that Melissa was a pretty hardcore tripper, known to be able to walk the streets of major cities on LSD without much trouble, and she knew the neighbourhood we were in. She'd even taken walks earlier in the day, accompanied though, and she perhaps just wanted some time alone, I guess, to appreciate the experience. But still, we were all extremely unsettled. Other things happened while she was gone that led me to state categorically that 2CT7 is worth extreme caution. It is wonderful, but it is an extremely strong psychedelic. You must be careful. Approximately 4 hours later, Melissa returned. Her story was chilling. She remembers walking down the street away from my apartment. The next thing she remembers is being in a man's car. She doesn't even know how she got in the car. She remembers them stopping at a 7-Eleven and asking him to pick up some water for her. She remembers him taking her to a friend's apartment. She remembers them asking her if she was drunk and responding she was on 2CT7, which of course they did not recognise. She remembers asking for a telephone and not being given one. They asked her what her name was and where she lived, and she couldn't even remember that. What she does remember was watching cartoons for a period of time, and she also remembers her pants coming off, asking, "Where's my pants?" Her underwear stayed on, and she believes nothing sexual happened, and eventually they brought her back to my apartment and let her go. She had left the apartment without shoes on and without a wallet, meaning she had no identification with her at all. A few days after the event, Melissa is doing reasonably well. Her temperament is typically very upbeat and resilient, and her friends have tried to stay in close touch with her. In the hours after her return to the apartment, emotions ran high. We were so fortunate that someone we loved had come that close to extreme physical endangerment and had made it back to us. She was very, very shaken, of course, and so were the rest of us for that matter. Some people have suggested that it was completely irresponsible not to have a sitter for this experience. Considering our relative inexperience with 2CT7 as a group, I do actually agree with this. It's just not something I'm accustomed to though, after years of never bothering. As far as the multiple substance aspect of it all, I don't feel that our technique is particularly unsafe, but clearly that's a subjective statement. Melissa had done AMT and MDMA, come down completely and slept for several hours, 6 or 7 at least, before the T7, so I don't personally attribute much of the intensity to combination effects, but clearly there is a little of that present regardless. I think I'd have a smaller group next time, and I'd encourage a sitter in cases where new drugs were being employed. It seems so obvious now, but that's typically how many people learn, by making obvious mistakes. We're just very, very lucky that nothing worse happened. In terms of physical endangerment, there's one other scary story that I'm personally aware of. I know of one individual, a hardcore tripper, who decided to take mimosa ayahuasca alone in his apartment. He literally came back to consciousness while driving his car at high speed out of the city, fleeing on the freeway from whatever it was that had scared him back in his apartment. He has no real memory of how he managed to get out of town whatsoever. Obviously he could have used a sitter as well. To conclude, I just want to say that I'm very sorry that this actually happened. I feel very foolish, but I'd feel more foolish if we didn't learn from our mistakes and communicate them with you all. I've heard far too many times, "Oh, I've never had a bad trip," from the young and old alike, with that telling undercurrent of, "and I never will." As Sasha Shulgin states quite clearly, there are no insignificant psychedelic experiences, and an attitude of cockiness or complacency is not your friend in these matters. It can happen to you. You can find yourself, after 10 solid years of having safe and reasonable experiences, suddenly in new and uncomfortable territory. The value of this list is that we can share our experiences and our ideas in a relatively safe environment. We know that some of us are greater risk takers than others, but we are all ultimately sharing a desire to see each other taken care of, to see each other healthy and vibrant and well. This is an asset we can utilise. For my part, I have long ago stopped speaking publicly on these matters. My reputation precedes me in too many ways, and it's hard to penetrate the noise of that reputation. I'm known for what seems to be reckless high-dose behaviour, but most people don't get beneath the surface of that to see what motivates me. I am constantly questioning the value of this path in my life. It is one of the biggest single spiritual and moral issues I wrestle with, and I don't believe I ever take these experiences for granted anymore. The reason is that when I was younger, I was extremely cocky and arrogant, and I did pay a price for it over and over again, with too many bad trips to count. I literally count my blessings that it's been years since I've had that kind of trip, and I know if I'm not careful, it could happen to me again. It's part of why I can talk to people so easily and fluidly when they're in trouble. Bring them back. Something I'm also known for at this point. It's because I really have had to work to pull myself back from disgusting and awful places, where even those closest to me just wanted to get the fuck away from me rather than put up with my shit again. At this point in my life, I take high doses because that's what works for me. I don't try to encourage anyone to join me, rather I just want people to feel like they know what they're doing and respect their own needs. I don't know if that's true throughout the community, but I sincerely hope it is. I feel brokenhearted about this weekend, but in a sense it has brought us together, and we are honestly endeavouring to learn. I appreciate those of you who have taken the time to talk to us about it on IRC or in person, and who have scolded us without insulting us. It honestly does remind me that I'm genuinely happy to call this place home. Connecting with gods and people's energies. An AL Lad, 3FN Metrazine, and Alcohol Trip Report by Ardoon. Posted to earwid.org September 26, 2021. I do have lots of experiences with psychedelics, fair tolerance to dissociatives, stimulants, and alcohol. I took 3 blotters of AL Lad, and the experience was for some reason much more intense than I could ever imagine. I went to a music festival with my friends, and before the trip I had a line of 3 FPM, 40 milligrams, and a moderate amount of alcohol, about 5 beers equivalent. Earlier, I also had a line of amphetamine and a few bumps of ket, but I don't believe those influenced my experience much. Well, then I decided to drop 450 micrograms of AL Lad, as my friend had described this dose to be extremely visually interesting, with a clear head and no brain fog. The experience started coming up, and about 30 minutes in, I started to feel quite tripped out. For some reason, I went with my 2 friends to get one more beer. I felt quite weird around other people at the bar. I then went to the techno main stage and started watching from afar when things started to happen. First, the people around me were somehow replaced by very fancy figures, like elves, nomads or monks. There were also a lot of children dancing everywhere, which seemed absolutely normal to me at the time, yet in hindsight, I'm sure there were no kids there at all. Then a strange thing happened, when from a nearby tent, some glowing and trippy looking tendon or tentacle of some sort shot out to me and tied me to the tent, as was also glowing with similar light energy. There were some monks around the tent, and they signalled to me that I should now be with them, because my energy binds me to them, and sure enough, when I tried to move away, the tendon seemed to draw me back closer to the tent. I remember one of the figures coming up and offering me water, so it seems they were in fact human. But at the time, I considered it a scheme to draw me over to their side, so I refused and danced on. I continued dancing among those fancy, colourful nomads and children, analysing and copying their dance moves. Suddenly, however, the mood of the music changed, and the air filled with anticipation. Everyone was like, "Oh, make space, the Holy One, he's coming." And then some sort of a green-lighted railway appeared, and a mighty chariot with some sort of god was carried to the place by stallions. Shortly after this, more railways appeared, and there were many representatives of these people from all directions. The place was just a complete mess by now, with railways going here and there, and I was trying hard not to get hit by any horse or chariot. After a while, everyone prepared for a ceremony, watching anticipation for the collection of gods. I suppose that was the main stage during a breakdown. I then understood that this was supposed to be a mystical mass of some kind, in honour to the astral gods who gathered there. Somehow there was my friend explaining to me that with these gods, we as a humanity will finally be able to overcome our global problems, ecological, social, etc., and all come together into harmony. I was skeptical about that and thought that it was only an elaborate scene that everyone was just pretending to convert other people to their religion. At the same time, I admired their level of preparation. Everyone was clothed in fancy green clothes, the ground was covered in dark green hexagonal tiles that randomly flashed bright green, and everyone seemed to be in on this ritual of sorts. Then, I suspect the music dropped. Everyone rejoiced, and somehow I felt that the gods were giving us a kind of blessing. At first, I didn't realise what it meant, as I was still sceptical. But then somehow, someone next to me made me realise that this is the real salvation. All you ever wished for in your dreams has really come true. The astral gods have blessed us and gave us ascension. I think I just laid or sat on the ground and felt this intense connection with everything around me, accompanied by some crazy hallucinations all across my field of vision. I felt like that this is it. No more suffering, and that we are saved. I began to cry. Not completely sure it was that point, but around this time, my connection to the real world started weakening. My experience was mostly defined by the music and lights coming from the stage, coming in waves where I got transported into completely different worlds, and suddenly breaking out into reality for a couple moments, and then drifting away again. I vaguely remember when some track was playing with vocals about someone dropping an interdimensional screwdriver or something, and I'd been actually fixing some energy fluxes within a cosmic device when I dropped that tool and couldn't reach it. It was likely about that time that the experience started to turn pretty bad. One moment I was enjoying myself or being a part of another ritual, and then I snapped back into reality. I felt like everyone around me was playing jokes on me. I decided to go away from the stage, but moving was very hard, and I could hardly control my legs, and worse, I could not even see reality very well at all. I think that at some point, some people came to me to either stop me from going somewhere or help me, but to me, it felt like the cops have arrived and were arresting me for some crime. This happened several times during the night. Then, somehow, the really crazy part started. I began to lose contact with reality entirely, and I moved through visions of energetic flows and threads which were intertwined with different scenes from reality and my memories. This part is probably impossible to describe, but the underlying theme was that I had been in the position of some decision maker, like I was a god or creator of the universe, and was supposed to judge what is right and what's wrong. I had visions of accidents, events, deeds, and situations of different people, and then I was to judge who was in the right. These decisions were not easy, and after making each decision, I have always been supplemented by another, an opposing viewpoint, which went against my former decision. These were always like, "Are you sure of that?" The decisions were mostly some quarrels between different people, but eventually the experience started to take more of a planetary dimension. My decisions seemed to eventually lead to differences between life and death. The choice of life was symbolised by everything lighting up in bright green colour, while death was dark, full of burnt coals and taste of ashes. The decisions I made seemed to either point to the green life or to the ugly black death. I tried desperately to make the right decisions to choose life, but no matter what I did, I was losing myself to the death part, visualised by ugly junkies, ashes and dirt. From what my friends told me, I understand that was the part when I was lying in the dirt next to another stage. My friend found me there and started to take care of me, and that was when my experience changed into something very different. At the time, I couldn't make much sense of what was going on, partly also because my perception of reality was not continuous. I could perceive things with a delay, and my memories were mixing together with what was actually around me. After this, I began to sense around me these pillars of colourful light, or threads of some kind, going upwards from the ground all the way into the sky. I only partly realised it then, but now I know those are my friends, or their energies or something. This vision I had might have been influenced by Orson Scott Card's books in the Ender's Game series that I was reading, who describes philotic threads that are like souls each living being has, and sentient beings can have their threads connected with each other if they have some kind of strong connection. Sensing and seeing these strands of energy, I tried to join with them and become part of them, but it was difficult. My mind kept slipping and getting distracted with random thoughts and memories, with different people's feelings and different situations I've seen throughout the night popping into my head. I then tried to gather all the strands of energy into one pillar. The number of the strands was changing sometimes, but at one point I had 9 strands of energy with me, each of a different colour and each somehow tied to a different person. As the sun was coming up, I tried to align the pillars and myself with the sun in a certain weird kind of ritualistic fashion. It seemed to me like the entire planet and all the people depended on me to succeed in that ritual, as me deciding yes to the connection would mean yes to all life. At a certain point I felt like the being, the creator, at the beginning of our universe where there is no time, and I understood that no matter what kind of universe you create, it will eventually collapse on itself back into the start. So what is the point? But I felt the presence of the other strands of energy calling me, telling me to say yes. I decided to say yes, go with them, choosing life, and I had a feeling of almost floating up within the pillar of energies. I then tried to move and align this pillar with the direction of the rising sun, and when I managed that, the sun's energy strand joined with the others as the 10th energy in the pillar. When this was done, my mission completed. I dropped to the ground, panting, thirsty, exhausted, and suddenly I regained most of my perception, like I would suddenly switch back into reality, and I could see and talk to people around me with sudden clarity, although I was still a little confused. The most striking thing, however, was that the strands of energy were still there. They looked like pipes of around 30 centimeters in diameter, made from coloured nets. They were rising up from the ground, from me and my friends, high up into the sky. The centre strand remained at the site where I performed the ritual, but I could still see it clearly a few hundred meters away. I was chilling next to a fire, and then for some time I could still see them, but then went to a tent to lay down for about 2 hours, and after that they were completely gone. Now, a lot of other stuff happened during that experience, which would be too hard to describe coherently, but it included some very uncomfortable true hallucinations, utter confusion, vomiting, etc. Certainly the setting was not good at all for an experience like this, with arguably most of the unpleasant stuff being caused by the clashes with my environment and other people. In any case, I've had higher doses of LSD, which were intense, but not nearly as mind-shattering and reality-defying as this. It may be that AL Lad has a steeper dose response curve, but I'd say that usually it should be less mind-heavy, so don't think that is the main reason for the magnitude of this experience. The 3 FPM, and most notably alcohol, were more likely to cause such a reaction. However, in my opinion, a considerable potentiating factor might have been the fact that at the time I was refraining from masturbation, if only for 10 days or so, and I feel like that had filled me with energy that made me considerably more sensitive to emotions and feelings of all kinds. All in all, taking such a high dose at that time and place was not smart, and I was lucky I wasn't seriously hurt, and that I had my friends there to help me and take care of me, for which I am eternally grateful. Complete Psychedelic Spiritual Harmony, an AMT trip report by Some Josh, posted to earwid.org February 8th, 2018. A few months before my experience, I had tried AMT at least once. One 30mg pill, which disappointingly gave both my friend and me no effects whatsoever. Fast forward to the second time, and after a failed attempt at getting hold of some shrooms to have a fun-filled, psychedelic day round of friends, I suggested that we try AMT again, instead this time upping the dosage to 60mg, so to avoid any disappointment and have a real AMT day. I've never experienced any kind of trippy or psychedelic drug before, and after reading many reports and doing my research, I decided that AMT would be a good choice for a first-time psychedelic experience. The timing of this experience report will be a little vague, as the trip happened a while prior to writing, but I'll try to give some rough indication. The setting. 'Twas a nice Saturday afternoon, and the plan was to chill around a friend's free house all day. A nice safe haven with some great company to trip in, and just take some AMT and see where it took us. There were 5 of us taking it all together. Myself, J, C, T, and later that evening we were joined by Zed. We never really planned to venture outside, and for the most part stayed indoors, dressed in stupid onesies or coats, etc. True psychedelic gear, I must say. A fun day was surely ahead of us. T equals 3 PM. Me, JC, and T each took the 30mg pills. There was no going back now. We were all in high spirits, having a laugh, and was just chilling, waiting for something to happen. Knowing that any effects of AMT can take quite a while to arise, I was surprised that nausea had kicked in for all but me around T plus 25 minutes, with onset rapidly approaching. J and T even ended up vomiting. a phase which does eventually pass. I told them that it sucks, but at least you know it's working. Nothing for me yet though. But the rest of the guys were beginning to start feel quite speedy and somewhat hyped, all laughing and reveling and putting some music on to dance to, etc. I was in the toilet while they were all outside listening to music and whatnot. Here, I started to notice some kind of effect. Very, very mild and barely noticeable. I wasn't sure whether the light shining through a purple vase on the windowsill looked or seemed any different to normal. Anyway, I was starting to feel what I can only describe as a very slow growing sense of increased contentment. I knew something was going to happen, and I felt good about it. T plus 45 minutes. I joined the others and they seemed to be coming up a lot quicker than I was. Very speedy and chatty and acting stupid. They started to comment on some mild visuals, and at this point I was starting to feel mild effects of the drugs as well. Mild disorientation, increased energy, hearing that they were getting mild visuals. Yep, that poster of Jimi Hendrix just winked. He just winked at me, I swear. I decided to cover my eyes to see if there were any cool closed-eye visuals going on, and to my surprise, there were. Something I'd never experienced properly before, so I found it very cool. An interesting note, I was seeing some nice colours and patterns, but the main bulk of what I was seeing was all seeing eyes, dollar signs, stars of David, etc., which is strange, as people always comment on how psychedelics can be tools to unlock knowledge and connect with arcane realms and dimensions, etc., and it made me think of that sort of thing. Obviously, because I've seen and been subject to these images and their meanings before, I may be conditioned to perhaps see these sort of things if I'm tripping. Be interesting to see if anything similar happens with someone who has no knowledge of these symbols and the meanings. T plus 1 hour. All of us were starting to come up properly now. Not being able to keep still, we decided to go downstairs to put some more music on and go outside for a cigarette. So with some good loud music on, the speedy hyper feelings continued. Visuals were starting to become more prominent now. Watching the trees in the garden swaying in the wind was very fun indeed. T was commenting on how fascinating and alluring a fence panel seemed to him. No, I just saw an eagle on there, I swear. It was definitely beginning. C was saying how it's like all the best traits of different drugs rolled into one. The disorientation from Ket, the speediness of MDMA, the laughter and visuals of shrooms and LSD. Little did we know, there was still so much more fantastic times to come. The visuals at this point weren't too intense, but definitely noticeable. Lights and colours seemed more lucid, and if you concentrated enough, everything had a definite wave to it. After smoking, we retreated inside to listen to some music in the living room. I chose a song to listen to, called To Reprise, the James Cleaver Quintet. This was a short, powerful, classical-esque piece. We all laid on the floor close to each other, eyes closed, listening in awe to the sheer beauty and intensity of this song. The drug had taken its hold, and was creating a whole new listening experience. When it finished, we were all left astonished. At that point, it had truly begun. That song was the definitive come-up song. T plus 1 hour and 30 minutes. It must be said that this drug definitely goes through stages, and after we'd established that we'd all come up properly, we were still in the speedy elevated mood, vivid colours stage, and were having a lot of fun dancing to some Rodrigo Gabriela. In the kitchen we were all singing and playing guitar. The AMT had actually made us all into better singers. It was breathing life into us. Each of us company that we were enjoying was enhanced tenfold. It was quickly becoming unanimous that it was one of the best drugs we'd ever taken, and there was still so much to come. It was strange because I made a few films on my phone, and whilst doing so thought watching these videos later is just not going to be the same thing. At many times throughout the experience, I stopped to comment that behind this wondrous curtain of psychedelia was just 4 guys fucking around in a house. To an outsider, it must look so strange. I'm quite an analytical person, and think about things a lot, which is probably why I thought this, but it didn't detract from the experience at all. Just something I hadn't experienced before, and found funny to think about. T plus 2 hours. Visuals were coming ever more present now. Each trip to the toilet, it became increasingly more difficult to aim, because there were so many fantastic sparkling colours and patterns in the way of the visual field. We were all still loving it and having a great time. Unlike other drugs, this one has more than one plateau, with effects lasting for so long, Each part of the experience gets to a certain point and stays that way for a while. Then it gets a bit more intense or changes and carries on. Depending on what you're doing as well, can completely change the entire scope of how you feel or what's going on. Even though everything seemed amazing, colours everywhere, throughout the whole experience all of us were completely coherent. If you concentrate or go off on your own, you can lose yourself in complete bliss. It is amazing, but we all still managed to stay completely with it and chat and carry on as normal whenever we wanted. As me and Jay are oddly similar, a lot of times when we were sitting and chilling, I'd look at him and his face would morph and even look a bit more like mine. It was as if I was able to see with new eyes, from a completely new view and way. The similarity between us personified within my friend. Such a freaky sight to behold, but extremely cool at the same time. T plus 4 hours. Not even halfway through the experience, we were all in full swing. Now, things were really going on, and we'd start to notice new traits and things about DMT. The way it affected us seemed to reflect each of our personalities or what we wanted out of the drug. I was getting in my own little world. C was all hyped up and loving life. J was chilling about, and T was just, well, T. Another great and strange aspect was when in a room with someone, sitting next to them or whatever, a lot of the time, you'd want to close your eyes and just take in the nice feeling and look at the extremely vivid closed-eye visuals. Without realising at first, the drug almost gives you a form of extra sensory perception. For me personally, it was strong. I could not only feel, but sense the people I was with. A lot of times, we'd say that after closing your eyes next to someone, upon opening them again, they were often across the room, or you open them to find yourself in the room completely alone. Even though you were certain you could feel them right next to you. I guess that's just the great energy us guys were giving off, right there with you. For me personally, this was one of the greatest aspects of the drug, which grew and changed throughout its course. This leads me to, hands down, easily the most profound spiritual experience of my entire life. We had a good set of iPod speakers, and C's phone was providing us with some excellent tunes, really nice bassy house and electro tunes that you could really feel and get into. As throughout the whole thing, we had a lot of energy and were always uplifted. It really was perfect. It added the perfect party-like vibe, while still being able to chill. As everything just looks beautiful and is intriguing, I often found myself doing normal things just to see what it was like under the influence, to try and gain new experiences. I found myself in the living room on my own, after opening my eyes, thinking I could feel the presence of the others in the room, to find no one was there once again. Liking the music that was playing, and feeling great overall, I decided to place my chin right on the side, with my face directly in front of the speakers, and I could feel the music. The bass was pushing the air from the speaker onto my face, and with each burst it gave a feeling of sweet ecstasy, somewhat similar to doing the same thing on MDMA, but, in my opinion, better. Not as intense and more controlled. Loving this, I decided to close my eyes and lose myself in the closed-eye visuals and just let the music take me. And it really was taking me. I started to meditate and thought I would just completely let go and wholly indulge myself into the heart of the experience. I can safely say it was probably one of the greatest ideas I have ever had. The bass of the music in my face, the closed-eye visuals, feelings I'd never experienced before in my entire life. This is where the drug plateaued again. I was completely lost in the experience, and it was also where the spiritual vibe truly blossomed. In this new realm, if you will, I felt completely connected. So many thoughts and experiences going through my head in flawless harmony. My soul was on fire. I could feel a definite presence right there with me, as though the entire room was filled with great, happy, warming energies, whether that be from all my loved ones, from the guys, or something that was just there, right there with me, giving me a spiritual pat on the back per se. Not something physically felt, but a feeling I cannot describe that I have never managed to have felt before. At that moment, everything just seemed to make sense. What psychedelic drugs were all about, the places they can take you, how in everyday life, people, through their own means, can find and replicate this kind of feeling. I felt truly astonished and enlightened. I've never considered myself a spiritual person, and never have I truly felt presences or auras, which is partly why I was so amazed and delighted with these newfound feelings the drug had given me. I was so glad that it allowed me to experience something completely new and actually given me insight into spirituality and the way some people, example religious ones, feel, and some of the great things they can experience. I hope to remember this for the rest of my life. T plus 5 hours. Chapter 7. The laser pen again, men. After this amazing experience in front of the speakers, I felt an immense need to go and tell the guys, not in a forced, urgent way like on MDMA, not just because what had happened was so incredible. So I went upstairs to find Jay and C on the PC listening to Enya, while Jay was telling a made-up story to go with the music. C had managed to delve into this experience and was in literal fits of ecstasy on the floor. He described it as one of the most beautiful moments of his year. I told T to try out the experience I had, and afterwards he said he had a pretty sick time too. Much time passed with us mainly wandering around or just spending time chatting and joking around, listening to music or finding interesting things to do and look at. Visuals always remaining a main feature, and if anything going through waves and getting stronger. It dawned upon me now that this was an excellent time to get my laser pen out of my bag. This is no ordinary laser pen, mind you. This thing is 6 inches long and very powerful. I brought it especially as I knew it would be an excellent tool to have whilst on a psychedelic. Again, what follows was the second most profound experience on the drug, but easily the most visually profound. The downstairs bathroom was small and dark enough, with the door closed, that I could get a little light show going on in there. And oh my god, sitting on the toilet with the seat down shining this thing about was one of the most incredible things I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. I spent at least 5 minutes in there just playing around with this thing, a beacon from the gods, making waves with it. Watching the bright green line bounce and refract off things was honestly like nothing I'd ever seen before. I think the deprivation of the senses, added with this trippy tool, intensifies the experience immensely. The spaced out buzz was much more in the dark toilet, so much so that when I finally stepped out of the toilet it was the only point in the day where I felt out of it, albeit only for a few seconds. Speechless, I went into the living room to try and even begin to explain what had happened to me. I simply could not put it into words. Look at him, he's speechless. Get back in there and think about what you've done, C laughed. After spending more time toying about with the laser pen and immensely enjoying myself in the small dark toilet, I decided to get a drink, where I found Jay lounging about in the kitchen and urged him to come and see what I had discovered. Reluctantly, he followed me into the small, uncomfortable with 2 people, toilet room and awkwardly sat down with me, not really being bothered at his slight, "What the fuck are you doing?" as I knew he would soon forgive me. I began the light show, and all bother was washed away, and amazement was the key feature of the small bathroom from then on. Jay was equally amazed and in awe at the might of the laser pen. So much in fact, that it was a must that we bring C and T in on this with us. Squashed and cramped into the small space, with such a hype at the intensity of the laser pen, we began a little build-up, all being a little strange. We started making this weird build-up noise, and with enough tension, I unleashed the light, and we all sat in amazement for ages. "Nah, make some waves with it now. Oh, shine it on the tap. Oh my god, this is actually mad," etc, etc. There was a truly magical moment that I don't think any of us will be forgetting anytime soon in that bathroom. After a cigarette and probably a trip or 2 back into the light show closet, we spent the next few hours listening to music, playing with the laser pen, still rolling hard on this fantastic substance, with still many more hours of enjoyment to come. T plus 6 to 7 hours. After spending a lot more time doing pretty much nothing, we found out blowing smoke through the laser pen, so you can see the actual beam of it, was awesome as well. The smoke dancing around the small pillar of green light was so intriguing, as there were patterns within it and the visible flecks of dust sparkled and glittered as well. Much time was spent listening to music and doing that, all still unanimous on the fact that we were all so coherent and could chat away to our heart's content, and trip major ballsack as much as you want to. Soon after, Zed finally arrived. I could barely say hello, as I was too far in with the laser pen still. I later broke free and said hello properly. We were all chilling in the kitchen, explaining how amazing we all felt, and what a sweet day we'd been having. The colours, the patterns, the heightened sense of spirituality, the amalgamation of all the characteristics of different drugs in one. It was definitely a bit too late in the day to dose in my opinion, but Zed wanted to join in on the fun, so he opted for 30 milligrams just to see what he was saying, which wasn't as bad to be honest. Time was spent chilling in the kitchen, just discussing the day's events, and spirits were high, conversation flowing, and soon Zed started to come up and go through the dreaded nausea stage. We all told them it's literally just a phase, and you feel so much better if you could just go to the toilet and let it do its thing. Soon after, you could tell that 30 milligrams was enough to feel it for Zed, as she had the puzzled, disorientated look on her face. She was definitely feeling how we were many hours prior. I was unsure whether she was actually enjoying it or not, being the type of person who wouldn't want anyone else to worry about her in case it ruined their fun. She just kept on smiling and nodding when we asked if she was okay. Having fun or not, she most certainly looked like she was looking at things from a different perspective and taking things in from a new angle. We later found out that she was in fact okay, but for whatever reason, the drug had taken her ability to speak and was much more content in listening to us guys chat nonsense and be idiots. So, a small negative note to comment on is the body load produced from AMT. Whilst it was mainly me who noticed anything, I kept getting this reoccurring chest pain, much like indigestion, but it came and went every now and then. Easily ignored, but still noticeable. Not something you particularly want when experimenting with a research chemical, I must say. C complained of something similar, but more of a hunger pain. We figured they could have something to do with eating barely anything all day, so C and I tried to munch down a piece of toast, which leads me to my next point, dry mouth. Taking 20 minutes to eat a singular piece of toast is not ideal, especially when each bite just rolls into a ball and ends up like chewing gum at the back of your mouth. Hard to swallow due to lack of saliva as well. Had to do some gulps of water in between, and we managed it however. As AMT is a stimulant, I knew to take similar precautions as MDMA, so sipping water throughout the day, but even so there was a very high amount of fluid retention, and I was not suffering from the classic pilly willy, but I did find it extremely hard to piss. Definitely one to be careful with. Depending on what you're doing, you want to drink enough water but not too much, blah blah blah. T plus 8 to 12 hours. Although having more of an inward experience, Zed was now balls deep in AMT, and had settled in so everything turned back to normal, so to speak. A lot of time was spent alternating between smoking in the kitchen and lounging around listening to music and tripping out in the living room. Colours, visuals and headspace still super present. I remember trying to piss at one point and could barely aim into the toilet as there was so much in the way of my visual field. I was feeling more of a low light vibe. I felt colours were more present on surfaces that way, and everywhere still looked like a disco. I remember doing the classic lying down and waving my hand in front of my face, happily staring at the rainbow-like traces it was producing. I figured now would be a great time to go stare at myself in the mirror, just to see what that gave me. It was weird and fun watching my face morph and change around in a whirlwind of colours, and thinking more in depth than ever that, well, this is how people actually perceive me. At one point, my face warped in such a way that I looked much like my brother. Having passed away, you'd think this would be a disconcerting sight. Yet it was quite the contrary. It made me think very warmly of him, that he was a part of me. That his death and the events that followed, however much they may have sucked, have made me into the man I am today, and how grateful I am for that. It was nice thinking of it in such a clear and bright way. A very sweet experience indeed. Zed was still chilling and much in her own little world. I was having a chat with her trying to get a conversation flowing, still ever so slightly worried in case she was having a bit of a bad one and didn't want to say. I just asked her what her experience was like on half the dose. I was surprised to hear that visuals were hardly a thing for her, and it was more of a body high, a headspace. When I close my eyes, it feels like I'm at a party. She too was getting that feeling of presences with eyes closed, and said the general vibe was a really nice feeling. After probably the final peak, much to my dismay, for me there was a sudden drop in effects. I may have been just on the couch on my own listening to music and staring at stuff, but all of a sudden the visuals became slightly less intense. It was a bit sad because I missed them and wanted them back. But all good things must come to an end, I suppose. They were definitely still present, but just not as intense. I went into the kitchen, and everyone said they felt similar. I found, however, that if you isolate it, example, go back into the dark toilet, and concentrate, you can bring it all back. What a great idea this was. With my quest to regain intensity of the feelings, I spent some time on my own in the living room in the dark with the laser pen listening to music, and it definitely helped. With visuals a bit less prominent, but still very much there, it was easier to focus on the feelings and headspace. I watched the iPod on the speakers spin round and change colour and shape, some kind of house music again. Whatever album art was on the screen, it was cool. I couldn't really make out what it was, but it almost looked like a little tribal mask type face thingy. The music was amazing. I was getting so into it, just watching it change shape, shining the laser pen about. I felt like it too had a presence. It was a being of sorts. I felt as if it was almost trying to convey a message to me. I was concentrating and listening so hard, getting so deep, but I just couldn't decipher what it was trying to say. I was so sure it did have something to say, however, but what it was, well, I'll never know. I remember sitting on the toilet again with the laser pen, just staring at the floor, pointing the pen at the door, in tempo with the music, and I shot a short pulse of the laser against the door, illuminating that area. This led to a beautiful wave of pixelated colour, rippling and falling down all around me with every push of the button. I could have sat there for hours watching these multicoloured waves that seemed just as intrinsic and in time as the sea. I think for me, this was the last truly astonishing visual of the whole trip. T plus 13 to 17 hours. With visuals merely lingering, now we thought it was a great time to crack out the weed. This definitely brought the feelings back and made the visuals more present too. It gave them new quality, they were more intricate now. Things waving about had minute patterns and details on closer inspection, which were a nice addition. One of the greatest features of the drug for me now was the heightened sense of spirituality it gave me. All getting deep on the convo, I felt like I could listen with more intent than I ever had before, and break down each sentence and conversation, and see the meaning behind it and what it truly meant, and why each person was saying it. I felt like in that kitchen, I was chilling with a bunch of personalities or auras. Although they were all there sitting in front of me, I felt more connected to each of them spiritually than I ever had with anyone in my life. A real insight for me, and such a sweet thing to have happened. I just wanted to tell them how I felt, and what kind of person they were, as this drug seems to make one's personality, or spirit in this sense, shine through, and also make it easier to pick up on. Sounds kinda lame, but it wasn't as forced and inappropriate as MDMA, more of an elated, spiritual high. With some doobies on the go, we all slowly descended into a madness of sorts. Being awake and tripping for so long was perhaps a bit taxing, and the weed made us all stupid and doped up. Conversation was turning to mush, and mostly ended in hysterical laughter at absolutely nothing, which, to be honest, is always great fun. Although visuals were nearly non-existent, an oil painting on the wall of a flamenco woman, smiley duck back, was still constantly in motion, for all of us, constantly swaying and moving. Jay, whose house it was, had had the painting for years, and now tripping had only just noticed that if you look at the painting in a certain way, notice that the hair and low-cut dress of the woman with her back looked just like a smiling duck. Something we all instantly picked up on and laughed for the remainder of the night. Finally, we decided it was time to pop some diazepam, listen to some music in the lounge, and then maybe think about bed. We decided to put on something chill and went with John Mayer's live album, Where the Light Is. The first few tracks were acoustic, and having never heard the album, it was one of the most magical things I've ever listened to. Being a great album overall anyway, and a highly talented singer, AMT just made it that bit more phenomenal. The songs were utterly awe-inspiring, like nothing I'd ever heard. It was actually almost like being at an actual gig, listening to the most beautiful singing ever. The sun was slowly rising on a crisp, clear autumn day. We all bid each other good night, or morning, and got into bed, with effects barely lingering. It was one of the most beautiful sunrises I'd ever seen. I really did want to stay up and watch it, but, well, I knew it'd be a silly idea, and we had to close the blinds anyway. The 20 to 30 milligram diazepam helped, but sleep was still difficult to achieve, although not impossible. And thus ended one of the greatest days I've ever had. Conclusion. Well, what can I say? For a first-time psychedelic experience, it literally could not have gone better. AMT all now sits very high atop our favourites list. The length of the drug can be an on and off selling point. A full day is needed, and preferably a day off the next day. Thankfully for us though, we all awoke the next day after 8 hours sleep feeling fresh and enlightened, with no signs of a come down. The fact that this is so intense, but allows me to remain as coherent as I want, in my opinion, makes it a fantastic first time psychedelic. Euphorically Insane, a 25i N-bomb report by GeoDaddy, posted to earwid.org, August 30th, 2017. On the day that my sheet of 25i came in the mail, despite not being home alone, I had privacy for the next few hours, and I decided to place one tab, rated at 1000 micrograms, between my upper lip and gums. T plus 0 hours. I made some further edits to my Google Music playlist, my PC environment, and made sure my room was clean and I wouldn't trip over anything. I then went to take a shower. I turned the water on, and it was taking a while to become hot. So I used this opportunity to go get another tab and place it between my lower lip and gums again. Around 5 to 10 minutes into my shower, I could feel a static energy building in my body. The steam seemed to become crisp. I chewed the tabs and swallowed after having the bits across my gums for around 15 minutes. T plus 20 minutes. I'm back in my room, sitting in front of my computer. The energy is already quite powerful now. I'm sitting straight up listening to Boards of Canada GeoDaddy for the first time, and the song sounds like the universe is starting up, which is exactly how my body felt. The energy felt like an 8 out of 10 at the start of the song, and by 30 seconds in, the energy was at an 11. Before this minute-long introductory song is over, visuals appear on my desk. I haven't touched Nature Valley bars since this day, but it appeared as though my desk was covered with crumbs. When attempting to swipe them away, they didn't go away at all. This bothered me, so I went to another part of the house to get my blanket. Standing in front of a closet for so long, my mother finds me confusedly looking for my favourite blue blanket. "Oh, it's right there," she says. She hands it to me. The blanket did not appear blue though. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay. Don't worry about it." T plus 30 minutes. Upon returning to my room and sitting at my desk, my PC is on my desk, I accidentally disconnect my headphones. My mind is extremely heavy by now, and I struggled for about 4 minutes trying to get Google Music working again. Once I connected the headphones, my attention was now on my keyboard and mouse, and my ability to use my computer was pretty much shattered. Despite closing out unnecessary windows before the trip, navigation was still impossible. At this point, I'd given up on trying to do things, and my mind had now begun to form and follow through on thoughts. It started off with me looking at the objects in my room, the things such as my hoodie that made my life better. The thoughts soon evolved. I was thinking about my Google Music and its importance, and then all the information on my Google account and what it said about me. Thinking began about what can be learned from information databases that Google has access to, the NSA, the US government. My sanity was quickly slipping away from me now. I still had control over my body, but upon examining my thoughts, I knew I was losing my mind. It's truly hard to remember specifics, but if I thought about something and wondered why something was a certain way, my mind would immediately accept my first explanation as fact. I stepped away from the computer and sat in a chair under sunlight. Powerful visuals formed within 2 minutes. Open-eyed visuals obscuring my vision almost completely. From then on, everything looked like an oil painting. The visuals were bothering me, and almost as if by will, they went away. But my mind was still racing with psychotic thoughts. Everything still looked like an oil painting the rest of the day though. Went to talk to my brother because I was concerned I would have lost my mind beyond repair if I didn't create some sort of connection to this reality right here. T plus 45 minutes. So I went inside, removing my privacy. The euphoria was 8 out of 10 at this point, and I was sitting on the floor grinning stupidly at my mum and brother, talking about how we can totally make money on the internet somehow. The entire time, I was trying to refrain from revealing the secret, that my mind was completely lost. My mother told me I should go to sleep, something which isn't physically possible right now, but I reassured her I was okay. T plus 1 hour. Now, I'd completely forgotten I'd taken any drugs at all, and would not be aware that I'd taken drugs for another roughly 20 hours. I had crawled over to our huge carpet in the living room to play with my dog. I crawl often playing with him, but my crawling was because I couldn't walk. In fact, my motion would be extremely limited for the next few hours. T plus 1 hour to 4 hours. I had now entered a sort of trance state. My concerns and slight bad vibes about losing my mind were gone though. Because, well, I'd lost it already. My mum and brother attempted talking to me, but their words had no impact, aside from making minor influences in my daytime dream. I found myself vividly re-experiencing things from elementary school. Things I haven't thought about since experiencing the first time, yet the re-experience was so extremely vivid. In real life, when I did come back to my living room, I was in such a profound state of euphoria. Rating MDMA at an 8, my experience here was a 22. I think very few humans ever experience this, and to be honest, I never will again. Soon after this, my ego had died, and everything turned to black. If I thought about something, I visually saw it, and whatever I wanted to hear, I heard it. I began to think about the 2 girls I cared about most in my life, and the supreme being, me, could manifest them right there. But I could only see one at a time. If I said one's name, I saw her. If I said the other name, she morphed in place of the other. My biggest regret is attempting to fuck her in my dream, all while my family is watching me on the carpet say their names. What the hell I did there was never mentioned, and hopefully my motions existed only in my head. Because of these perceived powers, I felt like I unlocked a higher plane of consciousness, and I made contact with someone much like the architect of the Matrix. There was no face or voice, simply words existing. I don't think my lack of motion was because my physical ability was lost. I was simply happy to sit there and explore my head. I think about the origin of things and that this guy created them. So, looking at my dog, a white dog tinted by the afternoon sun, he looked like the yellow Doge dog. I thought the architect was asking me, which did he think of creating first? The phrase lol, laugh out loud, or Doge? The third option was God. I chose lol, and well, I was right. And he rewarded me with more questions. Soon, the questions became so important, and I realized it. My entire life, my childhood visions, they are all a manifested experience. This guy is simply one of many aliens scattered around the galaxy. Earth is simply an experiment constructed for me. Earth is his experiment for this test, for this moment, for me. And if I answer the questions correctly, I'm going to win a place among the aliens. I had reached victory. There was a sort of number starting at 8,000, and soon it became 1 as I answered questions. And when I answered the question after 1, the alien congratulated me and requested I come claim my spot. My vision was still black. All I saw was images of the questions, and now there was no image. The alien's light was walking away. I couldn't go claim it. I was being held down by some massive pressure. In reality, my family was holding me down to the carpet. This made me lose my shit completely. I burst out of their grasp with all my force, running into a wall. The elevator scene in Captain America: The Winter Soldier recreated the experience perfectly. Some time after, I remember running again. This time, I had claimed the prize, and I had manifested suits and earpieces on my family members. They were in on the experiment, and they were happy I won. If I didn't, the alien would just destroy Earth, and they sighed in relief. Them holding me back was the final test. This time I looked down and there was a red puddle below me, bleeding from the knee, scarred today. The next memory, my mum put me in the shower for some reason. I felt trapped, so I got up and charged at the shower wall. I'm a winner. Why am I so confined? The next memory is in a bedroom, still being held by my family, so once again I ran, this time, into a glass window. T plus 6 hours to 9 hours, assumedly. They probably got me in bed by then, but I still haven't responded to anything they have said for 4 hours. So they put me in the car and, well, we were off to the hospital by now. I was trapped once again, this time by a seatbelt, which I couldn't figure out how to take off while lying down. I remember being wheeled into the hospital and liking how it smelled. In that moment, I thought we were at a swimming pool building, and of course, I manifested the smell of a swimming pool. Once in a room, I was strapped down once again, and my neck, well, it fucking hurt. The worst part of the experience by far, but still euphoric in a weird sort of way. I was asked dozens of times what I took, but finally hearing a guy list off a bunch of drugs, I thought he was asking what I liked the most and he was going to bring the saviour of Earth some, so when I heard MDMA, I of course mumbled MDMA back to him. Here are some of the visuals I experienced while sitting down in the bed. I imagined the nurse giving me a blunt. I tasted it and saw the smoke. There was a line of events happening. Nurses at the side of the bed, a police officer looking guy, and the event seemed to repeat. Some things were actually happening, others were not. I was fidgeting my body in accord with these events and thought it was also part of the game. If I did the correct things, my life would be extended. If I did the wrong thing though, I'd immediately die. In retrospect now, I think perhaps it was because my vision began fading when I was motionless, and movement brought in light. I think they gave me something to counteract the MDMA, or perhaps nothing at all. But soon the visuals took an entirely different turn. A nurse walked in, and her face morphed into something of a humanoid insect, and the blue curtain began to appear like a grey, translucent, webby material, and the objects in the room and on the wall took steampunk forms. The rooms in the hallway appeared to be shaped like eggs, made from the same translucent material as well, and the rooms were shuffling and sorting themselves for efficient use. Ah, I was in my alien ship, of course. I finally fell asleep, with the potential to see more if I forced myself to stay awake, but I haven't been more drained than that very moment. T plus 2 AM? I didn't see any windows, so I don't remember the time of day. I woke up entirely sober, easily removing the straps. Walked into the hospital area, wondering where my aliens went, then went back to bed. Let me be honest, it's taken months for me to piece this together in my mind, but there is a lot that is still too next level for me to understand at all. Perhaps experiencing it again would help. Well, it's funny. Surprisingly enough, I did take more from the same sheet, but experienced nothing like the first time, and I honestly don't think I ever will. I think there were interactions between chemicals developing in my body for my entire life, and the 25i, and this cannot be easily recreated. Perhaps the vivid childhood memories are an indication of this, I think. Overall, despite losing awareness of what I was doing to my body, the trip was an extremely positive one all the way. In the hospital bed, I was stabbed with needles in my foot, or perhaps poked by Velcro. I'm really not sure. I felt poking in the same spot randomly for a few weeks, but I didn't observe any other effects. The hours of active euphoria have served to be a reminder of what the human brain is capable of experiencing. I used to be struggling with depression and lethargy in the past, but it really has gone after this experience, and I've a firm grasp on my emotions as well, while still being able to let go and be scared by a horror movie, or be saddened by a sad story. On top of this, I now appreciate slow moments without the need for constant stimulation. Sometimes I have to sit down and really think about something to remember it, but I don't think I've completely lost anything. I guess more relevant here is that I have no urge to experiment with new drugs anymore, and perhaps, far in the future, I may take MDMA, LSD and CBDs occasionally, but I cannot drink hard liquor without throwing up, previously being able to drink straight Everclear. And let me tell you, I have no desire for sativa. I can certainly see how 25i can be a horrible experience. I had a precursor of experiences to prepare myself for this though. Induced sleep deprivation for 72 plus hours, meditation, clearing of responsibilities, etc. I took a break from college and had spent the last few months cutting off my friends and preparing for, well, let me just put it bluntly, suicide. The most important thing, though, is that at the time, I didn't care about dying, and this drug is undoubtedly death. Winter Death, Glitter Bomb Shrapnel, a 3-MeO PCP, 3-MeO PCE and 4-ACO DPT trip report by Nervewing, posted at earwid.org, November 16th, 2019. What a waste of time. A week spent being a degenerate in the dead of winter. Every dark day coloured by a languid, hedonistic blur of dissociatives and benzos. I went through the motions of seeing friends, sustaining my relationships, running the occasional errand, rarely feeding myself. The moments of clarity stained by an obsessive occupation with getting altered, a body on autopilot, a vehicle for consuming more drugs. Self-deprecation and self-loathing became a sinking cycle and seemingly the only logical viable lens for introspection. 3-HO-PCP, 3-MeO-PCP, 2-FDCK, and a steady stream of Atisalam were entertaining glimmers in an otherwise idle and useless being. Fueled by chemicals, I had resigned myself to my dependency and rendered myself impotent with my fixation on getting high. It was an exponential skyrocket on a perpetually creeping trend of poor coping skills that had become entrenched years ago. Potential futures, and with no access to drugs, became a looming existential nightmare. Truly, what was I gaining from it anymore? Drugs no longer felt exploratory, novel, or useful anymore. My lifeblood was hedonism, just enough to sustain any will to keep drifting through time. I was teetering on a precipice over nothing, or some terribly dull something. I was awake until 6 or 7 in the morning most days. It was usually dark already by the time I woke up again. A self-inflicted polar winter. On this particular January day, I again woke up late in the afternoon. My roommate had a small birthday party planned later that night. Until then, I decided to make myself somewhat useful, run a few errands in the neighbourhood. A few bumps of cocaine gave me the jolt I needed to fold laundry. A capsule of 10 milligrams of 3-MeO PCP was taken before setting out to get some things from a nearby drugstore, timed perfectly to creep up on me right as I was getting home. At least, I was fairly competent at this. I was stimulated, buzzing, and decidedly in motion, with little in the way of expectations or plans for the rest of the night. Just existing in the present with a perpetually worsening stray idleness. The air outside was swirling with cold. The day and night wore on as the drugs wore off, and I felt entirely sapped of energy. I intended to hang out with my roommate's friends for a bit, but now felt zero desire to socialise or talk to anyone. My partner asked to hang out, and I coldly rejected them and stated I would prefer to be alone, to just hide away in my room and be on drugs. What pleasure. I eventually got bored, of course, and went out to interact with people, which led to the discovery that it had begun to snow substantially outside. I have historically always been a proponent of combining drugs and the serendipity of the weather, so I naturally saw this as an opportunity to seize on. The first part of my plan was set into motion, a bump of about 20 milligrams of 3-MeO PCE. I socialised awkwardly a little more as my gentle and familiar favourite dissociative crawled up my neurons, a reassuring nostalgia of some time when doing drugs felt at least somewhat healthy and productive. Things wound down around 2 AM as the deep night witching hour snow slipped its icy soft hand over the breath of the city outside. I returned to my room, took my regimen of nausea abatement, and snorted 20 milligrams of 4-ACO DPT. The snow continued to fall outside. I planned to catch the sunrise by the riverside in the thick of the storm, a potential glorious wintry chorus at the climax of the night. An anxious nausea crawled at my neurons, my synapses sparking with glitter arcs, a nervous firework display, iridescent discharges crackling at the tips and tendrils of my very existence. 3-MeO PCE has already become established in my lexicon as an aggressive and fiery potentiator of pretty much everything else.
and even hearing the downturn of my previous dose, it clutched the new drug in my system and soared into the sky with it like a vitreous osprey grabbing a sputtering prismatic fish, the water dripping from it catching golden sunlight like a shower of sparks. A newfound energy was charged into my extremities, electrifying my muscles. Every movement felt so exact and precise, and I was invigorated with what felt like a supernatural control of my motor skills. Every movement was exactly where it was needing to go, exactly how it needed to be. Every bit of momentum perfectly compensated for. Everything that my eyes fell upon was taken by an immaculate beauty, multicoloured auras, and shuddering traces and after-images accompanied every movement of my ocular muscles, while every surface that could accommodate it became adorned with an intricate, iridescent relief, the shadows of a more beautiful world being cast upon ours. I danced around in these invigorating and blossoming feelings of confidence and competence as a means of killing a few hours. Every sense I experienced and ability I expressed felt heightened. I felt far superior to my regular self. This was objectively proven wrong by several failed tests of ability, but I chose to ignore that. I internalized some vague objective experiencing awe, something terrifying, something wonderful, something dizzying in its scope yet immediately recognizable in its grandeur. Something like God, or some similar idea to that. When the time came, I geared up and bundled up each garment, each layer, each object on my person carefully selected to optimize maintaining comfort while out in the blustery cold. One final preparation though, a glitter bomb of a booster shot, a single line containing 3 MEO-PCP, 3 MEO-PCE, and 4 ACO-DPT, spiked straight into my face, and it landed, awaiting detonation. The night was dead still and silent when I set out, save for the glimmering cascade swirling around me, glittering flecks of the icy sky decorating and dazzling my coat like a million rhinestones. The streetlights radiated halos around them, catching the sparkling crystalline breath that had overcome the world. There was a lull in the trip at this point, allowing me enough lucidity to navigate the now alien landscape. I was utterly alone on this snowy night at 5 in the morning. I went to a local park and sheltered in the shadow of a tree as the snow caught the ambient light and reflected it into the sky, a glowing beacon illuminating the constant onslaught of glassy flakes as they drifted to the earth. The eventual destination in mind was a park along the waterfront, where I would be afforded some privacy to look out over the skyline and watch the daybreak in peace. The radiant brilliance of the sun is muted on stormy days. When clouds weep over the sky, the sun's rising is not a blazing sword chasing a clambering knight to the far side of the earth. It's a meek, muted glow, a timid peek over the horizon as it impotently meanders into the sky. As I meandered to my destination, it dawned on me that I would not be witness to a glorious sunrise. I wandered into more constructed places that had already begun to angrily flail and throw off their blanket of snow in some delirious dawn-night terror. The glistening alabaster that had adorned the more residential parts of the city had been swapped for an onslaught of machines, turning the frosting into grey slush, a big, cold, wet, dirty mess, skinned with all the soot and ash and gravel and dust and filth of the city and the vehicles that traverse it. No rays of sunlight tearing open the sky from the east, just a choking illumination, a steady glow that perversely hushes the night away, pensive and lazy. The falling snow was grey. The sky was grey. The slush that piled around my feet were all mushy grey. The bomb exploded. A dark street saturated with the melted snow and framed by a compacted grey asphalt slush. Floodlights glaring down from the grand academic buildings above, walking through scaffolding that was messily adorned with the tortured water from the sky. I am out of my head. I am out of my body. I am shifted slightly above and to the left. How is it that my legs are still moving? Has my gait changed? My body was no longer synchronous, but alas, each part seemed to perform its job well enough to keep the whole body moving. Well-practiced coordination. I had a ways to go until I was safe. There were cars, passerby, glints of eyes as they catch the flashes of madness reflecting off mine. I exuded disorder, disjoint. I was bleeding and disintegrating into a tumbling jumble of pixelated building blocks. Amidst the dense trembling tenements of my nervous system, quaking under the shroud of a cognitive air raid siren, my heart was thrashing, seething with adrenaline and thrusting its primal visceral panic into my carotid artery. One shot of panic after another right into my brain,
turning my grey matter to cold pumice, shuddering my muscles. I did not time this correctly, did I? Walking, just keep walking, it was all I could do, no matter the oculars coalescing out of the swirling textures at my flanks. I am warm, yet it is so cold. I sit down on some stairs behind a wall, a brief respite. No one can see me. I can see the sky collapsing above me though. I'm breathing heavily. I'm drenched in the tickling shroud of a looming wraith of dread. There is nowhere to go but onwards. I trudge and trudge, panic and panic. I meet busy intersections, highway exits, furious metal beasts trying to navigate their snowy landscape, clambering over the snowbanks and ice chunks, groaning and roaring and muttering to themselves as they tear past me, their lights eviscerating me as they go. I am a faceless madman to passerby, an amorphous figure tossed out into the snowstorm like a plastic bag blown loose from the branches of a dead winter tree. The sun had seeped into the ruminating clouds that oozed over the city, a shy and timid deep blue trying in earnest to hide its face behind a curtain of unrelenting goasma grey, the grey of wet concrete on a humid, overcast day. The daybreak was humble and relegated itself to the background as the sterile cathedrals of the city's skyscrapers glared defiantly into the storm. Keeled against the billows of frost, they stood tall as winter's wrath clattered off of their perfect hides, a crystalline monument to a contempt for nature, for not even a deafening salvo of covetous eyes could shudder these titans. I was awestruck at the lights that framed these buildings and illuminated the march of the crystalline army that drifted around them, at their force, their energy, these crystalline pillars thrusting into the reclining sky. I had to look closer. I rushed to a pathway over the river that granted a comprehensive view of the skyline. Undetonated ordnance had been perturbed. The second shockwave hit. This was no longer the familiar skyline I gazed upon. New buildings had wedged themselves between the familiar ones, turning the distinct skyline into an impenetrable wall of skyscrapers, all vitreous, iridescent green. They flashed, warped, mirrored themselves, and followed my field of vision. I was deep in it now. I was awestruck. I wanted to scream about the beauty. I wanted to transmit this image to everyone in the world. These great titans of man being embraced by the iridescent cascade from the sky. A shadow loomed over me, however, and I found myself initiating a great oscillation. I saw myself from the third person in a rectangular screen. As my thoughts gathered momentum, that image replicated itself and trailed off into infinity. Seeing myself, there in that image, left me entirely at a loss for how to navigate existence itself. Then I felt it. Or them. My thoughts were travelling, jumping, associating in a particularly aberrant manner, far beyond any natural flow of cognition. I have felt this before, this distinct metallic feeling, this presence. The presence had metal fingers. The presence knew how thoughts would normally flow through my brain. The presence rearranged those pathways with its long metal fingers, each little touch of its fingertips sparking a fresh wave of panic coursing through my bloodstream. My thoughts connected and associated in ways I thought inconceivable. Perhaps the presence knew how to reconstruct me here, but I certainly had not an inkling of its intentions. A sense of primeval confusion and panic began to set in. I had been reprogrammed in public. Snow was falling, transportation infrastructure was crippled. The only way home was to walk through populated neighbourhoods. The sun was fully up now as well. My crime was laid bare. The morning joggers who braved the snow had begun to materialise. I was wispy, an unentity, a creature of the night suddenly finding itself trapped in the spotlight of the muted sun. I had no benzos or anything on me either that could arrest this experience. I had really truly fucked up. All I could do was laugh. I was completely stranded, tripping too hard to function, with limited options at my disposal. A great deal of mental energy was expended wrangling the writhing metallic serpents trying to flee in all directions from my mind, each of them liable to inflict some form of psychic mischief. And with this, the presence got aggressive. It whipped apart my fields of perception. It twisted them and bent them until I too was bent and twisted out of any state of rational perception. It talked to me. It tried to. It wanted to tell me so much. It wanted me to do things, to create things, to destroy things, to unmake the world and perform obscure tasks. Its voice was metal, transmitted not through words but as sinister, obscure, and impossible ideas directly into my brain, liquid metal filling in the cerebral wrinkles, each neuron exploding into a cascade of visceral panic. I saw my face from 5 feet away. My form shifted and shuddered and blinked. I did not know where my mind was. I did not know who contained my thoughts and intentions. I did not know who controlled my thoughts or intentions at all. I focus all of my mental energy. I stand up, I pace, I breathe. I met this before, I could dispel it. The snow raged around me, each flake a malicious metal eye pointing straight at me. The presence was drilling its mind into mine. I plunged my face into my hands, closed my eyes, and threw myself headlong into a disintegration chamber constructed of shifting and shuddering forms. I opened my eyes again and stood up. I'm okay for now. The snow felt like a billowing miasma swirling around my back, waiting for the next chance to clutch at me with so many metallic tendrils. I could not stop and think for too long, or it would grip me again, smiling its great palladium smile without having a mouth at all. Terror, terror. What do I do? No one could come bail me out, no one could drive out here and save me. I couldn't get law involved. Oh, God, fuck that. I truly only could bail myself out in this situation. It was very cold now, and my frail body was very exhausted. I could not be in public anymore, as I was being stalked by this malevolent force. But I had nothing to go on here. I walked and kept walking. Perhaps a change of scenery would keep the panic at bay. And God, by God, the awe, the brilliant light of grace, a million lumens into the heavens, soaring into the sky and cascading silky iridescence down upon me, the beauty was riveting, all of the colours of the sun piercing straight into my heart, a stark white beam, perfect in every way, screaming from my skull into the heavens, enraptured in ecstasy. By all holy, by all sacred, it was awesome. Something terrifying, something wonderful, something dizzying in its scope, yet immediately recognisable in its grandeur. It shook me to my core, plunging into my Saint Teresa heart, a fiery, icy ecstasy the likes of which only the unity of the beauty of divine grace would ride through my neurons. I wept tears of joy at witnessing such a serendipitous moment in the world, at being here, now, witnessing this, in this ephemeral scene that could only live on in my mind. Maybe it's the drugs talking, but maybe it was the scene. The sky was yet to entirely abandon its timid blue. The lonely trail curved along the river. The willow trees and tufts of grass adorned in luscious crystalline draperies, their sullen branches in stark contrast with the smooth, gentle, glistening sugar of the snow upon them. The river was a solemn blue-grey, the colour of a depression room when the sun sets but the lights haven't been turned on all day. Palaces of iron thrust into the luminous sky, great smokestack cathedral spires, embellished by the gentle kisses of the snowflakes that swirled into them. Icicles, vitreous and wind-sculpted, clung to every surface, crystalline friezes making a pilgrimage into the earth. In the foreground, a technicolor freight train passed into infinity, its rust and weathered paint peaceably entwining its fingers with the frigid air. Everything towered over me. Everything sang deep into the sky, a chorus of pillars of light and beauty firing towards the heavens. Steam poured from towers and smokestacks and the tops of buildings, creeping across the skyscape, the city waking up and coming to life, coming into motion under the muted gaze of the icy stratus clouds. I paced back and forth through the park for about an hour, oscillating rapidly between absolutely disintegrating terror and ecstatic awe. One checked the other. Felt demented and tilted, whipped into a frenzy of jilted, broken energy by the vicious polarity of this experience. The earth around me was so cold yet so radiant, so much energy thrust through its heart, energy that bled out like wind whipping from the plunging throat of a cave, energy that left my mind eviscerated, with me scrambling to pick up and contain the guts that spilled forth, dusted with ice and static electricity. Reality felt virtual, shattered and rendered false. I felt like a character, like a being acting at the discretion of some other. each move of my muscles rendered and carefully placed and predestined by some other entity. And you know what? It felt so perfectly okay. An ideal balance of sacrificing my autonomy as I truly traversed and explored the land before me. The sky smouldered with somber light now, and I was fully immersed in a fully illuminated grey morning. The quiet and peace that pervaded the land before the sun had risen was truly inconceivable now. After about an hour of deep, creeping discomfort had passed, I'd wrangled my mind enough to feel confident throwing my luck into a quest for home. I carefully reorchestrated my entry to society and the world, escaping from the park away from the gaze of any pedestrians. I quickly slipped through the streets that had already been cleared of so much of the snow. I quietly wove through the flecks of people that had found their way outside, begrudgingly trying to go about their days in these very adverse conditions. My legs and feet were sore though. I felt overheated from all of my tight layers and ultimately so tired and so exhausted. I zoned out most of the world around me to focus on the task at hand, trudging onwards on autopilot. Finally, I arrived at my house without issue. At last, the quest was over. I was home safe. Nothing bad had happened. It was okay at last. The pangs and traces of the panic and the scars it left as it barbs coursed through my veins had left my nerves raw. I flopped down on the couch on my porch and took several deep breaths as the relief set in on my shocked psyche. Opalescent steam was rising off my clothing and shrouding me in its gentle coils, tracing my form like soft, warm fingers, caressing me in consolation for the successful completion of the journey I'd just embarked on. I sat immobile for about half an hour, panting, my legs stretched out in front of me. I relished in feeling safe, competent, in overcoming the repeated panic attacks and unwelcome intrusions by unnerving entities on nothing but my own fortitude. I relished in the physical comfort and relaxation I was experiencing. I revelled in the light of day and the little rainbows that adorned the snowbanks that still coated most things in this part of the city. I revelled as well in the traces still following the little blusters of snow that the wind caught and pulled from the trees. I had no reason to move. I felt so warm and good. It was about 7:30 in the morning. Figured I should just eat and rest up for the rest of the day. I dosed myself with about 2 milligrams of atizolam to slow the trip down and lull my mind into the same degree of exhaustion my body felt. I showered in the morning light, a quiet and solemn and meditative experience, decorated by the clattering sound of falling water and the steamy warmth it imparted into my flesh. Every moment of mine still felt punctuated, exact and deliberate, and little iridescent halos traced everything like iris auras. I ate some rice and beans for some compact nutrition, and smoked a bit of weed before passing into sleep. I slept pretty much all of the next day, and my nerves didn't feel completely rewarmed and functional until I'd woken up. Throughout this journey, I saw beauty and terror. I'd been stricken by awe. I'd been carved out and shocked and burned and irradiated by prismatic fire that fractured my very being. I was seared and smouldering and energized and so very exhausted. Truly, I'd borne witness to something wonderful and terrible.
Absolutely breathtaking. An MIPT and cannabis trip report uploaded by Kaleda from the Blue Light Collection to earwid.org October 21st, 2015. I'm still on this substance as I type this, so please excuse me if anything I say is somewhat difficult to follow. I wanted to get as much of this down as I could while I still remember it. Basically, what I have to say about MIPT is that I was shocked by how great it was for me. I think that's important to get out there now, because most of what I'm going to be doing is just raving about it. This was only my first time with the substance, so I don't know how it will be on repeated use, and I don't know if this was what I could consider a normal experience or anything, but with all that I've considered, it was pretty amazing. I actually want to say, it was definitely one of my best trips I've ever had. My previous experiences with psychedelics include psilocybin mushrooms, LSA seeds, bufotenin, DMT, LSD, 2CB, 2CI, 4-ACO-DMT, 4-HO-MET, 4-ACO-MET, 4-HO-DET, 4-ACO-DET, 4-HO-MIPT, 4-HO-DIPT, 4-ACO-DALT, DIPT, and DALT, and at least a couple of unidentified things like psychedelic amphetamines and suspected TFMPP. Time, 12 o'clock. I was thinking quite a lot about taking this one for the first time the night before, due to me and my friend's recent experiences with DIPT, combined with the fact that I was really feeling the itch to experience something similar to DMT, even if it was not exactly DMT itself. While trying not to set any solid expectations, I was kind of hoping that MIPT would at least have some of the peaceful, easygoing feelings of DIPT for me, while still retaining more DMT-like qualities to it. T plus 0 hours. I get out of bed and immediately take 50 milligrams of MIPT. The taste is much milder than expected from experiences with other synthetic tryptamines, but it's still nasty. I used a fibre cookie to wash it down in hopes that this might also help my stomach later on. T plus 15 minutes. First alerts came in here, a definite tryptamine energy growing up through my body as I move around. I start feeling most tryptamines around this time, so it's not surprising. My first thought is that it does indeed feel similar to DIPT, in that it feels much more heavy than a lot of other tryptamines, less likely to cause things like jitters and shakes. T plus 35 minutes. I've been working through just a little bit of an ordeal here. The body feeling has still remained remarkably easy to handle compared to the other tryptamines I'm used to, but despite that, it's still harder to handle than nothing at all, and I do have to talk myself through some things. I could definitely see how people not used to psychedelics could get anxiety from this onset, but it's really quite easy compared to almost anything else that will still feel that intense at the same time. Ultimately, what I start to realise is that this is the build-up to a purgative type of trip. I quickly run to the bathroom and release what little I have inside me. There was very little nausea leading up to this, I just knew that it was something that was going to have to happen for me to move forward. I felt much better right afterwards, so much so that I almost thought I wasn't even tripping anymore for a minute or two. T plus 45 minutes. At this point, I decided to take a hot shower and start smoking a bowl of cannabis while I'm in there. This is where things really started to pick up. I could already tell that this feeling creeping up in me was as powerful as from any other hyperspatial tryptamine. My imagination and the edges of my vision were already being flooded with hints of very bright and colourful imagery, completely on the level I would expect from a close analogue of DMT. The visuals in the centre of my vision were less distinct, being mostly blue, green and yellow distortions, but they were honestly still fairly active compared to many tryptamines I've taken. Even DMT honestly doesn't do much more for me than this, with eyes open on most occasions. It's more about what goes on behind them. With this in mind, I closed my eyes to let the water wash over my head, and was immediately shown the very beginnings of visions forming, such as the edges of detailed faces turning to the side through the non-distinct shapes, and immediately got excited for what was to come. Conceivably sometime around 1 hour, though at this point I was in too much of a rush to care, I decided that the shower was a nice effort, but my body was starting to feel overwhelmed from movement like DMT or DIPT, and decided that all I really wanted to do at this point was lie down and meditate, possibly while listening to music. I managed to struggle against the relaxation and the growing sensory garbage flowing in the corner of my eyes enough to dry myself off, as well as do some slight grooming and get back into bed. At that point I believe I also took a couple more hits of cannabis, and then relaxed into the bed for just a moment. After getting a feel for whether I should guide this trip or let it guide me, I figured that it probably wasn't going to get hugely more intense on its own by this point, and decided that music seemed like an excellent choice for the moment. And wow, how great it was. I started putting on songs I listened to by various female artists, and I immediately noticed a strong music enhancement of the kind I'm used to getting from LSD, and just recently from 4-ACO-DALT. However, that had just been a taste of the same kind of thing. This was easily as great as my best experiences with LSD, if not even sometimes deeper. It reminded me of experiencing music enhancement for the very first time, back in my younger days when cannabis, MDMA, and psychedelics were just wonderful new discoveries to me, and every note of every song sounded impossibly deep and complex, on levels you can't fathom how you never noticed before. It was breathtaking to say the least, but that was only the very beginning of it. Shortly into my first song, the visionary effects of the MIPT really started making themselves known. It started with feeling an empathetic connection to the artist, one of feeling every emotion they sing, while flowing through me as if it was my own, and upon that foundation grew the ability to project entire perceptions into my field of experience, At first I was merely emotionally overwhelmed, and the visions consisted mostly of widely repeated swirling bodies and hands. Usually the artists, but not always. And then they started turning into entities who I could feel guiding me through this powerful feeling. The first song I listened to had a longing, nostalgic, romantic feeling to it, and I felt my perception of my body dissolve until it left only my heart, which was glowing and took on something of a biological clockwork machinery appearance. And suddenly, it was surrounded by loving entities who were holding it up and carrying me through the heavy emotions with feelings of compassion. This allowed me to release myself from them at full force, which sent me more fully into an out-of-body feeling, with watching beautiful, colossal geometric patterns shooting out from myself from a remote perspective, along with my sense of emotional release. Whilst this was happening, I saw my body falling towards the ground up from high in the sky, the clouds rushing by, and seeing my clothes flowing in the wind around me. The next song I listened to was more playful, but I also knew it better, and the visions actually started organising themselves into an actually structured and logical, but still quite psychedelic, music video to play along to it. These things continued on, and I listened to as much music as I could to get the most out of it, as I was really in awe. By now, this really felt equal to me to DMT in terms of realism and intensity, strength of the dose considered, and I found the colouring highly similar to DMT as well, but at the same time, there was also two very distinct qualities to it that DMT lacks for me: a feeling of pushing everything, geometry and visions alike, into hedonistic extremes, which I identified strongly with 4-HOMET, and a very noticeable erotic vibe to the imagery, and female entities which I would describe as burlesque, which I specifically associate with 4-HOMIPT. All of these qualities essentially combine to make it the most intense combination of visual, emotional and sexual overload I've ever experienced, to the backdrop of music enhancement, which, again, I was enjoying at least as much as LSD. All the while, despite this intensity, mentally I felt extremely calm and collected, with no significant mind load, except for the occasional therapeutic, spontaneous observation about my life or my behaviour, which actually felt extremely deep in their own ways as well. This was definitely what I'd hoped for out of a tryptamine experience. And just to top it all off, aside from still feeling a little too heavy to move comfortably, I had no side effects of any kind, not even some shaking like other tryptamines, but my body in general felt fantastic and slightly electric when I just relaxed into it. I was pretty much in a state of bliss, and I really didn't want it to end. T plus 1 hour and 35 minutes. But alas, it did. By this point I could tell that my music visions were no longer going as deep, and that part of the experience was starting to pass. Most of the open eye visual effects had started fading by this point as well, at least in terms of distortions. My body still felt kind of heavy when I tried to move it, and just a little sweaty and alien like DMT can make me feel. But aside from that, I mostly just still had that lingering body energy, and definitely a good amount of music enhancement still, but not as much as the peak. I used this short time to try to orient myself and think about the start of the day, since I was still technically just lying in bed in the morning. T plus 1 hour and 50 minutes. I still feel positive that most of the heavy tripping is over, and I decided to just keep listening to music for a while. It still sounds deliciously deep. I smoked a little more cannabis by now, but I think it was mostly gone from me hitting it during the visionary phase, being still just that one bowl. T plus 2 hours. Another noticeable drop in intensity, but I still feel good. The body feeling reminds me of a 4-HOMIPT trip at this point, with a little less muscle tension. Music still sounds great. T plus 2 hours and 30 minutes. I first start typing some of this down, but while watching letters appear on the screen as I type them, I see these ancient looking wheel patterns with abstract art faces in them exploding outward from each position, which surprised me, as I'd thought the visuals were mostly gone. I feel a little overwhelmed and decide to do something else for a little while longer first. T plus 3 hours. I ended up eating some cereal because I could tell that my stomach was not happy with me taking a drug whilst it was empty, and then making myself even more empty, and still not replacing it with anything for a couple of hours. I still felt a little funky afterwards and had a brief stomachache, but it has resolved itself not that much later. I also noticed at this point that I had a slight headache like I would have gotten from smoking a bowl of strong cannabis that quickly in the morning without the MIPT, but I very distinctly hadn't noticed it during the peak. This is similar to LSD and most other psychedelics really, as long as they have me feeling good. Now, as I write this, it is 4 hours and 20 minutes in, and I still feel really awesome. My stomach and head now feel fine, and aside from a lingering relaxation from the body high, I have an energy to face things during the day. Overall, my body still feels how I would expect it to feel after 4-HOMIPT, but a little more relaxed, Music is nowhere near as enhanced as it was earlier, but it's still much more than I would have expected it to be from just being high, and I really hope it lasts quite a while though through the day. Visuals, however, are totally absent by now, except for maybe just things like slightly stronger after images or visual snow. Overall, I really have to say that I wasn't expecting this at all. I'd wondered if people were maybe undervaluing MIPT by the dose, but I had no idea it would be like this. It's pretty much exactly what I had hoped for, and then even so much more. If this is actually a consistently reproducible kind of experience on this substance for me, I have very little doubt that it will go on to be one of my favourites, or possibly even just the favourite. I'm compelled to call it that already, but don't allow myself to say such things after a single experience. But I do have to say that this trip gave me an even better first impression than 4-HOMET, which is the only other psychedelic that I currently consider to be hedonistic on a similar level to LSD. In the future, I will consider this dose of 50mg orally as the bare minimum. I imagine that I would start seeing some truly fantastic things at between 75 and 100mg, and very dearly hope to find out someday soon. There's not nearly enough love for this substance around. I personally expect to be singing its praises for a long time to come.
I did that a million years ago. A DOC trip report by Face Monzard, posted to Erowid.org July 16th, 2016. I thought I was taking 4 hits of LSD, a drug I've done quite a few times, and found out pretty quickly it wasn't LSD at all. I was with a first timer who took 2 hits. We ate our sugar cubes and went on a walk to pass the time. Once the DOC started to kick in, I felt sick. Half an hour later, I threw up, which I found extremely odd. We headed back to my house and chilled in my backyard. It hadn't been that long, and I was already feeling it pretty hard. I knew this trip would be way different from my other ones. Still feeling nauseous, I focused on the night sky, that now was filled with billions of stars. Once we went inside, we got out paper and oil pastels. I tried to draw, but couldn't focus on it. I went upstairs to my room to get something. I don't remember exactly what, but I came back down to find 3 of our friends were at the door. I quickly and excitedly greeted them. For some reason, I ended up thinking we were in trouble and that they were there to help us. I said goodbye, closed the door, and went back downstairs to my friend. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I kept seeing my one friend who had just left. I'd keep asking my friend, "Is Kyle here?" She would assure me no one was in the house. I sat down on my couch and the world began to weave. I couldn't make out anything anymore. All I saw was a weave design that kept shifting. The weave made a tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, I saw a flashing red and blue light. I thought, am I dying? Is the ambulance here for me? I asked my friend for help. I really didn't know what was going on. My body felt as if it was constantly shifting. No position was comfortable, so I had to keep moving. I could feel my friend cuddle me as I lay down on the couch. What do I do? If I stay here, will everything be alright? Can I just lie here and do nothing forever? Please do something. Fix this. Help me, I said to her. I knew she couldn't help me, so I asked her to call my boyfriend and have him come over. I eventually saw his face in the weave tunnel and I could make him out saying my name and urgently telling me to do something. What that something was, I couldn't hear. His voice changed into a rhythm that just kept on repeating. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on my bed next to him. The thing about DOC is that it made my common sense disappear completely. I accepted everything as it was and didn't question a thing. I was convinced there were holograms all about my room. I thought they were legitimate. There was everything, from actual people to tropical decorations to rain. Here's where the line between reality and hallucination gets very blurry. My boyfriend was there. He talked to me. He didn't try to have sex with me, which I hallucinated. He didn't talk about having sex with men, and he also didn't masturbate. All of that, the DOC created for me. My room turned into a tropical R&B club. I was convinced my friend Kyle created it. He created the music, the decorations, and he invited the people. I accepted that and continued to lay there. My room now, I was convinced wasn't my room. It was Kyle's. I couldn't leave because his parents were downstairs. I decided to fall asleep and wait until the morning. I woke up and still thought I was in Kyle's room, so I waited. My boyfriend showed up and I was extremely thankful. He lay down on my bed with me and asked if I was okay. I had no idea what he was talking about. I didn't know I wasn't okay. The odd thing was, I couldn't talk in my own voice. I had the accent of an old-time southern black woman. Think of the movie The Help. Upon realising that I was still in my house, I felt foolish. My boyfriend and I went downstairs and I found more holograms. They were all over my house. My friend woke up and I immediately started apologising to her. I totally forgot she was there. Confused as to where the time went the night before, I felt terrible I forgot about her. She told me that it's fine and she understands it could happen to anyone. But I was still confused. She asked if I remembered anything. I said yes, but still very confused. She left and I got ready for work. My boyfriend begged to call me in sick. He even went as far as to text my boss saying I was too sick to go into work. This actually made me angry, and I refused to not go to work. I thought I was completely sober. So I went to work, and yet again saw the holograms outside too. They were attached to my car somehow. They wouldn't leave and I thought it was all my fault. The whole world was changing and it would stay that way. The holograms were beautiful, but they were spreading, and I had no idea what to do. I was destroying nature forever. At work I tried not to think about it, but I was obviously preoccupied and on drugs. I got yelled at and sent home by my manager, and driving home I noticed the holograms got even worse. The strange thing about these hallucinations was that the world looked completely normal except for these holograms. Along with the lack of common sense, DOC made me believe what I saw was reality itself. There was now a second sun in the sky. There were planets, tornadoes, dancing giant fairies, and the world began to wilt and rot. Buildings looked like they'd been deserted centuries ago. I got home and called my boyfriend over. He cuddled me until I fell asleep. I accepted I couldn't fix the mess I'd created, and watched fog pour out of my ceiling as I drifted back to sleep. I woke up 10 hours later, finding that everything was back to normal, somewhat. I was very confused and asked my boyfriend what was going on. He told me something he should have before. The night I took the DOC, I fell into a time loop for 7 hours. I had a few phrases and names I found repeat over and over again. Should I go over there? Over here? I did that a million years ago. I've already done that. Ralph, Andrew, Kevin, Madison, Tara. What should I do? What those phrases and names meant, well, I have no idea, and I can't even remember saying them. When I went back to school, I talked to my dealer, and he told me that what I took was actually DOC. He received LSD and DOC all in the same order. Well, I guess we all played drug roulette, and I lost. So, here we are again today, covering DOC, for the first time since I think September 2021. I really should cover more of these psychedelic amphetamines. They produce these really bizarre, otherworldly trips. I've never actually taken it, and to be honest, they are quite dose sensitive and unusually long in the duration, and actually might be overly difficult to use safely for those who aren't already very experienced with hallucinogens. So therefore, you've got to err on the side of caution when it comes to these, substituted amphetamines. So the whole DO family covers loads of different substances: DOC, DOI, DOM. Covered them a few times before. I'll make a dedicated playlist to them now because I want to cover them more in the future, and I've already done a few in the past. Lots of them can be quite terrifying, although it must be said, there are some positive experiences out there, although don't be finding out for yourself, please. They're basically a mixture of psychedelic and stimulant effects. So DOC was first synthesized by a team at the University of Alberta in 1972, but its human usage was not popularized until the 1991 publication Pikal, Phenethylamines, I've Known and Loved by Alexander Shulgin. So quite a unique one here. can't even imagine what it was like for this woman to have gone through this. A 7-hour time loop is just unfathomable. And there's a serious blurring of hallucination and reality in this report, and you can see this through a lot of the Dio family reports. Yeah, spooky stuff. The thing is with psychedelics, on lower doses of them, there is a very much an understanding of, right, this is the hallucinatory effect of the substance, and this is reality, and then the lines blur and blur and blur the higher the dose, the deeper you get into the psychedelic headspace. And I guess that's very similar for the DO family substances. On like threshold doses, you'll be able to tell the difference. But I think even getting into a common dose of these DO substances, or DOC in particular here, the line between reality and unreality blurs much quicker than it does on other psychedelics, although it is relative and subjective. So yeah, everybody's different. Like I say, we're all wired up in our own unique manner, and we respond to these mind-altering substances rather uniquely, even though there are general tidbits that overlap throughout all of our experiences. Yeah, so DOC actually lasts for around 12 to 24 hours and has these strong visual effects and this bizarre form of stimulation and this body load that can be quite uncomfortable. So yeah, not something I think you should be messing about with really, but it certainly is interesting to hear about. I know it's definitely interesting for me to read about, because it's like I say, it's something I'll never ever do, or I'm interested in ever trying, so it's fascinating to find out what it's like from a second-hand perspective and then share it with you guys. But yeah, hope you're looking forward to more psychedelic amphetamine reports, because yeah, really should have been covering them a lot more. There's a whole gamut of experiences out there in regards to psychedelics, and it's just fascinating how different it fluctuates through the whole spectrum of hallucinogens. But yeah, anyway, chatting pure breeze now, and I'll see you on the other side. Divine Intervention. A 4HO MIPT trip report by Rough Guppies. Posted at earwid.org, October 12, 2021. Dose: 12 mg of 4HO MIPT fumarate at 147 pounds. Background. This is my first time taking 4HO MIPT. I'm sensitive to most substances, and sometimes extremely sensitive, which is why I chose to take what I thought would be a small dose. I've used psychedelics for several years. Most of my experience is with 1-PLSD, psilocybin mushrooms, and I've also had 3 low-dose San Pedro trips, as well as numerous smoked DMT trips, and one experience with 4-ACO MET. I had a playlist prepared. For weeks I'd been researching this substance. I was set to dose in the evening with my girlfriend as my sitter. I weighed out 12 mg of 4HO MIPT and stirred it into a clumpy suspension in water. This substance does not readily dissolve into water. Let me tell you, it didn't taste very good. It was quite a lot like L-tryptophan. The first alerts happened in less than 10 minutes. My vision started warping and it was hard to see details clearly, somewhat like being drunk. The come up was rapid and distressing, and I became very anxious and worried about just how fast it was happening, because just a few minutes prior, well, I was completely sober. I started breathing heavily and became worried about what I'd got myself into. I didn't intend for this to be a strong trip, nor did I expect the possibility considering the dose. I was extremely restless and developed a lot of gastrointestinal distress, which then caused me to panic and become paranoid. I even thought I'd taken the wrong substance. My girlfriend reassured me I was safe and reminded me that we had tested the substance with colorimetric reagents not long before and confirmed its identity. The effects were unfamiliar and at this point did not remind me of psilocin. It seemed to peak 45 minutes from dose, but it could have taken as long as an hour. I finally calmed down when the overwhelming and rapid come-up ended. but my emotions continued to sway back and forth between quite pleasant and quite unpleasant. At points, I truly wanted it to end. The body load was rough, and I had tremors and was very cold for most of the experience. It had been years since I'd last taken mushrooms, and I was hoping this experience would have some of the mushroom essence that I valued and missed so much. While many aspects were different from how I remember psilocin, the overall character felt the same. In comparison, 4-ACO-MET, which is considered adequately similar to psilocin by many, left me very disappointed with how utterly unlike psilocin it felt. However, 4-HO-MIPT brought me back to the same beautiful place psilocin brought me during my very first powerful psychedelic experience. I said to my girlfriend that it was just like it was the first time. I felt like I'd come home after so very long, and that the spirit of the substance loved me and was taking care of me. I knew I was in good hands, and wept as I told my girlfriend how grateful I truly was. In the time since my early experiences with psilocin, I've used various other psychedelics, predominantly 1-PLSD. Comparing 4-HO-MIPT to psilocin is difficult. It's been a long time since I'd taken psilocybin mushrooms, and I was inexperienced when I was taking them. Similar to psilocin, I went back and forth between relaxation and laughter, between anxiety and comfort. This substance produced strong visual hallucinations, but unlike with DMT, they were neither incredibly vivid nor central to the experience. Nevertheless, they were novel. While body and surroundings changing form was the most prominent sensory hallucination, I often felt as though my body was water, especially when I was crying. I turned into a complex waterfall scene on the side of a mountain. Colours on surfaces in the room shifted through the spectrum. However, colours were not super vibrant with eyes opened or closed. There were auditory hallucinations similar to DMT which unsettled me because of my mixed experiences with it. My DMT trip started novel and fun, although not profound, and ultimately became disturbing, grotesque, and even malevolent towards me. The 4-HO-MIPT-induced auditory hallucinations that I found particularly uncomfortable were loud, menacing beeps and clicks, similar to the sonar of a pod of dolphins or the wispy synthesizer sounds of jazz fusion. When the music became quiet or between songs, these sounds became very audible. Because of the sonic dissonance, along with the association I drew to DMT, I was not seriously happy about hearing them. I ultimately came to see this as a test of my mindfulness and my ability to fully let go. I repeatedly confided in my girlfriend for reassurance that everything was okay and that I was safe. I saw these unpleasant aspects to be a test of my ability to truly surrender with full trust and faith. Once I realized that the spirit of the substance was testing me, my perspective shifted. It showed me that I did not truly understand. This intelligent guiding force was beyond my capacity for understanding. Instead of an experience of total clarity, which I'd felt on other psychedelics, this was a humbling experience that showed me the pointlessness in trying to understand things which were completely beyond me, and instead, I should just have faith. The tribulations of the experience were both a test of my faith and a way for the presence to show itself to me and let me know that I had more to learn and grow from. When I realized this, it was like the spirit revealed itself to me directly. The presence manifested itself and was divine and loving. It proved to me how small I am. I'm not a religious person per se, nor was I raised religious, and I've never and still don't believe in a god or gods, which made this experience unanticipated and stunning. In total awe and wonder, I felt the humbling presence of God. I said to my girlfriend, I know that I truly do not know. This feels like God. This really was an experience of divine intervention. I've had the experience of a loving presence on psychedelics before, especially with psilocin, and I've encountered entities on DMT, but this experience elicited the strongest feeling of a powerful other. I thought it would be ridiculous for the ancients and modern indigenous groups who use psilocybin mushrooms to regard their consumption as anything other than consuming the body of God. The feeling of this presence was persistent throughout the experience. For what felt like a long time, I was crying and smiling at my girlfriend in total astonishment. Whether or not this presence was actually conscious itself or simply perceived as such is not important to me, because I do not believe that any consciousness has a self or ego at the centre of it. It was just love that was felt. I began coming down 2 hours from the dose. I hugged my girlfriend tight, thanking her for helping me through the experience, and with eyes closed, I felt my body turn into multiple flowering vines which wrapped around her. For the duration of the come down, I was hungry but had no appetite, and still later into the night, it hadn't returned. I felt very positive and relaxed, despite being very sore and having a headache. I gradually continued coming down for another 2 hours, at which point I took a small dose of kratom. I felt pretty much baseline at 5 hours from dosage. I had no trouble falling asleep and awoke feeling rested and refreshed. What a substance, and what an experience to behold at such a small dose. This felt long overdue. This experience was incredible and beautiful, and unlike any other experience I've ever had, but was not without its challenges. The presence of my girlfriend was reassuring and crucial to my ability to feel safe and give in to the experience as a whole. I have nothing but reverence for this amazing substance. Emerald Buddha, a BK2CB cannabis and meditation trip report by Moonsweat, posted to earwid.org, October 25th, 2019. This is about an accurate account as I can give for something that really flipped my life upside down. Before this experience, I really was a nothing burger. Now, that's not to say that I am necessarily a something burger now, but everything is different. This trip signalled the end of my desire to push the psychedelic experience, maybe forever. All of this timing is a very rough estimate because I wasn't interested in writing anything down. Just to provide a short background here, prior to this experience, I had been hammering away at psychedelic adventures for about 1.5 years. I never did anything with people. Every trip was experienced alone, mostly at night, mostly with earplugs in. My earlier trips were hours of listening to krautrock and then doing my own musical stuff as well. Eventually, I realised that I needed to shut up and use this as a tool to dig deeper inside me, and went back to alternating between ambient, trance music and silence as best as could be managed. I started to fiddle with an intuitive yoga, usually with mushrooms, where I would just let my body move however it wanted to. This largely manifested as spinal, pelvic rotations, followed by extremely intense rushes of heat, literally like being burned from the inside. Sometimes I would start throat singing, or just droning a vocalized ah, some sort of sound like that. My primary tool for all of this was mushrooms, with the odd salvia flirtation and a few other experiments that were too underwhelming to report. I eventually hit a point where I came to the conclusion that mushrooms were not doing what I wanted them to do. I frequently experienced a gnosis-like understanding and frequent merging with white orbs. I can't say it was really great. I certainly began to think differently and had some pretty neat ideas about stuff. But after 25 mushroom trips, averaging 3 to 5 grams dried, I didn't really feel that different outside of a non-peak experience. Especially with the passage of enough time, mushrooms usually left me with nothing beyond a vague sense of knowing something important, without being able to clearly hold it in my mind. Anyways, sorry if this is getting a little bit on the rambling side. My point is that before this BK2CB experience, I had at least been around the psychedelic block a few times. I should also mention that I was a daily cannabis user throughout this. So now, on to BK2CB. I had tried this substance about 5 times prior with largely underwhelming results. My first experience at 120 milligrams was great, very similar to maybe 1.5 grams of mushrooms with a clear amphetamine drive to it. But the 4 following it, ranging 100 milligrams to 300 milligrams, were very underwhelming and nothing I would call psychedelic. So this trip I'm about to get into, eventually, was met with a very little anticipation on my part. I even had my shoes on, expecting to go for a nice walk with some energy boost and mild colour enhancement. The setting is home, in the late afternoon, pleasant summer day, full moon, had a coffee around 4 PM. At 6 PM, 1 packet of Emergen-C multivitamin electrolytes, with a glass of water. 6:30, 2 Tums to aid absorption. 7, 400 milligrams of BK2CB powder, choked down with water. Seriously disgusting stuff. 7:30, few hits of a joint to calm some nausea. 8, feeling jittery with some jaw tension, doing some light stretches to help. 9, feeling very light. Everything has a pinkish violet hue to it. Everything seems close to me, like it's part of me in some way. Things vibrate. Turning awareness inside, feeling very emotionally closed and sad. Lump in throat. Start doing the spine pelvic twists that I always do with mushrooms. 9:30, few more hits of a joint. Listening to music. Trying to open throat, heart area. Begin weeping at some emotional things I've been dealing with. Lost in the experience of crying for some time. With a profound sense of letting go. Scanning through life and apologizing compulsively to people from my past. Chest opens and I'm lost in music for a while. 11 PM. Thinking the trip should be over soon and stop listening to music. Turn lights on and prepare to come back, feeling very warm and happy. Very emotional trip, but not much psychedelic seeming stuff. Feeling very wide, like I was somehow on the Earth and orbiting it at the same time. At this point, I really don't understand what happened, as it should have been over or on its way down. At 11:30 PM, I took another package of Emergen-C with a hit of cannabis. Sat down to do some sitting meditation with some ambient music on, 7 fields of aphelion in case that matters. Eyes closed, I became aware of a violet-pink flame from where people claim the root chakra is, moving up through to the top of my head. I should mention that at this time I only had a vague passing interest in Eastern spirituality. I used to practice Buddhist meditation, but hadn't been involved in that for a number of years. I was always a spiritual person, but I never held the forms of spirituality to much esteem. I meditated for the basic stress relief, and not much beyond that. I'm not going to bother with timing here because time became meaningless, as it so often does, and I have no idea when or even where I was. After observing this flame running through me, a clear thought popped into my head. During the night of his supposed enlightenment, the Buddha left an imprint of his energy body in the singularity which can be accessed at any point or time in any space. At that instant, a figure identical to the Emerald Buddha statue, which I honestly was not even aware of before this, appeared right in front of me. I can't remember if my eyes were closed or not. I just had this distinct impression of being in India. I've never been, so I don't know what that means. Time stopped, and my vision was filled with a rippling grid-like pattern of violet-pink light. I felt this intense heat in my chest, and a masculine voice entered my mind, originating from the right side of my body. My mind was flooded with an almost unbearable stream of information, largely focused on what I now know as Kriya Yoga, in terms of how life is put together. The voice told me that I had found what I was looking for, and in this space I was capable of anything. Anything. The voice then said I could go if I wanted to. Just leave the body and never return. But I could not accept this. The fundamental difference between this and visions during mushrooms was that mushrooms always had this very magical, otherworldly fantasy vibe to it. This all seemed plain as day and very real. The voice said I was not ready for this energy and needed to fix my body and mind. This was obvious, as I was just totally unable to accept this was happening, and that deep stab of fear hit me as I thought I must have lost it. That's it, I thought. I'm going to be stuck here forever and they'll lock me up. I then became someone named Roger, whom I subsequently pushed out of me. I then engaged in what I thought to be some kind of energy battle with a nasty shaman in Peru named San Rafael, until a male and female figure entered my mind. The Emerald Buddha figure had since departed my awareness. I then began to calm down. They said I was way out of my depth engaging someone like this, and that I should return and let them handle it. I dozed briefly on the floor, and came to around 6 AM. I took some melatonin and dozed for most of the next day. Restless sleep that night. The following day, I felt absolutely amazing. I felt that everything was exactly as it should be, and that I was done with psychedelics. I felt like I was made of air, and the spiritual seeking program had ended. I spent the following week in a constant state of bliss, oblivious to everything going on around me. At the time, I had no job, and soon it struck me that I needed to find one. This was like a hook in my chest, dragging me back down. Long story short, I resisted being pulled down as long as I could until I decided to come back on, somewhat my own terms. I ended up doing ayahuasca as my first attempt to come back. I then tried a low-dose mushroom trip, which was bizarrely harrowing, and finally took MDMA. That did the trick, and I was firmly back in my body after that. I have since had to decrease my cannabis use as I began having rather alarming mystical experiences on weed alone. Not all the time, though. I have actually zero desire to try psychedelics again, as I'm convinced I will actually leave my body, like for real, and someone will find my rotting corpse somewhere. I don't mean I'm afraid I will leave. I know I will. I think this BK2CB mixed with cannabis, the right kind of music and meditation is the magic combo. I don't know if this was just something peculiar to me and my previous experiences or what. I also was left with the impression that the full moon was a very important part of it all. 7 months later, and I'm still a completely different person at a very fundamental level. Regardless of whether the content was all BS, something important happened to me. It's a long way down when you're that high, and I fell pretty hard. I was keenly aware of how close I really did come to completely losing it this time. Anyway, see you on the other side. Emerald Buddha. A BK2CB trip report by Moonsweat. Posted to earwid.org October 25th, 2019. Various experiences of BK2CB. A trip report from psychonautwiki.org. Submitted by Alevu. The below is an account of experiences with BK2CB. It's a combination of effects experienced in various doses ranging from 30mg up to 100mg. The route of administration. It is widely documented on various forums that BK2CB reacts to contact with water, and turns into a purple goo as a result. This makes it useless and potentially dangerous in that state. In someone's experience, the best effects are achieved by dosing orally on an empty stomach. Wrap the measured dose in a Rizzler, and wash it down with a small amount of water that has been acidified with a generous helping of lemon or lime concentrate. As stated before, water does not mix with this substance. Fill the glass with enough water for one regular sip of water, just enough to wash down the Rizzler, and add the concentrate to this in roughly a ratio of 1 part concentrate to 10 parts water. It is better to be generous with the concentrate. Acidifying the water means it will not turn the substance into a useless purple goo. Consistency of effects. This person has had a variety of experiences with BK2CB, but always consistent effects. Research shows a lot of people seem to have very varied experiences with this substance. It seems the route of administration described above gives the most reliable effects. Duration. Regardless of dosage, this substance's effects last a long time. The first effects are felt about 30 minutes to 1 hour after ingesting. After that, the experience seems to be pretty stable throughout, reaching a peak roughly 1 hour after first effects are felt. The peak can last anywhere from 10 to 14 hours. The afterglow is very subtle, almost unnoticeable, and lasts a further 1 to 2 hours. Negative effects. Online there are people reporting strong headaches during the come down. It seems that the substance increases the frequency of urination, which means it is important to stay hydrated throughout. Not doing so could possibly result in the headaches described on online forums. Nausea can be experienced during the come-up, although the nausea is generally mild and manageable. Although higher doses could induce purging, but this seems to be rare. For a full breakdown of negative effects, please refer below. Overall, BK2CB effects seem to follow the general headspace you are in, and overall seems to be easy to control and steer by the tripper. Notes: combining BK2CB with cannabis greatly enhances its tripping potential. Combined with cannabis, BK2CB becomes a full-blown, level 8 psychedelic experience. This appears to also come with extra effects that some trippers might want to avoid, including ego death, deep introspection, and feelings of impending doom. Even during the come-down stage of the BK2CB trip, this effect can occur, as well as in the 2 to 3 hours after the BK2CB effects are completely gone. It is important to be aware of this, as it might take some by surprise, and can be very overwhelming when not expected. It is also important to note that in some instances, BK2CB can cause temporary retraction of the testicles, as well as mild dental discomfort. The latter only appears to occur when BK2CB is taken on a regular basis though. Tolerance. As with most phenethylamines and tryptamines, the body builds up tolerance to the substance quickly after ingesting. Tolerance lasts for up to 7 days, during which period effects of the substance are greatly diminished. On a final note, it is important to note that the above effects are based on a relatively small pool of experience and in no way fully represents the full effects of this substance. You must always use caution and do plenty of research. Overdose. A BK2CB report by 12AAA, posted to earwid.org May 12, 2015. The setting was in my bedroom, lights off, planning on getting as messed up as I could. I did not anticipate how skilled I was at this, however. It must be said that I was also quite high on 4 mg of nifoxapam, a novel hypnotic benzo, and had taken 1 mg of risperidone about 2 hours earlier for some mania I was experiencing. Despite all these downers, I was still slightly manic, which led me to fiending for more drugs, to which I decided to trip on BK2CB. I began by weighing out from a gram of BK2CB 5 separate lines of 200 mg. I capped it up, 10 minutes later I forgot I capped it up, and ate another. Rinse and repeat. It was only when my bag was mostly empty, and my bag of gel caps was severely depleted, that I figured I had taken around 800 mg and was totally done for. Era would note: the dose described in this report is very high, potentially beyond Earwid's heavy range, and could pose serious health risks or result in unwanted, extreme effects. Sometimes extremely high doses reported are errors, rather than actual doses used. Rather than take another antipsychotic or more benzos, I just decided to ride it out. After a good 3 hours of nothing but some wobbliness and weirdness, I called it quits, turned my lights off, went to bed, to which I would remain for almost 2 days. The trip began shortly after lying down, and at first it was beautiful and magical, the perfect trip if you will. Every time I moved my head, the shapes that blinded my closed eyes would decompile and change into different coloured shapes. My mind felt a divine presence inside of me, taking the form of a warmth in my heart. An overwhelming tingling sensation all over my head, and lightning strikes down my limbs. This was the most beautiful feeling I have ever experienced. I found soon that when I entered each layer of colour and shape I saw in my closed-eye visuals, that they had their own body feeling, and so moving my head left and right on the pillow gave amazing sensations like I was walking or falling. I couldn't feel my lower body at all at this point, and I'd begun to imagine that the divine inside of me was an organ, a combination of my heart and mind, except living within itself. I thanked this divine for the magical experience it had given me, and my visual plane changed yet again, this time to a cloudless blue sky with many impossibly long lines, all coming into a central point on my forehead, which I could feel burning. I heard a Kai throat singing out of nowhere, and I could control it with my mind. It too had effects on my visual field, which was becoming much messier now. Now I decided I wasn't tripping hard enough, even though I'd barely come up and was basically blind. So, anyway, through pixelated vision, I loaded up a wooden cup with Vivec salvia and noise that had been laid on Damiana, soaking them in cold water. I shook for a few seconds, drank, swilled it in my mouth, and trust me, that hits fucking instantly when you're already tripping. I kept sipping it all night and going deeper into Salvia land. A little warning here before the next part of the trip report. I am a skeptic, but this is what I saw and interpreted at the time. I cannot say it's changed my worldview entirely, but I'm certainly going to be searching for a while after this. I believe at this point I saw a representation of God and understood the universe as a whole. God is not so much something to be worshipped, more to be thanked. God is a guiding entity that we are all connected to spiritually, that will guide us upon death to a place called Human, which I assume was just my drugged up mind's idea of heaven. God, for me, was a pink creature which I can barely describe, but she had loving eyes, a compassionate smile, and was probably made of squares and triangles and other stuff, but I didn't notice. I was informed by God that her guidance was always there in all of us. But because we are so ignorant to the guidance, we will never reach her. We all continue on, either in another random generation of the universe, until we accept and understand God and Human. What I mean by that last part is that when you die, you are sent to a totally random universe in which everything you ever understood is not as is. You lose your ego entirely, and you float along the path of God's guidance until you escape the random entropy and become a part of God herself. I didn't totally understand that last part because my brain was starting to fry, but that's what I'm pretty sure she was saying. Death is basically having a dead body and a dead ego, but your unconscious lives on as a floating spirit through a random plane until it reaches beautiful God and her beautiful plane. This was about as clear-headed as I was throughout the trip. After it, I could not understand anything. I became entirely obsessed with the intense experience I had just had, and started worshipping God and writhing in my bed. I was having the most intense closed-eye visuals of existences that I was peeking into, floating to God, and I saw rows and rows of women made of random things like cables and desks. I realised later, I'd opened my eyes and everything had turned into women, and everything was very pixely. There were DPH-style insectoid creatures on my floor and flies flying around, and everything in my room was animated, alive, and communicating with me. I sat in the center of my room and took up a meditating position. I don't know if any of you guys like Chinese cartoons, but if you've seen Hyoka, where Chitanda first tells Oreki, she's curious, and all the flowers come out of her and make big flowery tangles around the room. Well, meditating was something like that. I remember my tangles occasionally vibrated, and it made me hover off the floor. Not in real life, of course. And they stroked and calmed the entities in my room. I was so far gone that I thought all of this was pretty normal. My head was just empty at this point. I just meditated on God and tried to transcend to heaven. And here is where I lost my memory. The world, including me, turned into 4 black dots in the shape of a diamond, on a khaki-like background, and, well, that was it. That was my existence, and for a long-ass time, too. The time dilation was absolutely insane. I realised after panicking for a while that I actually may be dead, and that this is my path to God. And so I simply accepted it, and replayed my entire life back in my memories, crying at my regrets and wrongs and apologising to God. Then, the evil sounds came, and the trip got bad again, to which I was unable to break out of it this time. Sounds like gigantic steam trains and crying babies and slamming doors recurred over and over. I broke out of the square and returned to my room, looking out the window at a large, 3 feet or so, rotting fish being eaten by other animals. I looked around my room, and decided God was disappointed with me and sent me to hell. And now here I was. I lay again in bed, drinking constantly because my throat was so dry. As I lay, I would think about my life and how neutral and meaningless I really am. I thought about how, in the great scheme of things, nothing mattered at all because we are all gonna die. The sun could explode tomorrow, and what would it matter? When you really get down to it, humanity is just a great cellular automata that got way out of hand. When I closed my eyes, I saw infinite rows of boxes with people inside them just hobbling around making tea, reading the newspaper, writing trip reports. I saw everybody's insignificance. I believe now that humanity is worse off spiritually now than it was when we were still apes. Ugh. I truly loathe the complexity of our brains. So anyway, there I was, lying in hell and shit, just watching these millions of automata do meaningless things for eternity, and thinking about how I am exactly the same as them. It was a horrible but familiar feeling, so just rolled with it. The trip will be over soon, please, was one coherent thought I could get out. Then I realised I was out of water. Soon after, I passed out, possibly from dehydration, possibly from benzos. Maybe I just gave up. Being unconscious didn't stop the trip though. I got up instantly and looked in the mirror, wondering why my visuals had stopped so rapidly. My face was drooping, my chest covered in holes and eyes. My hands were invisible, and I could put them through each other. It was there on the spot that I decided it must have been a dream or an out-of-body experience. I walked around the house and kept encountering my old school friends from many years ago, whom I stopped talking to on bad terms but do miss a great deal. They were all crouched and drawing on the floor with charcoal. When I tried to talk to them, they wouldn't budge, so I just kept walking around. All the doors in my house were gone, and my front and back door were bricked up. Same with the windows. And when I walked past the crouched people, I noticed they'd all gotten about a meter closer to my room, and were drawing what I saw when I went to God's realm, but in negative, evil colours. They were defiling and defacing God on my floor, and they were travelling to me to curse me, prevent me from ever entering God's realm. During this period, many blackouts occurred. Occasionally I would be dancing around in my room in ecstasy and glee. Other times I would be floating into the attic to be drowned by 3 squarish eyes, only to find I had become an eye with a fox's jaw in the mirror. I had many DPH, fever dream-like visions, as well as many DMT and salvia-type visions. Of course, I enjoyed the DMT visions the most, and was actually slightly pleased when these happened. They included, but aren't limited to, impossibly crossing lines, MC Escher type stuff, visions of transparent humans making up shapes like houses, as well as giant mountains and ridges made of geometry, impossible colours and impossible shapes. I perceived the 4th dimension. There were visual sounds and sounds of colours, shifting geometric patterns and general Mazatec style imagery. While in this semi-pleasant, ever-changing delirium, I looked at my hands and they were still invisible. I panicked. What if I am really dead? I could hear my parents outside my door but couldn't call out to them. They came in at one point and decided I was just asleep. Fortunately, I managed to gather the strength to take a drink at one point, and this woke me up enough to realise I was in big, big trouble. I had huge chest pains and kept slipping back into that empty void of near death. I'd run out of water and couldn't stand to get more, so I just peed in a Sprite bottle and drank it. Rinse and repeat, I tripped nuts and drank pee very much like this for the next 12 hours. It is now Sunday. I tripped on Wednesday. Thank God I can now report that I am now 100% back to normal. After effects from the overdose were obviously some HPPD, after images, patterns, chest pains, inability to walk without lurching, an insatiable thirst, mental fog, spacing out, and an inability to sleep. Risperidone and a lot of water was taken to combat this. The too long didn't read edition is never do this. Garden of the Gods, a BK2CB trip report submitted by Lysergic to psychonautwiki.org. Time, 8 PM. Parachute 60 mg by wrapping the powder in 1/4 of a square of toilet paper and swallowing it. 10 PM. It's been long enough now and haven't experienced any effects, so I decide to parachute another 60 mg. This was probably a big mistake on my behalf. 10:30 PM. Very sedated, slight trouble typing on the keyboard. Scalp and back are being filled with tingles. I remember describing them as tiny electrostatic shocks. Very pleasant. 11:30 PM. Here I am sitting watching the chat when I realise that I've been keeping my head very still and that my vision was dreamlike. I come to the abrupt realisation that I am tripping and my heart drops. I try to remember everything that led up to this moment and am shocked that I took a drug, almost as though I was a very anti-drug person. My heart drops and I become extremely ashamed of myself. A few minutes later, I am relieved to find out that I am not anti-drug at all. At midnight, the visuals begin. Everything is brighter, and the contents of my computer screen begin twisting and breathing ever slightly. 12:30 AM, and the visuals are pretty strong. Every paragraph on the screen is breathing as though they had big lungs. Reading the Psychonaut Wiki IRC is very difficult, as many of the posts are merging, and the colours seem to be all mixed up. All the letters are jumping and falling, and my short-term memory is gone, so I have to read the same post a few times to understand it. 1 AM. Decide to go downstairs. I have a very small conversation with some people I know, trying very hard not to laugh at the fact that they had grass all over them rolling in the garden. Head on back upstairs, which is difficult when the stairs are twisting and moving. 2 AM. Start worrying that I should be asleep. I decide to pull an all-nighter and, for once, do what I want to do without worrying that I might be disturbing another's sleep. Traces and after images are very obvious. I keep putting my finger in front of my face and putting it down really quickly with traces lasting about half a second. Someone in the chat asked me if my mouse is a large tracer, and I reply with, hold on, I'm having a bit of trouble getting to the mouse at the minute. The person then saves the quote in TripBot. 3 AM. My entire room is breathing. My computer screen looks as though someone poured gel over it. I'm very awake, very stimulated, but at the same time, I've never been so tired. 4 AM. The mirror is very interesting. When I stare at my eyes in the mirror, the rest of my face begins to transform, and the corners of objects in my room become drawn with complex geometry. A recurring visual is a blue eye surrounded by a diamond looking right at me. The eye looks a little like the all-seeing eye. I decide that this is the eye of a god. 5 AM, I go to lie down, the ceiling is all wobbly, the walls are breathing, everything is very three-dimensional. When I look in the mirror, my eyes are dry and my pupils are very large. When I try to think, I keep forgetting what I'm thinking about, and it takes me a few seconds to get back to the thoughts. 6 AM. No looking getting to sleep, so I go back to the computer. The computer screen looks as though it is running at a very low FPS rate, with the caret blinking very slowly. Time has slowed down dramatically. I can hear the sounds of people saying my name in another room, but I know that they are not real. 8 AM. I sit by the window and look out, and the building opposite me is breathing and all of the windows are wobbling. The grass of my garden is moving in circles and the leaves of the trees are shaking very quickly. The sky is filled with geometric patterns that look like lines, and eyes are everywhere. Birds fly around, leaving long traces which make a single bird look like 3 or 4. The whole scene is very bright. I see people in the windows of the building opposite my window, but I'm not sure if they are real. In one window, I see a man pacing backwards and forwards, looking out of the window and down at the ground every few seconds. He eventually leaves and I can hear him talking to me. In another window, I see the curtains lift themselves up and a woman look out and directly at me. I worry that she knows I'm on drugs and pretend to be reading a book. I sit here for an hour before going to lie down. While lying down, I begin to make false memories that feel extremely familiar. I begin inventing new words that I strongly believe were some of the first words I'd ever heard. They were, of course, false, and the words did not exist. At 9 AM I watch some YouTube videos. In one thumbnail the image is a cliff with grass on it, and water in the distance. The image comes alive, with the grass waving as though there is wind and the water is flowing realistically. I put my earphones in and watch the video, which is trip music, and my mood and visions go according to the music, when the music becomes deep and slow. I get bad hallucinations of the cut on my thumb swelling and becoming a dark red, while hearing voices in my head, and when the music picks up, I get a huge rush of euphoria and feel content with my life. It's 17 hours later at 1 PM, and everyone in the house is now awake. I get this very worried feeling that they will notice I'm tripping, so I decide to take a shower. And wow, what a bad idea that was. My hearing is gone, so I cannot judge whether the water is running properly, and due to the hallucinations, the walls appear to be closing in on me. I'm extremely anxious that I've lost relativity with time, and that I will be in the shower for a very long time. So I get out, dry myself, and go back to my room. I constantly feel as though I'm obviously tripping. At 2 PM I can hear everyone downstairs, and they sound like they are moving very quickly, and eventually someone comes to me and begins talking. However, they are speaking very fast and it is hard to understand them, so I reply talking very quickly, to which they reply, "Are you alright?" I become concerned that they know and say, "Yeah, just tired." They leave. 3 p.m. and I get food, a burger and some chips from McDonald's, and oh my god, it is disgusting. The chips are dry, the sauce is fucking horrible, and the burger is tasteless. The only thing I could consume was my drink of Coca-Cola. Perhaps it was the sugars? I do not eat much at all. 24 hours later at 8 p.m, I realise that I can, to a certain extent, control the effects. I can slow down and speed up time as I wish, and I can control the intensity of the colours I see, and I can hallucinate whatever I want. I use these powers and hallucinate birds outside, and I see how much I can speed up time. I'm having a lot of fun with my powers. If I stare at a particular object for longer than a second, I can see every detail in its texture. I spend the next day extremely tired, restless, and exhausted. I find things entertaining that I previously found extremely boring. That night, as I get in bed, I begin to think about my mother and how ill she is. I think about everything she has done for me, and I begin to cry. The next day, I spend some time with her and help her to clean her house. A profound experience. A BK2CB trip report by Ketogenesis. Posted to earwood.org November 16th, 2014. Having previously experienced this compound at an oral dosage of 130 milligrams, I've been left somehow underwhelmed. A slight entactogenesis, enrichment in sound, taste, and smell, somehow brighter colours, minimal patterning on the pavement was all there had been. However, escalation of dosage to 200 milligrams changed the set of things dramatically. Now, I've done a hearty array of psychedelics and dissociatives, including but not limited to mushrooms, ayahuasca, cacti, yopo, ipomia, Hawaiian baby woodrose, LSD, DXM, mexfenadine, and smoked DMT, among others. I'm mentioning that in order to provide the reader with the understanding of the relative background against which the effects of substance in question, BK2CB, will be compared. So after an abstinence from food for 6 hours, 200 milligrams of the sticky white powder was placed in the gelatine capsule and swallowed. The reasoning behind encapsulating the compound was the theory that BK2CB forms dimers when in neutral and basic solutions, rendering the compound inactive, so that simply dissolving the powder in a glass of water and gulping it would not be the best route of administration. As previous experience of the given substance had left me with a somehow annoying cough, a preventative measure was taken. An antihistamine claritine, 5 milligrams, was ingested, and a fixed mixture of beta-adrenomimetic corticosteroid was inhaled. This proved beneficial in retrospect. The onset began in approximately 30 minutes, and a previously unfamiliar sensation of intense tingling on the scalp and back of the head was felt. Then, a series of rhythmic contractions of peripheral musculature, aka shivering, ensued. This seemed to particularly involve the muscles of mastication. This was compounded with the buzzing sensation within the body. It was akin to paresthesia one gets when compressing the nerve of an extremity, i.e. the ulnar nerve at the elbow. Sure, everyone knows that tingly numb sensation. Yet it was felt deeply within the body. Oddly but not unexpectedly, a series of yawning outbursts took place. Then, the dreaded increased mucus production began, manifesting as a desire to clear the throat, familiar to all chronic smokers. No cough though. Additionally, the characteristic, oddly numb feeling in the mouth cavity developed. This was highly reminiscent of LSA, blotters, and cacti. Of course, the expected nausea was soon to join the already dissatisfying agenda of nasty side effects. To sum up, the come-up for me was pretty rough physically, and could probably have been overwhelming. Had I not previously experienced Hawaiian baby woodrose, the worst nausea ever, cacti, extreme shivering, mushrooms, yawning myself to death, and ayahuasca, oh my god, I'm gonna die for sure. Beforehand, this would have been way too much. On the bright side, the pleasant effects were also observed in a matter of hour after the ingestion. A slight movement of the wallpaper was noted, which was then accompanied by the general mood elevation and the overall trippy feeling. These effects continued to pick up in intensity, especially the visual ones. What began as a vague crawling of painted surfaces every psychonaut is highly accustomed to soon evolved into a more complex illusion. There, a usual fractal pattern of textures overflowing all surfaces looked upon had developed, but it was ornamented with a particular net of intensely pulsating red dots scattered throughout it. These series of red dots pulsating at ultra-high speed had been previously observed during the come down on smoked DMT, but not when under influence of other substances. In a matter of hours, the whole visual scene was pretty much indistinguishable from that produced by 3 grams of dried cubes or 1 blotter of acid, to give you the approximation of the degree of open-eye visuals. Yet the visuals were remarkable and with their own character, much less flowing and outstretched than those seen under ayahuasca and mushrooms, but rather more circumscribed, more regular, orderly, so to speak, and definitely sparkly. Indeed, sparks observed were pretty unique to this chemical. These shared some similarities to the effects seen while under the influence of Trichoceros spp cacti, and were especially prominent around the glowing objects, most notably neon lights. Besides, a considerable trailing of moving objects was also observed, which again was pretty remarkable due to its grainy and sparkly qualities, as opposed to soft and flowing trails typical of mushrooms and ayahuasca. I cannot comment much on the subject of closed-eye visuals since I do not personally consider them visuals in the first place. That being said, I rarely willingly close my eyes while tripping. However, even briefly closing my eyes resulted in a multicoloured explosion of Mandelbrot sets, multiplying themselves into the infinity, something worthy of appreciation by a seasoned SEV connoisseur, I presume. As for the emotional side, it was pretty neutral. Positive, yet not overly pushy. A definite entactogen, yet far from DXM-ish, let me hug you, and definitely not a bro-style one gets from booze. It is cool in a way that one can easily engage in socialization if wishes, and still retain as much of an interpersonal distance as desired. Remarkably, a high degree of introspection and reappreciation of life's values was noted. This was soaked in utmost feeling of immense gratitude. To the universe, to my friends, and most importantly, to my parents. So even though this substance was not taken with explicit intention to delve into the depths of subconsciousness, it surely showed it considerable potential as a tool for deep self-exploration. To recap, it's not just an eye candy, it is as psychedelic as it can get. Which implies it is not devoid by all too familiar nasties one learns to hate and love when dealing with 5-HT agonists. Obsessive ideation, paranoia, looping of thoughts, etc. are all there. Yet these possibly unwelcome intrusive thoughts are very manageable. Nothing close to a 2-blotter. They're coming after me. Freak out. To sum it up, it was a very rewarding experience. I'm typing this while still under the influence. The words on the screen are melting into each other and glowing with an alienly green halo around them. Sweet. Which is at T plus 12 hours after the ingestion. This implies that BK2CB can provide a potential full day-long trip. Excellent in many aspects. Number 1 being it is not overly taxing on the body. 2, endows minimal mindfuck. 3, reasonably stimulating yet not to the point of jitters. 4, moderately entactogenic yet not obtrusive. 5, highly visual, which is surprising. And 6, provides one with enough tools for elaborate introspection. If one chooses to indulge in delicate self-excavation, there is plenty to be found with the aid of this substance. However, this substance does not mind being used recreationally, which cannot be said about Aya and DMT. And finally, 7, legal for the time being. That being said, I would highly recommend this substance to anyone interested in a solid psychedelic experience. Be prepared for the bumpy come-up though, and make sure you do not eat anything for a minimum of 6 hours beforehand, for if this was ingested on a full stomach, this substance can take ages to start manifesting itself. Worry not though, you will be able to eat and actually enjoy the taste of food after the come-up nausea has passed. At T plus 3 hours, it is gone for sure. Some metoclopramide can be taken to ease this nauseous aspect out if one wishes. As had been noted, the effects at 200mg are totally unlike those at 130mg, which were a bleak plus on a Shulgin scale. And in my personal opinion, it is at 200mg plus range that this substance should be taken if one wishes to explore its full potential, that is. Overall, the compound bears considerable resemblance to LSA and cacti, and in both its positive and side effects, and is pretty unlike mushrooms and ayahuasca. This can probably be explained by its phenethylamine structure, I guess. P.S. I was on a ketogenic diet while consuming the drug, and this may or may not have affected the experience. But anyways, this is something worth noting, since we are talking about a beta ketone of 2CB after all. Anyway, keep it smart, keep it safe, keep it legal.